Well, that's weird. It didn't play the one song. I don't know. It's like all over the place, but that's okay. That's okay. We'll do a little music until the trial starts. I just didn't want us to miss any parts of it because it is a premiere. I am not sure if I'm able to stop and start it or anything like that. So I figured it's best for us to get in here and get it together. While we are waiting on the actual trial to start, let's do some tunes.
Estoy en la casa, baila conmigo, San Diego to the chat, órale, vámonos. From the surf in San Diego to the courtroom stream, SD walks in like she owns the scene, pelo multicolor shining in the sun, she cracks one joke, chat laughing as one, she throws preguntas bien chidas, sharp like a blade, cross exam queen, nunca tiene upgrade, and that dance so spicy, Cali Mystic close, she brings the fuego, everybody knows, cuando Jason llega, ay caray, she flirts poquito, he just says hi, sweet pea laughs, aquí vamos otra vez, he drops the fuego and the chat says yes, she's fuego, fuego, lighting up the show, Tex-Mex in the chat, everybody knows, con su risa, su vibra y su pelo tan cool, she turns a live stream to a cumbia at the pool, fuego, fuego, Estee's the queen, Spanglish magic, en la chat screen, when she pops on camera we all say que show, Latina sparkle with that California glow, los mos la quieren, they hype her name, she adds fairy sabor to the game, que onda gente, and here comes the fun, el chat se enciende like under the sun, when she teases Jason, boy behave, but without a chaos, this chat ain't the same, bailalo mija with your Tex-Mex vibe, bring the cumbia flow, keep it alive, stay with the groove, don't ever stop, shake up the stream till we're all on top. She's fuego, fuego, let out the joke, Tex-Mex in the chat, everyone knows, su risa, su pelo tan cool, beats and black cream to a Latin dance floor, fuego, fuego, Estee's the queen, Spanglish magic, en la chat screen, beach girl sparkle, courtroom delight, Estee keeps the chat shining bright, sweet pea, the mods, we all agree, take it to trial, ain't the same without Estee. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes, ain't my bird.
Yeah. Here comes Barbara in the chat, girl, she right on time. Sweet pea got the trials rolling, Barbara dropping the lines. She's a mama to two boys, gives them love every day. Autism warriors in her home, and she leads the way. And her husband's been through storms, but she's holding them down. A caretaker with a halo and a medical crown. With that nursing background, baby, she knows the game. First aid on the timeline and receipts on the frame. She's looking for the missing kids, like a mission from above. Heart big, feet moving, she's a justice power dove. And generous as heaven, giving spirit on display. Barbara lifts this whole community in her own special way. Cause Barbara don't play. She's calling out lies in the courtroom hallway. She thinks P. Diddy's guilty as hell, okay. And she don't take crap from any man, no way. She's riding with Sweet Pea every single day. And take it to trial, she forever gon' stay. And when the rapist, you know, starts acting up, Barbara busts his chops like, boy, that's enough. Yeah, she be laughing in the chat, cracking jokes left and right. Keeping spirits lifted even in the darkest night. A supporter of the channel, honey, loyal and true. If Sweet Pea goes live, you know Barbara's there too. She brings fire to the panel, brings fun to the fam. Typing fast with that says, girl, she don't give a damn if a troll tries to flex. She just watch him away. Not today, sweetheart, that's the Barbara way. When the courtroom drags, she keeps the vibe alive. When the mod squad's hard, she helps the tribe survive. She's the kind of chatter every channel hopes for. A legend in the chat room, say no more, cause Barbara don't play. She's calling out lies in the courtroom hallway. She thinks P. Diddy's guilty as hell, okay. And she don't take crap from any man, no way. She's riding with Sweet Pea every single day. And take it to trial, she forever gon' stay. And when therapist, you know, starts acting up, Barbara busts his chops like, boy, that's enough. So here's to Barbara, our queen of the screen. A hero, a mama, a courtroom machine. For the missing, for justice, for family, she stands. And she gives with a heart bigger than the whole damn land. Take it to trial, loves you, girl. Now drop that gavel in your hands.
time we yeah, because we got about 7 minutes. So here we go. We gonna have a whole playlist soon, y'all. We working on it.
When the live stream flickers on and Sweet Pea takes a stand, Lynn is already there, coffee in hand. She settles in for the long trials, the twists and the turns, with a loyal heart and steady eyes that never miss a word. She's a constant in the courtroom, a familiar shining face, always ready for the arguments, the tension and the pace. And when the evidence is messy or the stories sound untrue, she leans forward just a little. Lynn knows what to do, 'cause Lynn thinks everyone is guilty, every suspect, every tale. Melody Fair is guilty, she says without fail, but Dr. Rachel shakes her head. Sure, the son is to blame, still Lynn stands firm, her verdict stays the same. Oh, she brings the truth with a calm, steady light, and her presence is a comfort on every trial night. She listens with devotion through each objection and plea, through the cross-exams and pauses. She's where she needs to be, in the sea of courtroom chaos where tempers sometimes flare. Lynn remains unshaken, a voice of reason there. And though the check may shatter and the theories may divide, Lynn's perspective never wavers. She speaks with honest pride. She keeps the room grounded when emotions run loose, a quiet force reminding us she's here to find the truth. Yes, Lynn thinks everyone is guilty, that's just her way. From the first opening statement to the end of the day, Dr. Rachel can argue the son's the one at fault, but Lynn won't budge. She's rendered her final thought. We appreciate her always for her loyalty and her proof, 'cause the judge shines a little brighter when Lynn brings the truth. Take it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. The Sweet Peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when Sweet Peas in the building, we be learning with pride. Minds on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Rachel with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Moreldia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate, take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet Peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial, trial, trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire, and we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know, Sweet P breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet P's got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, lights up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Pea's nearly strong with her trademark style, and the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
That should get us pumped up, right? We building our playlist. Oh, right.
Lots of family, friends, and food. Today is November the 20th, almost 2 years ago to the day. November 22nd, 2023 was Wednesday before Thanksgiving. And on about 5 o'clock that morning on Wednesday before Thanksgiving, the defendant shot and killed his wife, Sheena Levine, with her mom on Easy Road. Now, after he shoots his wife, he doesn't call for help. He doesn't call the police. He doesn't call for an ambulance. He called his children. He called her children. And he said, I'm quoting, "I fucked up." He said it several times. He said, "I effed up," and she grabbed the gun. Well, they're alarmed. Derek Walker and Daryl Walker Jr., they jump in the car. They drive over to mom's as fast as they can get there. And when they arrive, the defendant has to unlock the door to let them in. And they find her unconscious, laying in the floor in the hallway, surrounded by blood, naked from the waist down. And he says, I can't go to jail. He picks up the gun out of the floor, got in his car and left. Law enforcement arrested him a few days later in Marianna. Now, after his arrest, he came back and he was interviewed by law enforcement. You'll have the opportunity to hear what he said about that. And he said that they were arguing. He had told her about some infidelity and she was mad. That Ms. Levine went into the room, got a gun, came back out, had a gun, she was upset with him. He said he took the gun, removed the magazine, and was holding it in his hand, the magazine and the gun together in one hand. And while she's mad at him, she was beating on his chest and crying, and he was holding her. He said he was holding her, arms around her. And as she pushes away, his hands are still behind her head and the gun goes off. And she goes down the floor. Now, I have to prove to you two things. One, that a crime was committed, and two, that the defendant is the one that committed the crime. This is not an identity case. Who did it is not a question. The issue is whether or not you prove his statement. At the end of the trial, you're going to get instructed on the law. The judge is going to tell you the different crimes and choices and what the elements are. And you'll have to match the evidence to see if I've proven that case to you beyond a reasonable doubt. But I submit to you that the issue you're going to have is whether or not you find his statement credible, especially once you match it up with the physical evidence in the case and the testimony of the witnesses. Because witnesses' testimony and the physical evidence is not consistent with what the defendant says happened. And I submit to you, based on that, you will be able to confidently find him guilty as charged.
Thank you, Ms. Shea. Mr. Brown, you may give your opening.
Thank you, Your Honor. Court, Shea.
Morning.
Been a long time since y'all wrote with pencils. Anyway, the state made a lot of conclusory statements just then. They told you that this is what happened. We're here to find out what happened. We're here to find out what they can prove. The way that the state is going to attempt to prove their case to you is through some photographs, through some videos, and as I stated in jury selection on Monday, some of these things are not going to be very pleasant to see. They're not fun to watch. Devastating. They're sad. But that's not your role here today. Your role is not to succumb to those emotions. Your role is not to be overwhelmed and burdened by the tragedy that occurred almost 2 years ago. Your role is to be critical. Your role is to be attentive. I trust you will do both of those things. Your role, as I stated, is to be critical, not reactionary. We talked on Monday about some important legal tenets. I'm going to go over those again briefly this morning before we get going with the evidentiary portion of the trial. We talked about how the burden is solely on the government at rest at this table. We talked about what reasonable doubt is, what it isn't. I'll tell you now, there's 3 places to find reasonable doubt. It's by the evidence itself. It's by any lack of evidence, which I invite you to pay particular attention to today. And it's by any conflict in evidence. You find reasonable doubt in any of those 3 places. I'm not going to ask you guys to write anything down. You're going to have full notepads by the time this is all said and done. But if you do remember something from my opening statement, is that if the state fails to prove the things that they have said this morning, you must find Mr. Walker not guilty. Not proven equals not guilty. We talked about why the government has the burden. We talked about our founding, and I talked about history, and I talked about why we have these rights, why we all share these rights, the historical context of what the government can do if gone unchecked. We talked about how you are the check in the checks and balances here this morning. The judge read a statement about Mr. Walker's right to remain silent. And I presume today that he will exercise that fundamental right that we all share as Americans. However, you will hear from Mr. Walker. You'll see a recorded interview that he gave shortly after this incident, and you'll get to hear his words. You'll get to hear his side of the story. You'll get to hear the investigator who says there's two sides and then there's the truth. That's what we're seeking here today. We talked about the presumption of innocence. We talked about how Mr. Walker is clothed in a cloak of innocence and the government must remove that in order to take away his liberty. And we talked about your role. So let's talk about what he's been charged with. He's been charged with second-degree murder with a firearm. As Ms. Shea stated in jury selection, and as I'll reiterate here, the elements are an unlawful killing which has happened. The second is that it was an act imminently dangerous to another and evinces a depraved mind regardless of human life. This is subjective intent. They must prove to you Mr. Walker formulated an idea. They must prove to you that there was a general intent to commit this dangerous act, which I submit to you they will be unable to do. And furthermore, they have to prove that the use of a firearm was consistent with the first three elements. Well, here's something that unfortunately is a fact that everyone agrees on and is uncontroverted this morning. Ms. Sheena Levine is gone. She's gone. There's no changing that. There's no bringing her back. However, the evidence will show that the other elements are not proven. What I anticipate the evidence will show, and I will use that phrase because what I say is not evidence, what Ms. Shea just said is not evidence. You'll find the evidence, you'll see the evidence, you'll come to your own conclusions. But my anticipation of what the evidence will show is that there was an altercation at 12420 Medicine Road that evening. What it will show is that an 8-year marriage and a partnership of almost 20 years that was maybe tumultuous at times came to a devastating conclusion when Ms. Sheena Levine retrieved a firearm during a verbal fight. What the evidence will show is that Ms. Levine sustained a gunshot wound from that firearm, and that wound ultimately caused her death. What the evidence will not show is any intent on the part of Mr. Darrell Walker to effectuate that death. I presume that the state will focus on the actions of Mr. Walker, as they've just indicated they do so, subsequent to this incident in an attempt to shift focus from the fact that there's a drastic lack of evidence to what actually happened that evening. The evidence will also show that after a preliminary investigation, investigators from the Escambia County Sheriff's Office, they do their best to formulate a tragic accident to fit a narrative. That narrative is going to be presented to you today. You'll be presented with photographs, videos, reports. You'll be presented with testimony from multiple people who arrived at the apartment after the gunshot rang out that morning. You'll be presented with a statement from the only person that was present in that apartment when the gunshot rang out, and that's Mr. Darrell Walker. You learn that Mr. Walker admits, as he did to his wife that evening, that he had been stepping out, so to speak, engaging in extramarital affairs, not honoring his vows. You'll learn that Mr. Walker had been sick, worried he had transacted some sort of sexually transmitted disease. You'll learn, and you'll see on the stove, that Miss Levine cooked dinner for the couple. Miss Lyric Walker, who you'll hear from, was invited to that dinner. She didn't make it. You'll see that Miss Levine cooked dinner for the couple and was anticipating engaging in some activity with Mr. Walker that night. You learn that Mr. Walker, concerned for his wife, knew he had no choice but to admit his infidelity and come clean. You'll learn how Miss Levine owned multiple firearms. You'll learn that she knew how to use them. She attended a concealed weapons class. She had 2 firearms that were personally owned by her. You'll learn that Miss Levine, justifiably angry about the revelations, retrieved a gun and confronted Mr. Walker. You'll hear that Mr. Walker tried to leave to remove himself from the situation, was prevented by Miss Levine from doing so. You'll get to watch that statement. You'll get to watch that video. It'll be on that big screen right there. And you'll be able to see the sincerity of Mr. Walker as he recounts trying to leave, as he recounts being prevented from doing so, as he recounts trying to do his best to calm her from her anger, her justifiable anger. You learn that she relinquished the firearm after Mr. Walker spoke to her. He removed the magazine, and they embraced. You'll hear from Mr. Walker how she had another bout of anger, how she lashed out again, how she struck Mr. Walker. And you'll hear from a medical examiner who will attest that Mr. Walker's version of events are in fact congruent with her findings during an autopsy after Miss Levine was tragically struck in the head with a single bullet. The state attorney is going to say, oh, concentrate on Mr. Walker's statements because they don't match up. The state attorney will offer you no explanation of why Mr. Walker supposedly did the thing that he did. You'll hear much more about what happened after, but that evidence will show the actions of a terrified and desperate man. The evidence will show that while Mr. Walker made a series of very unfortunate decisions subsequent to the shooting itself was a tragic accident. I trust that you will do your jobs here this morning. I have no doubt of that. I trust that you'll fulfill your obligations as a critical and crucial check to governmental power. And I trust that after being presented with all the evidence, you will vindicate a grieving husband and return a just verdict of not guilty. Thank you.
Now, just for the record, guys, I have no clue how this premiere stuff is working with them. I don't know if they put us into the next.
Escambia County deputies rushed to the Aqua Porta apartment complex on Meadson Road last Wednesday after reports that a woman had been shot and killed. The woman's husband was nowhere to be found. This warrant reveals on that morning, Daryl Walker called someone around 5 a.m, saying he messed up and needed them to come to the apartment. The warrant goes on to say Walker told that person repeatedly, quote, "She grabbed the gun." When that witness arrived at the apartment, the report says they had to knock several times before Walker opened the door. Inside, the report says the witness saw Walker's wife laying on the ground, covered in blood. They told deputies Walker was also covered in blood and went to his wife's body, reaching down to hug her before saying he needed to go and he couldn't go back to jail. The witness says Walker then left the apartment with the gun. Law enforcement searched for days, finally finding Walker in Panama City where he was arrested.
I don't have all the information on this, but
Okay. So, y'all see this right here, right? So the next part does not premiere for 43 minutes. I am not doing that with them. I thought that they were going to be like premiering this stuff back to back, have it timed out appropriately and all that good stuff, and they do not. So what I am going to do, unfortunately, because I'm not going to close this room down. What I will do is for the crew that's going to be hanging out on Thanksgiving, we will watch this tomorrow. I will record it, put it all together to make sure. Well, that's where all the blood was at, Baca. I'll put it all together and we will watch it tomorrow. But I guess in the meantime, we'll just go back to our Holly Bobo because I am not doing that, split up like that. I would rather just put it all together and us watch it straight through. I'm not sure why they premiering it like that, considering that they would know the times for everything, but they definitely decided to do it like that. So I thought they would have had that better together, but they don't. And I'm not going to sit there and do that. So I will put it all together for us and we will watch it tomorrow. all together. You know, whoever wants to watch it, y'all can watch it. I'm not going to watch it pieced up like that. Like, they done got me not excited, but I'm thinking that we about to watch this and it's going to be premiered. And they talk about 45 minutes. In 45 minutes, I could do a whole bunch of stuff. That's my first time ever trying that, but we know how it works now. Okay. All right. So let's go back to our Holly Bobo.
He's still under subpoena about the defense, and we may or may not call him.
All right, you'll remain outside the courtroom and don't view any news reports, please. Let's take a recess. Good point. Break 15 minutes, please. Your next witness for the state, please.
Steve Deaton.
Steve what?
Deaton.
Steve Deaton. Right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Be seated, state your name, spell first and last, and then take the court report.
My name is Steve Deaton. First name Steve, last name Deaton.
Hallelujah. We got a witness that will speak out. He's almost as loud as I am.
My voice booms, Your Honor.
I used to get in trouble at school.
Yes, sir. I'm familiar.
I'm not going to ask you to speak up.
Thank you, ma'am.
Just keep your voice loud enough for them to hear the end of the shirt box, okay?
Understood.
All right, I see you're wearing a shirt with some sort of a logo on it. Mr. Deacon, what is that?
That is
Okay, wait a minute, guys. Okay, they moving real fast. Do we want to slow this down just a little bit? I'm like looking at this, like am I watching Speed, meth? I don't know. I mean, I know they are a meth country city, and this is the things that they do. They got a lot of DOCs. But with that being said, do we want to watch this really fast? You say, what do I do with my roast I've been curing? I don't know. You can't eat it? I don't know. I don't know, SD. Are you asking us what should you do since now you're getting another meal? Yeah, let me slow this down just a little bit because, I mean, I know they on meth, and I don't know if meth make you move fast or not, but these people is way too fast for me. Okay, let's go here. All right, let's try it.
logo for West Tennessee Dive Rescue and Recovery.
All right, that's still too fast. Oh, he talked too fast. Tell him to slow down.
Slow down. West Tennessee.
Dive, Rescue, and
She heard me. Y'all see that? I'm like, tell him to slow down. Soon as I slowed it down a little bit more, she was telling him to slow down. Shoot. I was right on time. Yes. I'm like, why does he sound like he is really going fast? Now I know why he is. Okay.
Recovery.
What does West Tennessee Dive Rescue and Recovery do?
We are a group of non-compensated professional volunteers that provide public safety diving and water response services to agencies in West Tennessee that request us. And we're also the public safety dive team and water response team for the Henderson County, Tennessee Sheriff's Department.
Okay. So you guys, is it fair to say you are called upon or gathered to respond in a number of different kinds of situations?
That would be correct.
Including when somebody drowns or somebody's missing in water, or
Any application where water is involved, we're a viable asset.
included in your services, your shirt says lead diver.
That's
Are you
correct.
actually a diver?
I am actually a public safety diver, have been since 1999.
And on some occasions, are you asked to look for evidence by law enforcement that doesn't require diving, but is simply in the water?
Yes, ma'am. Anytime something is in the water, we are an asset to be used.
In a situation where you don't have to dive, but you simply have to be in, needing water, looking for something, how do you do it?
We have to utilize technology to be able to accentuate our abilities to be able to look places that the visual cues are not available. We use technology.
I want you to stop
Yes, ma'am.
and use layman's terms.
Okay.
Stop utilizing, whatever, just
We use technology to be able to help us see in the water when you can't see with your eyes.
how do you do that?
A number of different ways, primarily metal detectors.
So are there metal detectors available that are good under the water? I mean,
Yes, ma'am. There are many metal detectors that are available that are completely usable in the water.
so I want to draw your attention, please, to this summer, I guess, and ask whether you guys were, whether your boss, the person that is in charge of West Tennessee dive, search and rescue, contacted you and others and asked you to go to a road in Decatur County. John?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where were you asked to go?
We were asked to, originally I was contacted by my chain of command to ready a team for a deployment for a shallow water evidence search.
Ready a deployment, does that mean go to a,
No, ma'am. Ready a deployment would be prepared to move.
okay, so did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, where did you guys go?
We rendezvoused with agents from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation at a truck stop at exit 126 on I-40.
And once you went to exit 126 at I-40, did you guys all caravan or go to a different location?
We left from there, led by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation agents, to a location on Joe Holiday Road,
And what location in particular on Joe Holiday Road?
near the intersection of Bible Hill Road, sometimes also known as Holiday Road.
And what were you briefed on? What were you asked to look for?
When we arrived on that scene, we were briefed by Agent Booth of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation that we were there to conduct a search of a drainage feature, ditch, creek, stream, whatever you want to call it, that ran alongside of Joe Holiday Road. We were there particularly to search for a piece of evidence that was described to us as being a weapon, further described as a handgun, further described as a revolver.
All right. So how did you begin your search?
We assembled the teams together at the location on the north end of the drainage feature, creek, et cetera, near the crossing over of the box culvert there on the Holiday Road or Bible Hill Road, depending on what name you want to call it, at the north end of the Joe Holiday Road. We began at that point. We dispersed our teams from north to south, approximately 100 yards apart, and our projected area of search was only within the bounds of the water itself.
This was the end of May, I believe. of this
May
year.
the 25th.
Did all of you begin at the same point and go out, or did you start at different points? How did you do that?
No, ma'am, we overlapped our teams. We began with one team at the bridge at the north end of the drainage feature. We deployed a team approximately 100 yards south of there in the middle, and we deployed another team 100 yards south of that, would be to the south team. And we began from that point, headed south, so we had overlapping search areas to cover the area completely.
And may I assume, and tell me if I can't, that while searching, your underwater metal detectors picked up things that weren't a handgun?
Absolutely.
So if you hear a beep or a buzz or whatever, then what did y'all do to see what that particular thing was?
Our primary first order was to identify any metallic object that the metal detector said that it was passing over. Our objective was to dig every hit. In other words, we were going to identify every piece of metal that we could possibly identify within the bounds of that drainage feature.
All right, and then once a detector went off, and you would
Stop, find out what it was,
so by digging it up.
whatever means necessary.
Okay, I'm asking you.
Yes, ma'am. Whatever means necessary, we would dig it to actually identify with our eyes what that piece of metal was.
All right, I'm going to ask you to look at this picture. You recognize it?
Yes, I recognize that picture.
What is it?
That would be a picture of the drainage feature in question with two members of my team and Agent Booth also in the drainage feature during our search efforts.
Ask this to be marked as the next number.
We're at 200.
I'm going to publish that just so the jury knows what it looks like. So you guys are out there in rubber boots, digging along, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's the person in the forefront?
Would be
Just get those beside you. That would help enough, I believe. So.
as we're looking at the picture, to the far right of the photograph is a team member of mine, Chad Gillum. He's a career firefighter and EMT in Henderson County Fire Department. In the middle is Samantha Deaton. She's a biology student at Jackson State Community College. And then, of course, on the left is Agent Booth of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
So how long were you out there?
From the time we started till terminus?
I'm sorry,
From the time we started till the time we finished?
yes,
Approximately 4.5 hours.
okay. So and when you say to the time we finished, what made you stop doing what you were doing?
We located a metal object that was later identified as a revolver.
You say we located.
That is correct.
Who located it?
My team located it.
Who was on your team?
I was on my team, and Mr. Chad Gillum that is shown in the photograph, and also Miss Samantha Deaton is also shown in the
So you
photograph.
all three found it at the same time?
We were all three within a 1 foot radius of each other.
All three using underwater metal?
One metal detector, and the other two people were actually identifying the objects that were detected by the metal detector.
So when it beat this time, you dug down?
No, ma'am. There was no digging involved. The object was laying on the surface, on the surface of the bottom of the drainage feature underwater, approximately 15 inches.
So what'd you do?
The metal detector cited that it was over top of a large iron-based object, and by that I mean that the metal detectors make different noises depending on what type of metal it thinks it's over top of.
Okay.
When it made the sound that it was over top of a large iron-based object, I reached into the water with my gloved hands. I retrieved the object that was underneath the metal detecting search coil.
Mhm.
As I brought it toward the surface of the water, when it got within about 3 inches of the surface of the water, the outline of a revolver was clearly identifiable.
And what'd you do at that point?
I put the item back on the bottom of the drainage feature, back where it was originally, notified the agents of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Agent Booth was the closest, approximately 15 feet from our location. He came to our place of where we were at, and I once again reached in, grabbed the item, brought it up from the bottom of the drainage feature until it was clearly visible about 3 inches below the surface to him that it was clearly the outline of a revolver.
If an object like a revolver appears to have been in the water for some period of time, do you just pull it up and dry it off and put it in a bag, or you do something else?
No, ma'am. Our protocols are for any evidence that we recover in the water remains in the water until we are advised by law enforcement agency to remove it from the water.
And once removed, is it put in a bucket with water?
It is always maintained in a container with the ambient water, the water around where it was discovered, in that container as well to maintain the evidence.
I'm gonna show you 2 more pictures. And without showing them to the jury, just tell me if you recognize, these 2 pictures.
I do.
What is the first one?
That is a picture of the location where the object was found. That is a picture of the actual object.
All right. Whose hands are handling that?
Those hands are my hands that are handling that.
All right. We'll ask these be marked as the next 2.
All right, the 201, 202.
And I don't know if you've ever seen this or not, that you're the one that found it. Tell me whether or not looking at this picture, if you recognize that, if that appears to be the same,
That does appear to be the same item that we found that night. Yeah, definitely, yes.
just removed from the water.
Yes.
I'm gonna ask that be marked as the next one, Judge.
So it'd be 203.
Show those to the jury one at a time.
You can show them now.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and get next row lights.
It's kind of hard to see,
A little bit.
but you can see better on the picture itself. Okay, whose arms are these?
Those are my arms.
Right, and what do you have in your hand right now?
That is the revolver that we found at the bottom of the drainage feature.
All right, was that placed in this bucket?
It was. This was at the time when Agent Booth had brought the container for us to put the evidence in and had requested that we remove the evidence to the top of the water so that this particular photograph could be taken prior to us putting it into the bucket that had the ambient water in it to contain the evidence.
All right, next one, please. And is this you guys, I guess, removing it to actually put it into the
That, yes, ma'am. That is me with the shirt on that says West Tennessee Dive Rescue and Recovery on the back.
This guy right here?
That is me.
Right.
And that is at the point where just prior to the previous picture was taken, that is where I'm bringing the object up for that previous photograph to be taken.
Right, and the last one. And is this what the gun looked like?
That is what the gun looked like when it came up off of the out of the ditch or out of the drainage feature. Yes, ma'am.
I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination.
Can you please tell me how far under the water the gun was located?
Approximately 15 inches.
So the water was 15 inches deep?
At that point, yes, ma'am, it was about 15 inches deep.
And how far down under the soil?
It was laying on top of the substrata, on top of the soil. It was not submerged underneath any silt or sediment.
Okay. Could you see it from the creek, or was the water too deep to see it?
The water was too deep and also too murky to be able to visually see the bottom at that depth.
No further questions.
Done. Are you done with him?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Let me just ask you,
Yes, sir.
did you encounter any bad things going in there?
Yes, Your Honor. One of my members did encounter a venomous reptile.
Okay, that's enough.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I just had to know that.
I know that, sir. Thank you.
You're free to go.
Thank you, sir.
We're going to release him from our subpoena, Your Honor.
You're free to go, period, okay? Thank you. 30. I beg your pardon. This is the 30th witness. Next witness, please.
State calls Agent Servinia Braswell.
I think that's why I'm going to 30th witness. She doesn't count.
I do. I'm gonna look.
What's she showing? She's showing 33. Did what? I just messed it up somewhere. Right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated, state your name first and last, and spelling for the benefit of the court reporter.
Cervinia Braswell, CerviniaBraswell.
Ms. Braswell, where do you work?
I'm employed by the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. I'm a special agent assigned as a forensic scientist to the Firearms Identification Unit.
And where is your office? Where's your crime lab located?
My office is in Memphis, Tennessee, in the Shelby Farms area.
How long have you been a special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
Approximately 12 years.
And what are your duties there at the TBI as a forensic scientist?
I examine fired bullets, cartridge cases, shot shells, and other ammunition components to determine the specific firearm that they were fired in, as well as examining those firearms to make sure that they're functioning properly, and if they're not, to attempt to get them back in working order.
Tell us the jury about your educational background.
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree from the University of Mississippi in forensic chemistry. After graduating, I worked for the Shelby County Medical Examiner's Office as a forensic scientist. In September 2005, I came to the TBI Crime Lab and underwent training in firearms identification. This involved a 2-year on-the-job training program involving the microscopic examination of over 1,000 fired bullets, cartridge cases, shot shells, and other ammunition components to determine the specific firearm that they were fired in, as well as examining those firearms. I trained under 7 court-qualified firearms examiners with over 100 years of combined experience. I'm also trained in muzzle-to-garment distance determination, serial number restoration, and tool mark identification. As part of that training, I also toured many of the firearm manufacturing plants located throughout the Northeast United States, as well as the Remington and Winchester ammunition plants and the Tennessee Cartridge Company. I was able to see firsthand how those different manufacturers make their products and the marks that those machining processes they use leave on the firearms and the ammunition components.
You testified as an expert witness in the courts of Tennessee during your time as a special
Just
agent.
qualifications.
All
All right.
You we would therefore send to her as
All right, the
firearms.
court's open, I
examination.
seek express her opinion.
Agent Braswell, did you have occasion to examine a firearm that was brought to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation by Special Agent Brent Brewer?
I did.
I'll show you a picture of what's been previously marked as Exhibit 203. My approach with
You may.
you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
This is a picture of the right-hand side of the revolver that was brought in by Agent Booth.
I'm going to show you another photo and ask if you can identify that.
I can.
What is that?
That's the left side of the revolver.
I'm saying that's this be introduced into evidence as Exhibit 204.
Be 204. You may.
This is the other side of that gun.
It is.
What did you do when you received that weapon?
Well, when a rusted firearm comes into the laboratory that has been either submerged in water or exposed to wet environments, they require immediate attention. And this is to prevent any further damage or corrosion to the firearm. So this firearm was submitted by Agent Booth to the evidence receiving unit, where it came back to the firearms identification unit. The first priority in examining these type of guns is to make sure the gun's unloaded. And in this case, you can see that the cylinder is rusted closed. So in order to open that, to remove any cartridges that were in there, the gun had to be soaked in a penetrating oil and a rust remover. The gun soaked for approximately 30 minutes, where I removed the gun from the solution. I was able to tap the cylinder open with a rawhide mallet. At that time, This particular gun, the cylinder holds, has 7 chambers. 5 of those chambers were loaded with 32 auto caliber cartridges. 2 of those chambers were empty. I unloaded the gun at this time and put the gun back into the
You said
solution.
2 were what?
2 were empty.
Empty. Okay.
Put the
No
revolver,
casing, cylinders empty.
5 cartridge cases and 2 empty cylinders
Okay,
or chambers. Sorry.
gotcha.
Gun held 7,
Yes.
had 5 in it,
Yes.
2 empty.
Yes.
All right, once you made the gun safe and took the ammunition out of it, what did you do?
I put the revolver back into the solution, and this was late Friday afternoon on May 26th. And it remained in the solution until Tuesday morning when I came into work on May 30th. At that time, I removed the revolver out of the solution, and all the hammer and the trigger were starting to move a little bit, and a lot of the rust was gone at that time. So I cleaned the gun with a gun solvent, and the purpose of that was to remove any of the remaining oil from the solution that it was soaking in, as well as being able to get into the tighter areas such as up inside or underneath the trigger where it goes up into the frame, as well as where the hammer connects down into the frame to remove any other debris that was there. At that point, the gun was now in operable condition. So I was able to test fire the gun. I was able to fire 32 S&W long cartridges, which is what the gun's chambered for, as well as 32 auto caliber cartridges, which is what the cylinder was loaded with when the gun was recovered.
What kind of gun is it?
It's an Arminius is the brand. The model is a HW5, and it's a 32 S&W long caliber revolver.
And it's loaded with 32 auto cartridges.
Yes.
Those are the same caliber, but different what?
They're a different caliber. They have different names, but the diameters of the bullets are really close, and so they are interchangeable. They will or can be fired in this revolver.
Major Braswell, I want to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 180. Ask if you can identify. Is that the box you received?
It is. It's got a barcode that was generated by my laboratory with a unique laboratory case number, exhibit number. It's got my initials and date when I made this package. And it's got my evidence tape and initials where I sealed the package when I was done with my examination.
Open that up. Is that the gun that you tested?
It is.
Agent Braswell, also in that box is Exhibit 181 that's been marked out for identification previously. Do you recognize what Exhibit 181 is?
I do.
What is that?
This is the 532 auto cartridges that were loaded in this revolver when it was recovered.
You know, at this time, the state.
It's in evidence.
Thank you. I have it back. I'll put those back in my file when we get to the court reporter too. Exhibit 181. Special Agent Braswell, I'd like to show you 2 more pictures and ask if you can identify those.
I can.
You can?
Yes.
You beat me to it before I turned around. What are those?
This is the right side and left side of that same revolver after it had been soaked and cleaned.
And those are pictures of the gun that's in the box.
It is.
You know, the state would ask if those be marked.
205 and 206.
Thank you. 205 will be the one facing right. 206, the one facing left. I publish those.
You may. We'll get the lights.
Special Agent Bradley, Exhibit 205 is on the screen. Tell the jury what they're seeing.
This is the right side of the revolver that you saw in my previous pictures. This is after I cleaned it.
And 206.
And this is the left side of that same revolver.
Did you prepare a report of your examination of this firearm?
I did.
I'll show you another exhibit next. You can identify that.
I can. This is a true and exact copy of the report that I generated for this case.
I'll stay with that be moved into
Yeah,
evidence.
and evidence 207.
All right, so we have the pictures of the weapon as you got it and as you cleaned it.
Yes.
And you test fired both the 32 S&W long as well as the 32 Auto.
Yes,
And the gun worked with both.
it did.
It's designed to work with both, or can work with both.
It can work with both.
Explain to the jury how you go about testing that firearm.
Well, I will open the cylinder, load cartridges in there, close the cylinder, and I have a water tank. It's a large tank filled with water that I shoot the gun into. And that allows me to get bullets that I know came from that gun and cartridge cases that I know came from that gun. So if there's any evidence to compare later down the road, I will have that gun's, what we call a mechanical fingerprint, available to look at on those bullets and cartridge cases.
Thank you. No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Agent. My name is Jerry Gonzalez. I'm with the defense team. I'm going to try and win the award for the most loud-speaking attorney. So we'll see how I do. On your report, you mentioned a regional NIBIN system.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
The regional NIBIN system, it's the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network. And what that is a system that we put test-fired cartridge cases in. We put the cartridge cases in, and the system takes digital pictures of those cartridge cases. And those images are sent off to a regional hub, and that hub will send back correlations or a list of possible firearm or other cases that may be associated with that particular gun, may have that same mechanical fingerprint present.
So is putting it another way, is it used to help solve other crimes, for example, where you have a bullet but you don't have a gun, and then you find the gun, so you shoot it and you see if the two bullets match?
It can be, but it's on cartridge cases only.
Okay.
No bullets.
The cartridge cases.
Yes.
Right. But so rephrasing that, it's if you have a cartridge case from an unsolved crime, for example, and you find a gun, you shoot the gun with cartridge cases to see if the two cartridge cases match.
Yes. If you don't know that two cases are linked, that's a way to be able to see if other cases are involved.
Right. And then you can say this gun is correlated with this other casing that was found in the crime scene, for example.
Right. And then at that point, all the evidence from both scenes would be brought in, and those would be examined under a comparison microscope by a trained firearms examiner.
Now, do you know if there was a 32 casing found in this case?
Not to my knowledge.
There was not, right?
Not to my knowledge. No.
So when you were shooting it to get the casing out of the water tank, you weren't really doing that to solve anything unknown about the Holly Bobo case. You were seeing if that gun would match with some other unknown case, right? Right, not unknown case, but another case other than the Holly Bobo case.
Correct. It's part of our protocol that if we have a firearm, we will test fire that firearm, and those cartridge cases are entered into the NIBIN system.
Do you remember what you used, what chemicals you used to clean the gun?
I do.
Can you say what those chemicals were?
So I soaked, you talking about early start to finish?
Yes.
All right. The penetrating oil is called canopinophyte. and that was mixed with a little bit of a vapor rust, which is a non-corrosive rust remover. And then when I removed the gun on May 30th, I cleaned it with Break Free and gun scrubber.
Did you use an air hose at all to remove excess oil, for example?
No.
Give me 1 minute. Where is, if you know, where is the Arminius gun manufactured?
Germany.
So it's a German-made gun.
It is.
Do you know what year it was?
I do not.
Thank you. That's all I have.
The NIBIN system, you sent your results and put that in the system.
I did.
There were no associations.
That's correct.
Maybe in the future, if there's an association, not here because we've got the gun, but that's put into the system in case something else comes up.
That's correct.
You're not aware of anything else coming up yet in this case.
I don't.
I don't want to belabor this, but you got your bullet with you, the demonstration bullet.
I do.
Tell the jury the difference between the cartridge casing and the bullet.
Your Honor,
Yes.
can I stand up?
Yes.
So this entire,
Angel, can you just step over here? This might be able to see.
Get the other lights.
You're on the cover of the projector too.
so the entire component is the cartridge. It's made of a bullet, the gunpowder inside the cartridge case, and a primer. So what happens when the gun is fired? In this case, the hammer will move forward and push the firing pin through the breech face, and that strikes the back of the primer in this area. That creates a spark. That spark lights the gunpowder inside the cartridge. When enough pressure is built up, it forces that bullet out of the cartridge and down the barrel of the firearm. As the bullet travels down the barrel, that gun's mechanical fingerprint is scraped along the side of the bullet. So those are the marks that we would look at under the microscope to examine bullets together. The firing pin and the marks around on the breech face, which is the block of metal that surrounds the firing pin, are what mark the back of the cartridge case. It's that same pressure that forces that bullet down the barrel, forces that cartridge case back up against that breech face. So we look at those marks under the microscope to see if two cartridge cases were fired from the same gun or a particular gun. So the cartridge cases are what is entered into NIBIN.
Even though you didn't have a cartridge casing or a spent bullet that you could have in comparison, you were able to determine that the firearm didn't work.
Yes.
One more.
Okay.
Were you able to read the serial number on the weapon?
I was.
Did you associate that serial weapon with any other known or unknown crimes?
I don't run the serial number, our agent does.
Do you have any information that would help you answer that question?
I do not.
All right, thank you.
All right, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
We get her report.
We did enter
It
a
was in
report
evidence. I want to make sure it's here.
207.
Okay.
And your Patron.
Yeah. We're advising back and forth. We're probably ahead of schedule, but this is a logical breaking time. It'll let you get a little rested and relaxed, and then those are.
Dorris.
All right, thank you. You can proceed.
Doris, what do you do for a living?
I clean houses.
Did you have the opportunity to clean the house of Miss Dottie in Decatur County, Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
Miss Dottie was the owner of Dottie's BP and Marine.
Yes, sir.
I'll take you back to April 13, 2011, the day Holly Bobo was taken. You remember that day?
Yes.
What were you doing that day?
I was cleaning Miss Dottie's house.
Was Mr. Victor Dinsmore there?
Yes, sir.
What time did you arrive that morning?
Probably between 8 and 9.
Mr. Dinsmore, was he there before you got there?
I'm not quite sure which one of us got there first.
Was he there that morning with you?
Oh, yes,
And how long were you at Miss Dottie's house?
till about 5 that afternoon.
Mr. Dinsmore there until that afternoon?
Yes, sir.
Did some people visit that afternoon?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened that afternoon.
Okay, it was probably between 2:30 and 3:30. I was headed to the laundry room, and she has 2 sliding glass doors. And I seen images, so I kind of backed up and looked, and I seen 3 guys by a pickup truck talking to Victor
Where were they, these 3 guys in the pickup, where were they talking to Victor?
out in the front, in the driveway at Dottie's. That would be behind the house.
The driveway comes up around the side of the house toward the back.
Yes, sir.
Victor was in the back talking to these
What
3.
time did you say?
Between 2:30 and 3:30.
Between 2:30 and 3?
Yeah, what I can remember.
Okay, I didn't quite understand you. I heard you say it.
And you saw only 3 people in addition to Mr. Dinsmore in the back.
Yes, sir.
Do you know who one of those 3 people was?
Yes, sir.
Who was one of those 3 people?
Jason Autry.
How do you know who Jason Autry is?
Actually, I know his mother.
So you knew who Mr. Autry was?
Yeah.
How tall was Mr. Autry?
Tall.
Tall.
Hmm.
Do you know what they were talking about?
I have no idea.
See any other activity in the back?
No, sir.
Pass witness, right?
Bro,
Hello, Ms. Doris. My name is Jennifer Thompson. Debbie, I'm sorry, Dottie, Miss Dottie, everyone's referring to her as Miss Dottie, but her name is Dottie Cooley, isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this day that you were there with Victor Dinsmore, you had not met Victor Dinsmore before that day, had you?
No, I hadn't.
And you didn't know him before?
No.
And so how is it that have you met him since or seen him since?
I've seen him maybe a couple of times, and that's it.
What other times have you seen him?
There was one time my husband used to work at the Shell gas station at the interstate. I was there, and he come in and got gas then, and that was probably it. We actually worked 2 days together at Dottie's.
Okay. No further questions.
no.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Doris, you may be excused, or if you wish to join us in the courtroom, you may do so.
Thank you.
You're free to go, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right, next.
Mike Frizzell.
Frizzell
Frizzell.
with an F.
With an F.
I'm gonna have you spell it anyway.
Absolutely. There's some Z's and there's some L's.
Raise your right hand, sir. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do, sir.
Be seated, state your first and last name, and spell it for the benefit of the court.
My first name is Michael, Michael. Last name is Frizzell, Frizzell.
Before I start questioning, Your Honor, I'm going to make an announcement to the court, to the jury, with the consent of the defense. There will be stipulations entered later in this trial with regard to the authenticity of records that Agent Frizzell is going to testify about. We've done that on both sides to speed this up. There's also going to be provided.
Same stipulations be provided the other way.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Both of their records, our records. Also, even to speed it up faster, there's going to be a list provided to the jury of telephone numbers with the people whose telephones that belongs to, provided to the jury later as well. Individuals that Mr. Frizzell testified about today, but other individuals that the defense may be interested in. But we've done all that, try to speed. Both sides have done all that, try to speed everything up.
I really appreciate it, and the attorneys are aware I've tried to encourage where we could, and I really appreciate that.
We're here to talk today about phone numbers and a bunch of stuff like that. Agent Frizzell, is that right?
Yes, sir.
It's Saturday. None of us want to be here. All right. We've been in this trial for a week. So some of this stuff may be dry. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
We're going to work and get through it. Okay.
Okay.
Sure had an opportunity to coffee up this morning.
Oh, good. Good.
Of course, that might bring up another issue. You might have to take a break at some time. If you do, just let me know, okay?
Agent, can you tell us who you are, what you do?
I'm an assistant special agent in charge with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, part of our technical services unit. I'm also assigned to the FBI as a task force officer and on the child sexual exploitation task force. And I am a member of the CAST team, which is a cellular analysis survey team for the FBI.
And to do those things in particular, or part of those duties include looking at call detail records, and that is records produced regarding telephone.
That's correct, yes.
To do that, have you had special training, special education?
I have. It's CAST training is about a 5.5 week program, and that consists of a 2-day basic course. If you pass that, you get invited to a 1 week advanced course. It's very intense, long. And then if you pass that, you get invited to a 4 week certification course. And that consists of being trained, looking at records, and engineers from each major cell phone provider comes in and teaches us things.
Your Honor, if it would speed things up, we're willing to stipulate that he's an expert in the area of cellular telephone tracking.
Let the records over
Yes,
the
sir. In fact, you've testified as an expert with regard to historical call detail records many times in the past.
Yes, sir, I have.
You've looked at these things many times in the past.
That's correct.
Have you prepared a report for us today?
Yes,
Does that report include analysis of certain phone numbers that we asked you to look at
it does. Yes,
for certain time periods?
that's correct. Yes.
Would that report aid in your testimony here today?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, I would offer that as evidence this time. The state's next number exhibit.
The exhibit 208.
That's this report right here.
Okay, let me show it to Ms. Thompson.
I can see.
Your Honor, I have extra copies if you'd like to have one to go along with.
I'd love to.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
We've got this, I'm going to publish this as we go, Judge, via this projector and a PowerPoint. The PowerPoint's the same as the report.
All right, he said he showed you the lights. We get a new person every day. Kill that and then kill that row.
All right, obviously this is just the cover page of the report, is that right?
That's correct.
We've got 3 telephone numbers there, is that correct?
It is.
That will be the light level. You're still going to be able to see your report.
Oh, yes, sir. I can see it fine. Thank you.
And would you agree to me, we're going to talk a lot about these three numbers as we go through this report.
Yes, we are.
The top number being the number that belongs to Zach Adams.
That's correct.
The second number being the number that belongs to Jason Autry.
That's correct.
And the third number being the number that belongs to the victim, Holly Bobo.
That is correct.
Yes. Yeah, yes. You've got the advancer.
I have it.
Oh, you go.
I can operate it for you, or you can have it.
No, you're better than me.
Okay, you just tell me which one you want to go
I tried
to.
to use an easel instead.
Sure, you just tell me which page you want, and I'll get us there.
All right, let's go on. All right, this provides background, what was asked for, and need you to explain what kind of records we're looking at, what we're doing with them, stuff like that.
Well, phone records, these are all ATT phone records, all three of these numbers. And so they'll come in a certain format you can see on a slide to come that explains how to read those records. And once we get there, it'd be easier for me to show.
Go ahead.
Okay. So here on page 4. So this is an example. So the first column to the left is the date. The second column is the connection time that call was made or received. Then the seizure time. So what that is the ring time when the person hits the send button on the phone when they make a call. So that's the ring time. And then you see the originating number, that's who placed the call. Terminating number, that's who received the call. The duration is in seconds, minutes and seconds. In this case, you'll see the top one's 16:0:16, so that's 16 seconds. You see the next one down 3:39, that's 3 minutes and 39 seconds. Then you see the calling party number, that's the person that placed the call. Then there's an IMEI, that's called a International Mobile Equipment Identifier. That's a unique identifier to the actual phone handset itself. Then the next column is called an IMSI, International Mobile Subscriber Identity. That is a number specific to a SIM card that you plug into the phone. So that is specific to a subscriber. So the equipment identifier is the phone itself. SIM card is the subscriber identity. And then there's some transaction type codes here. And then the last column is the cell location. So that's the cell tower that was used. The first number, like in this top one, is 1609. Ma'am, can you hear me okay? The cord's a little short. Let's try it this way. 1609, that identifies what we call a LAC, a location area code. The next number past that is actually the cell ID, the tower number. The first 4 numbers, 3152, is the tower number, and the last number, in this case 2, is the sector that was used. Then AT&T does it backwards. They have longitude, then latitude. That's the location for the tower itself, and then the azimuth of the sector.
You're going to explain to us here in a second the basis of how a cell phone tower works, what it means about these sectors. We're going to hear that in a minute. Is that right?
Sure. Yeah.
With regard to records like this that you got these, you said, from AT&T.
AT&T, yes.
And by these records, I can tell what phone called what other phone.
That's correct.
It records the sender and the receiver.
That's correct.
I can tell how long this call lasted for.
That's correct.
Now, can I tell how long they talked or just how long this call lasted for?
How long it lasted for.
Okay, so if I see, for instance, that 16-second call at the start, that could be 16 seconds worth of talking. Is that right?
That's correct.
Or that could be just 16 seconds of ringing.
No, it's going to be a connection time. So it's connected at this point.
Okay.
So that's 16 seconds of something that went on.
Okay, so that's 16 seconds after the ring.
That's right.
Okay.
Calls
so
answered.
The ringing is if I go up to the seizure, over to the left, the seizure time.
That's correct.
Okay. So for that first call, just if we were going to try to do this. His first call, there was 27 seconds of ringing. Is that right?
Hit the send button 27 seconds before it's
All
answered.
right. And then there's an answer and there's some, whatever's happened on the phone for 16 seconds.
That's correct.
And you're given information regarding the actual phone that makes this call.
Yes.
And you're given information with regard to the SIM card, I guess, that is responsible for the call, or the account.
Yes, so the phone is the IMEI. So just remember EI, equipment identifier. So equipment being the handset. And then the last one, IMSI, just remember SI, subscriber identity. So that's the SIM card that goes in the actual handset.
And then you're given information about what tower this cell phone utilizes.
That's correct.
And information about, I know we don't know where it is yet, but information about what sector on that tower.
That's correct.
Okay, well, explain for us sectors, towers, trying to use these records to get a general idea about where a phone is at a particular time.
Generally speaking, towers are set up in sectors so the providers can offer more capacity. So there's 360 degrees that they have to cover. So think of a compass, or the clock on the back of the wall is a good example back here. So generally a sector covers 120 degrees. That's not always the case, but generally speaking, that's the way that so we can get 120s to make 360. So let's take, for example, if you'll look at the clock on the back of the wall. So if I see an azimuth of,
I don't know what that is.
that's, just think of a compass. So compass 0 to 360 all the way around. So like the clock on the wall, 12 being straight up north. So if I see 0 as the azimuth, that is going to be the center point of that sector. So I'm looking down the center and I want to go 60 degrees to the left, 60 degrees to the right. 60 makes 120. So 12 o'clock being 0, if I wanted to make just from 12 to 4, so each hour hand would represent 30 degrees on a compass. So 1 would be 30 degrees, 2 would be 60, 3, 90, 4, 120. If I had it set that way, from 12 to 4 would make 120. That'd be sector 1. From 4 to 8 o'clock, be coming on around, that'd be my next 120 sector. That would be sector 2. And then from 8 o'clock back to 12 o'clock is my final 120 sector. It'd be sector 3.
So I think I got it. I'm like a cell phone tower, right? I'm divided into 3, what we're calling sectors. Is that right?
That's right.
And I'm listening, or whatever they call it, sort of like this, out this direction.
That's correct.
And I'm listening like out this direction.
That's correct.
And then I listen out like this direction.
That's correct.
So I've got a total listen to the whole circle.
Listen to the whole circle.
It's divided into 3.
That's correct.
So can you use records like this and tower information having to do with what you just explained, the sectors, to get a general idea about where a certain phone is at a particular time?
So when a phone, it has activity on the network, is in a call, receiving a call, text message, some sort of activity on the network, it's going to populate in the call records, the call detail records, which tower was used and which sector it was used during that event, that communication event. So we can get an idea about which side of that tower was being used, and we can get a general idea of the geographic location the phone is in. We can't give an exact location.
And you said if there's activity?
Must be activity. So example, this phone is off. This is my phone. But if it were on, it would be in idle mode. I'm not doing anything with it. It's not going to show anything in a call detail record because it's just in idle mode. And so I have to do something. I have to either make a call, receive a call, initiate a data session, something like that.
So right now, if somebody was trying to figure out where your cell phone is by looking at your records, after today, and your phone's off right there in your pocket right now, there'd be no way of knowing.
No.
Okay. You have to actually be getting a call or placing a call or text or some activity.
Some sort of activity for it to populate in the call record, yes.
Let's explain one more thing for me, and then we're going to get to the meat of things. Okay. You said activity. Okay. I place a call, receive a call, send a text, get a text. That counts as activity.
Yes.
Is there also occasions where phone company can ping a phone or somehow create activity or something?
They can try to get a location for a device. It's a common word that's used around. It's called ping. It's a location-based services. So to ping a phone, what they're trying to do at law enforcement, we use it at these things in AMR alerts, fugitive cases and things like that to try to pin down a tighter location for a phone rather than just based on a sector. Then they try to triangulate. If they can pull information from more than one tower for a device, we get a more accurate location. If they only pull it, we're able to get it from one tower, then it's not so accurate. So what we can do then with that information, in of itself, it helps us some. But if we can take that information to get a larger and better picture based on what witnesses have told us in a crime, or say if it's a fugitive, we're looking for somebody, do they live in that area? Do they have acquaintances in that area? Is there evidence that was found in that area? That gives us a better picture as to what's happening.
All right, so I want to understand this. We actually have heard a little bit of testimony about this already, but I want to understand this. If AT&T or whoever your provider is pings the phone because we're interested, where is it? Somebody's missing or whatever it is, and they ping a phone. Does that give me like a spot on this earth where that phone is? Is it like GPS or something?
No, it's not GPS. GPS is satellite based. This is network based, cell tower, ground based things. So they're trying to get, let's say you're a tower and I'm a tower, and the officer over here in the corner is a tower. If it pulls from all three towers based on a device, based on timing, so signal goes out from you, your signal gets to the handset and gets back to you at a certain time. I'm the next tower and it goes out, comes back at a different time. His is the third. It gets us a better location, but it's not an exact location.
So it's not like AT&T can push a button. And for instance, if I was interested in where your phone, and they push a button and tell you, all right, Mike Frizzell's phone is in the courthouse right here in Savannah.
With newer technology now, it gets a little better. With technology back in 2011 in that area, not so much.
Instead, from what I understood, is they'll give you a possible area.
They call it confidence level, and so they give us a radius they'll give us a latitude and longitude to plot. Again, that's not GPS. That's just a best guess estimation, and they'll give us a confidence rating, they call it, based in meters, and that's a radius. So we go out the radius from both sides of that point. Now we have our circle, and we can concentrate in that area for what we're looking for.
So ping Mike Frizzell's phone in 2011, and there's going to be a big circle of a possible area. It's probably a good idea to start looking.
In this case particularly, yes. More urban areas, more towers, it gets smaller.
We're going to get into the meat of things, but first I want to just make one thing clear at the start. Okay. At the time of this abduction, all right, when I asked that, let's say 7:30 to a few minutes after 8 o'clock. Okay. At the time of this abduction, looking at cell phone records and tower information, do we have any idea where Zach Adams' phone is, where Shane Austin's phone is, where Dylan's Adams' phone is, or where Jason Autry's phone is?
No.
And why is it that we have no idea at the time of the abduction?
Well, there was nothing reflected in the call detail records for those phone numbers you just mentioned. So didn't see any activity. So there's nothing for us to find there. Now, there's reasons that could be. Either their phones were turned off, just like mine is now, or it was on, but there was just not any calls being placed or received, or it was in a service, in an area that it could not receive service.
So with regard to all the defendants at the time of the abduction, either their phones are off, they're not having any activity, or they're in areas where they don't get coverage.
That's correct.
You can proceed to slide 8. We'll just go ahead and get to the all right. Told you it was going to be maybe a little dry, but we're going to do this, okay?
Okay.
Tell me what we're looking at. What box should we start with? What these symbols, where should we start? And we'll start explaining stuff from the first one.
Well, what this represents is what you've already identified as the victim's phone.
All right, so this is her phone number, Holly Bobo.
731-549-7352. That is correct.
And we're looking for, it looks like we're looking at a period of time.
Period of time from 7:30 a.m. to through 9:06 a.m. on April 13th, 2011.
All right, and where do we start?
Well, let's look at 681 Swan Johnson Road. There's a little pink box there, and that's the location of the Bobo residence.
Okay.
On this map. So now you see different tower locations. I was wondering, would it be okay if I step down and point, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll try to speak up in a minute.
And just try to make sure the jury has a clear view of what you're pointing.
Yes, sir.
Would you rather use laser pointer or?
You know, lasers tend to get bothersome sometimes, I think. So what these represent a tower. Okay. This CID is called a cell ID. That's the tower identification number I talked about earlier. So 1253 is the tower number. This last number 1 is the sector that was used. So based on the information in the call records, I can tell you what that sector, which way is pointing. So this is what we're looking at. At 7:30 a.m., her phone was using this tower. And the rest of the times down through here, 7:31, 7:40, 8:07, 8:09, 8:10, and 8:11. But if you'll look, at 7:33, tower 1264, sector 1, was used at 7:33. So that's what these call out boxes represent, the phone calls at particular times. So we go from here at 12531, jumps down to here to the southern tower.
Does that mean that between 7:30 and
7:33?
Does that mean at 7:33 she had already moved necessarily?
I don't think so in this case, and this is why. Because it goes right back. We see towers being used all through here. There's probably a little area of coverage for this tower this way down here. Sometimes it's not always the closest tower that's used. Sometimes it's a little island of coverage. Most of the time, what a phone wants to do is use the strongest, cleanest signal when it makes a connection. So let me explain something. So like these chandeliers in the court, pretend like those are towers. So if I wanted to read my credentials right now, what I would want to do is use the best light, generally the closest tower. So that I can see the other towers. If this is my phone, I can see those, and sometimes I will connect ones for various reasons just a little further away.
So all these are towers and you're standing right there and you're using your cell phone. You may expect it to be on that tower right there.
I would, if we had lights on, this would be lit. That'd be the one I'd use.
But it could be on this tower right here
Could be.
and maybe even this one over here.
At times, it could.
Okay. So it's not a hard, if I understand it right, it's not a hard and fast, if I'm standing in a certain place, I'm necessarily going to utilize a certain tower.
That's correct, but most of the time it's going to be the closest, but not always.
Okay. And so we have Holly, 7:30-ish at this tower closest to her home. Is that correct? Holly's phone?
This one, and then at 7:53 and 7:59, this tower right in the town of Parsons, it's used. Then from the Parsons Tower, the 12573 is the one in Parsons. This one is in a community called Chesterfield. I'm very familiar with that community. It comes back over to that tower at 8:07, 7:40, 8:09. So after the 8 o'clock hour, it's still using this one. This has got a coverage area up here. Where we start seeing transition take place is at 8:17.
Okay. So
it moves north. It uses a tower several miles north of our house. This tower, 10962, is situated on Shiloh Road, right along Interstate 40, and I'm very familiar with that road as well.
Interstate 40 is north of her house?
Yes.
Okay.
So at 8:17 and again at 8:26, we know that phone used this southern facing sector for this tower on Shiloh Road.
And I see another tower over here.
That tower, 31523, is to the east of the Shiloh Tower, and it was used at 9:06 a.m.
Okay.
But, and all these are inbound calls after you can see incoming. All these are incoming calls. Nothing's going out. Only thing that went out was at 7:42, 7:33.
Okay. So she's not making any calls at this point. She's just, people are trying to call her or text her.
People trying to get contact with that phone, yes.
And at this point, we're up here, you said near the tower on Shiloh Road.
Shiloh Road, yes.
And then this tower here, which, where is this one located?
That's on Cox Road, but basically at the intersection of Highway 641 and Interstate 40.
And we're going to hear a little bit about later this community right here that I'm circling. What is this community?
Yellow Springs.
Yellow Springs. Okay. This is the information, if I'm right, that that you collected and looked at having to do with her towers.
That's correct.
Okay. You proceed to the next slide. Can you proceed to the next slide?
I did.
Oh, you did. I'm slow. We've heard testimony here. Well, let me just ask you. Did at some point, was AT&T asked to ping this phone?
Yes, the Gator County Sheriff's Office had that done, yes.
Okay. And the result of those pings were that later transmitted to you?
They were.
And tell us what we're looking at now.
So this is what the ping data would look like. So we have the blue dot, the little pin. So right here at 8:57, the location-based services or ping was obtained from AT&T.
Let me interrupt you. I know we want to hear about this, but right here we have what looks like what we saw before, this tower.
It's the same thing, same call.
Okay, so we've put on this chart, would you agree with me? We have the two towers that she utilized between 8:17 and 9:06, the ones that we just looked at,
That's correct.
the ones
The last
here.
one, the 826 actually on Shallow Road.
Okay. And the other one here near the Yellow Springs.
That's correct.
So that's the tower stuff that we've already seen.
Yes,
But now these blue dots show something different.
that's the pings.
Okay.
So the confidence rating that talked about earlier, this was 4,448 meters, almost 4,500 meters. That's a rather large radius. So we take that, go out 4,448 meters this direction, 4,448 meters the other direction. Now we have our circle.
Okay, we have our circle, and it's you can see it here. Is that
This
right?
first circle.
Yeah, this first one.
There's going to be some overlap.
Okay. And from a ping like this, I know that we have this pin here, and I assume in the middle of the circle. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, but could that phone be over here in the circle, over here in the circle, over here in the
Anywhere.
circle? It could be
Anywhere
anywhere,
in that
in that circle. So the ping doesn't tell you any information about where it is within the circle, just here's the circle you should draw.
That's correct.
Okay. And this ping is in what areas does this circle encompass?
That area is just a little bit south of the first one and a little bit east.
Oh, no, the first one. Let's just talk about the first one. What area of Tennessee, what area is that circle drawn in here?
That is along Interstate 40.
Okay, that's what,
I know this tower is right on, not exactly on it, but right at the Henderson County and Carroll County line.
okay.
So we're in northern Henderson County, southern Carroll County, and right over here somewhere close as Decatur County.
Okay. And we got Yellow Springs, is that right?
Yes,
And we've got Holiday.
that's right,
Okay.
which is Benton County.
And so her phone by 8:57 has made it north. And we've got a circle that encompasses a large area. Would you agree with me?
Yes,
To include Yellow Springs and Holiday.
that's correct.
All right, now there's a second ping.
Second one's at 9:02, 5 minutes later, 9:02 a.m.
Okay.
We have a 4,894 meter confidence rate.
Okay.
It's even larger.
And that's this big circle right here.
That's correct.
And again, we have a pin in the middle of the circle, right?
Yes,
But you would agree with me, this phone could be, and if you look at my laser, anywhere in this circle.
yes, but how these two overlap, they are 5 minutes apart. If I were searching, I would concentrate in the darker shaded because these two overlap.
I got you.
I would look in that area first.
And then the next ping is at what time?
9:10 a.m.
All right. And now we have what looks like to be an enormous circle.
7,100 meter confidence rate.
Okay. And again, we have the pin in the middle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So this phone could be anywhere. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is it any significance to the shared area right here?
Highway 641 goes right basically down this leg of this sector here, of that tower, and so that's 641. You can see it coming out here going down toward Parsons.
There's a fourth ping too that we'll look at later.
Yes.
Okay. Were there 4 pings total recovered, or I don't know the technical term, from her phone that morning?
4. Yes, that's it.
Let's go look at another phone. Next slide. Whose phone is this?
This is Mr. Adams' phone.
Mr.
731-733-0191.
Mr. Zach Adams.
Zach Adams, yes.
And you explained before the time Holly was taken, whatever time we want to say, 7:40, 7:50 that morning. Mr. Adams' phone had no activity on it.
That's
Is
right.
that correct?
That's correct.
What is the first activity on it once we get into the AM hours of 6, 7, 8, 9,
8:19.
8:19. So this is the first time that morning that this phone is utilized?
After the time you just established. With
Okay.
some around the midnight hour later, some around the almost 5 a.m. I believe, if I remember right, 4:54 and 4:58 a.m.
Okay, so if I'm Zach Adams' phone has activity on it after midnight, turning into April 13th. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then it also, if I heard you right, has activity on it in the early AM hours at 4:54.
I believe that's right. I will look, but I think that's correct, yes.
But then between 4:54 and through the time of the abduction up till 8:19 that morning, it has no activity.
That's correct.
So you can't tell us in that stretch where his phone was.
No, I cannot.
But at 8:19, we start getting some information.
We do.
And is that this box right here?
It is.
And this his first activity, is that reflected here in this 1819?
8:19.
Incoming call,
Incoming is actually SMS, short message service. That's a text message.
text message. And you're familiar with this number as Jason Autry's telephone, are you not?
733-2073, yes.
And then to Zach Adams, his number.
Yes.
So at 8:19, this was a text from Jason Autry to Zach Adams. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The next activity on the phone is at what time?
8:30.
8:30. And this is an outgoing text. Is that correct?
It is.
From Zach Adams to Jason Autry.
That is correct.
And there's actually even more communication between Mr. Autry and Mr. Adams shortly following that morning.
There is.
Up to 8:50. Is that 3 or my eyes?
8:53. It's a little blurry.
8:53.
Excuse me, 8:55.
8:55. So we have incoming call 8:53. We have outgoing call as Jason Autry. Incoming call Jason Autry to 8:55.
That's correct. And 8:53 is an incoming call from Jason Autry. And I recognize that 901 phone number there to be an ATT voicemail number. So that call went to voicemail.
Okay, so an incoming call from Jason that went to Zach Adams's voicemail.
That's correct.
And then an outgoing call to that number. And then an incoming call from that same number. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And all that's like 8:53, 8:55 that morning.
That's correct. And I'd like to explain something just a little bit more.
Okay.
So I've labeled these sectors 2 and 3 to make it easier to understand which sector we're talking about. It's broken out. Remember the last number is the sector. So these calls occurred in sector 2. This next block of calls, sector 3. The last block of calls back to sector 2.
Okay. And the fact that it's switching sectors, does that necessarily mean the phone is moving?
It could indicate that.
It could, but does it necessarily?
Doesn't necessarily mean that.
Okay, so just like we talked about before, when we were trying to find your phone, and we were saying, is it using that light or that light or that light? Because a phone uses sector 2 and then turns around and uses sector 3, that doesn't necessarily mean the phone's mobile.
That's right, it does not.
Okay. So this activity here at 8:19, you were explaining it was on sector 2?
2.
And what tower is this?
This is a tower located at Cox Road or near the intersection of Highway 641 and Interstate 40.
Okay. And that's what I know I keep on bringing you back to it, but that's the tower that services the community of Holiday. Is that correct?
Holiday, Yellow Springs.
In Yellow Springs. Okay. I see a little house here. What is this?
My fault, I should have labeled that. That is the Adams residence.
That's where Zach Adams,
Yes.
and we have Yellow Springs here.
Yes.
Okay. And then at 853, we're utilizing, it looks, a different sector.
That's correct.
But it's that same tower there, Holiday, Yellow Springs.
That's correct.
So between 819 and 853, 855, we're utilizing the same tower, the Holiday, Yellow Springs tower.
That's right.
The phone may or may not be mobile,
May or may not be.
and it's a tower that is close to his house, it appears,
It is.
and close to Yellow Springs.
It is.
After that, what time is that?
8:58.
Okay, so now we have a section of time proceeding 8:58 to 9:12. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And where's the phone then?
It's using sector 2 of the same tower.
Okay. So we got Zach's phone between 8:19 and 9:12 using the tower that services Holiday, Yellow Springs.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. So a general idea about where that phone is between 8:19, which is the first activity, and 9:12 is near that tower, Yellow Springs.
That's it.
Okay. But there's something else on this map too. We see these pinpoints. What's that?
Those are the pings we've discussed.
Okay, so we've put Holly's cell phone pings between that same time up here on the same map.
It did.
Okay. And her circle at 8:57 is right near that same tower that Zach's phone is using.
It's not too far away. That's right.
And that second circle at 9:12 is even closer to that tower that Zach's using.
It's closer, that's correct.
And when I say, and I misspeak sometimes, and I don't want to create a false impression, okay?
Okay.
If I say where Zach is, I'm actually talking about Zach's telephone. Is that correct?
I don't know who used the phone during these calls. I don't know where it was specifically.
And then her third ping at 9:10 is this big, huge circle. That includes the area here near Yellow Springs.
Yes.
So April 13th, 2011, between 8:19, which is the first time we know about on his phone, and 9:12, his phone is in the same general area as her phone is pinging.
That's correct.
Let's talk about, have you already advanced it?
No, sir.
All right.
Wait on instruction.
Go ahead and advance it.
The pages, I can't see it put off on this.
It's page 11. And I think, because we got ahead of each other talking, I think basically we're looking at the same thing here. Is that right?
We're looking at basically the same things. What this slide depicts is victim's phone and Zach Adams' phone. Between 8:17, 8:26 calls the victim's phone received, 9:06 calls that she received, and the calls we just discussed with Mr. Adams' phone.
Oh, I see the added information. Like you said, the last slide showed Zach Adams' phone's tower activity. Is that right?
That's correct.
At the same time, it showed her pings.
That's correct.
Does this slide show Zach Adams' tower activity at the same time as her pings and her tower activity?
It does. So I'm going to clear up this though. So the pink represents her, the blue represents the tower that he used. So this sector 3, I don't know what we're going to call this color. It's not pink, it's not blue, it's a combination of those two.
Okay, because I assume pink is for Holly.
Yes,
And so there's this tower that's utilized by Holly's phone.
yes.
And then there's this tower that's utilized by Holly's phone.
Holly's and Zach Adams.
And Zach's phone uses both sides of the same tower.
Yes, it does.
So there's actually a blue underneath this pink
It is.
because it's the same side of the tower and everything.
That's right.
All right, let's advance to the next slide. We're looking at a different phone now here, aren't we?
Yes, sir, we are.
Seeing this number. I was gonna try to steal that from you while you're.
Oh, no, you're not. Oh, you're trying to do like this.
The water.
Oh, water. Okay, water. We're going to have a problem here.
Whose phone are we looking at here?
This is Mr. Jason Autry's phone.
All right.
332073.
Did I tell you, I want to try to know where Jason Autry's phone was that morning?
You did.
All right. And what's his first activity?
6:50 a.m.
6:50 a.m. Outgoing text message. Is that right?
Text message.
And later we will, as stipulated too, later this other number will be recognized as belonging to Angela Scott Smith or Smith Scott. I always mess her name up, but Jason's girlfriend.
Okay.
This tower, where is this tower as far as in Tennessee?
That's up near Camden, Tennessee.
Camden.
Yes.
And that is a decent distance north of Holiday, north of all these places that we're talking about.
It is. I can guess. I've driven there. I'm gonna guess 15 miles rough.
Okay.
Maybe a little less, maybe a little more.
And it's actually not a, if you take back roads and stuff, not a unpretty drive. It goes through nature preserves and stuff like that. Is that right?
I don't know if that's preserved, but yes, it's a rural area. Yes.
So 6:50, outgoing text, and Mr. Autry's phone is up here in Camden. Is that right?
That is correct.
And we put an address on here. Go ahead.
310 Minko Hills Road, Camden, Tennessee.
And we've heard that's the home of Angela Scott.
Okay.
So this tower that's in that area.
It is. It's nearby.
And we're on the, what, we're giving the sector a name too?
Sector 2, that's going south.
Okay. And would that be consistent with Mr. Autry being in the area south of Benko Hills?
It would.
Could it also be consistent though? Because I know we're talking about general stuff.
Yes.
Could it also be consistent with Mr. Autry's phone being in the area north of Benko Hills?
Maybe. There could be what's called backflows. So the energy emitted on that sector would go toward the south, but it's not a pretty highway. So I want to make that clear. It's going to be, I don't have to describe it. I'll use a technical word called a blob. It's going to be kind of skewed and funny. Backflow, there could be some of that tower. They would go to the backside of that. I would expect it to use the other sector. It didn't in this case, if he were at that house at that time.
Okay. So the fact that he's using this sector, you would expect him not to be using that sector if it's 6:50 he was sitting inside Benko Hills.
That's right. I'd expect him to use the other sector.
And in fact, at 6:51, which is shortly after that, is that correct?
That's right. 1 minute.
We see him on this other tower.
That's right. So that tells me that most likely that phone is in between those two towers.
Okay. So in the area between these two towers below, south of Camden and her house.
That's correct.
After 6:51, is it fair to say we have no activity on Mr. Autry's phone until 8:19?
That's right.
So like we said at the very start, at the time of her abduction, we can't tell where Zach Adams' phone is, correct?
That's correct.
We can't tell where Mr. Jason Autry's phone is.
That's correct.
And we can't tell where Shane Austin's phone is.
That's correct.
And we can't tell where Dylan Adams' phone is.
That's correct.
They may have no activity or they may be on.
That's correct.
Or somewhere where they're not receiving any signal.
That's correct.
This next activity we have on Mr. Autry's phone, we've actually already looked at this on Zach's, is communication with Zach's phone.
That's
Is
right.
that correct?
That's correct.
At the time that phone is communicating with Zach's phone, what tower is Jason Autry using?
He's using the tower at Cox Road near Highway 641 and Interstate 40.
All right, well, is this the same tower we've been looking at quite a few times when we looked at Zach's phone and we looked at Holly's?
It is.
This is the tower near Yellow Springs and Holiday.
That's correct.
So by 8:19 through I can't read that time. 8:55, Jason Autry's phone is on the same tower as Zach Adams' phone.
Yes.
And as we've seen from the previous slide, Holly Bobo's.
Yes. Hers didn't use this one until 906.
906.
Yes.
We used the one, we got ping information before 906.
We did.
Okay. So it's the same tower as these circles that we've seen drawn all around this tower.
Yes.
Can we proceed to the next slide, Jim? All right, this is Jason's phone, right?
It is, yes.
Now what are we showing here?
This is activity from 9:42 a.m. through approximately 10:48 a.m.
Okay, so later on that morning, right?
On that morning.
Next activity at 9:42 a.m. through 10:48. What towers are we using now?
In 9:42, Mr. Autry's phone utilized the tower right over here. This is at the Birdsong exit in Interstate 40. Before the Tennessee River.
By the Tennessee River.
Yes.
So we were using one well west by Holiday and Yellow Springs.
Yes.
And now we're way out to this tower
To the east.
to the east and by the river.
That's correct.
Does that give you a general idea about where his phone is?
Well, we can see at 9:42, and I've labeled this sector use sector 7 at 9:42. And then nothing until 10:35. He uses the other side of the tower, sector 9, going back toward the west.
And could that be consistent with the phone moving from this area or being in this area and the next time it's used being in this area?
Well, in this case, yes.
Okay.
Because we see 10:35, 10:36, it's on sector 9, and then at 10:39, 3 minutes later, it's using the Cox Road Tower, 641 and I-40, just 3 minutes later. So somewhere in between the two, that indicates to me that the phone most likely was moving.
Go to the next slide. And we got this out of order. This is just something we talked about real quick. Zach Adams had activity on his phone early that morning. Is that right?
Yes, started earlier, but I began my analysis around 4:54 a.m. So 4:54, 4:58.
And at that time, he was using that tower by his house.
That's correct.
You proceed with this. All right. Now we want to know about Zach Adams' phone. And basically those times that we just looked at for Mr. Autry. Okay? So we started here at what time?
This is at 9:10 through approximately 10:37 a.m.
And I've had you highlight any times that there was communication between what phones are we looking at?
This is 733-6373.
And whose phone is that?
Shane Austin.
All right. So when we see yellow, and we'll see this as we go, but as we see yellow, that's communication between Zach Adams' phone and Shane Austin's phone.
That's correct.
All right. 9:10, 9:12. Those are the first two as far as activity. Is that correct?
Yes, they're just time frame, yes.
Okay. And we're utilizing this tower I recognize now near Yellow Springs and Holiday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Then if we skip to the next in time, we're at 9:50. Is that right?
We're at 9:50, sector 7 of the Birdsong Tower, the Birdsong exit
Oh,
by
wow.
Tennessee River.
So now we have Zach's phone in the area by that tower that we saw Mr. Autry's by the Tennessee River
That's correct.
at 9:50.
That's correct.
And then we see activity after that, 10:01, 10:03, 10:04, 10:06, 10:06, 10:06, 10:06, 10:10. This is Zach's phone and Shane Austin's phone.
It is.
10:12, all the way through 10:19. Again, we have Zach's phone and Shane Austin's phone.
That's correct.
9:20, same. Zach,
10:20.
I'm sorry, 10:20. We go all the way through 10:37. Is that correct?
Yes.
So
That's correct. Looking up.
Yes,
This little blurry.
Listen.
In 32.
10:32. Okay. So 9:50, 10:32. And if we do jump ahead to these here, 35, 36, 36, and 37, we're all at this tower, Birdsong Tower by the river.
On sector 9, 10:35 through 10:37.
And I know that we switched sectors, but
Yes.
we started the first time we saw this phone at 9:50. We were over here on sector 7 on the Birdsong Tower.
Right.
Correct? And the whole time between 9:50 and 10:37, every time we see it, is on the Birdsong Tower. Correct?
That's right.
But starting about 10:35, we switched to this other side of the Birdsong Tower.
That's correct.
Okay. Then we pick up with some numbers over here, 10:38, 10:39, a text with Shane Austin's phone, through 10:43, a text with Shane Austin's phone, and then 10:49. And by this time, which is 10:38, we're back on a different tower, aren't we?
Yes, we're back to the west on the I-40, 641.
The one we keep on looking at, Yellow Springs Holiday.
Yes, that's LID 3152.
So if you want to read these chronologically, you have to look at the times. You got to go boom, boom, and then find your next time.
That's correct.
You can't just read straight down.
No.
You can proceed. We're taking a look at later on that morning turning into the afternoon. Is that right?
Yes.
Now we're at 11:16 a.m. through 12:18 a.m.
PM.
PM.
Afternoon.
Absolutely. Where's Mr. Adams' phone?
Parsons, using the Parsons Tower.
All right.
I mean, the phrase that's what it's using the Parsons Tower.
So in the area here of the Parsons Tower.
Yes.
I'm not from this area, okay? But this Parsons Tower, we've heard some testimony about Joe's video in Parsons. You know where that is?
Not exactly.
Well,
The
address.
Parsons is not very big.
No, it's not. You know where the gas station right there in the heart of Parsons is?
I do.
Well, right across the street used to be a video store
Okay.
called Joe's Video,
On the Ford dealership side or the other side of the road?
the other side of the road.
Okay, gotcha.
Other side of the road. Is that the tower that would service that area?
Yes, it would.
All right, proceed to the next slide. All right, we had previously talked about the fact that there were actually 4 pings on her phone that morning. Is Is that right?
We did, yes.
Okay, we looked at the first 3. Is that correct?
Yes.
The ones that travel north and then around that Yellow Springs, Holiday general area. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But was there also a 4th ping in her phone?
Fourth and final thing, yes.
At what time?
9:25 a.m.
All right, and we have a big circle. Is that right?
Yes,
And her house is in that circle.
it is.
So is it fair to say that this circle is south and, I don't know, 10, 15 minutes from the circles that we saw before?
Yes, it is south.
Okay. And this ping is at 9:25
25.
a.m., is that correct?
It is.
When we looked before at about that time and the times around that time, good question, isn't it? When we looked at that time and the surrounding time, where were Mr. Autry's phones and where were Zach Adams' phones?
Near the river.
Near the river.
Well, let's put it this way. I don't know where the phones were. I know they were using the tower, located at the Birdsong exit, right on I-40, next to the Tennessee River.
Okay. So at the same time that she's pinging in this big circle that includes, her house, Zach Adams and Jason Autry's phone is in the general area of the Tennessee River.
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. At 9:25 a.m., when we have this cell phone ping, where's Dylan Adams' phone?
I don't know.
Why do you not know?
There's no activity.
No activity.
No.
In fact, when we see activity on Dylan Adams' phone, when we finally see that more activity on Dylan Adams' phone, okay? Assuming that the distance from this area is 10, 15 minutes from Shane Austin's trailer, okay? Would Dylan Adams have time to travel south into this circle and then get back to wherever he was getting back?
Any on the route, yes.
Because I had you review, did I not, when we next saw activity on Dylan Adams' phone, correct?
Yes, you did.
And final slide is a mess, but it's sort of a summary. Is that right?
Yes, it's a summary of everything we just talked about.
Okay. And just brief, because we've spent enough time. We have cell phone towers down by her house. Is that right?
We do, that's correct.
That would service the area of her house starting out that morning.
That's correct.
We have tower activity north towards Yellow Springs on her phone.
That's correct.
We start getting her cell phone pings in the Yellow Springs Holiday area, 3 of them,
That's right.
over a period of time. Over that period of time, Zach Adams' phone is utilizing the same tower.
Yes,
Jason Autry's phone by that time is utilizing the same tower.
yes,
But he started off up near Camden that morning.
it is.
Zach Adams' phone and Jason Autry's phone go out towards the river that Birdsong Tower.
It is, and that color doesn't really depict the blue and the light blue.
Is Jason on top of Zach?
I think that's
Is that the color situation?
Yes,
There's a final cell phone ping from Holly here in this circle that is south.
yes,
At this time, Dylan Adams' phone is unaccounted for.
that's correct.
And then we finally have our activity from Zach around 11:16 a.m., where he's utilizing the Parsons Tower.
Yes.
You can resume this.
Okay, thank you.
We approved the sketches for the time being.
Almost last question.
Okay.
This final cell phone ping, this circle, okay, and this area here near this Parsons Tower, okay. Are you aware whether or not that was the area in which her phone and SIM card were ultimately recovered?
Yes, that was depicted on the slide previously.
That's what we actually had it labeled previously.
Yes.
Let's take a break. We're going an hour and 17 minutes for all the rules I gave you, 15-minute recess, and then we'll do proper business. All right, Mr. Burdell, finish your direct examination. The defendant attorneys might have some cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
All right.
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay, maybe they don't. You're pretty good, sir.
Thank you, sir. Here's the
You got the exhibit, all right?
Yes.
call your next witness, Ms. Shea?
Candace Wood. Judge, I apologize. This witness is slightly out of order. We would have called her earlier. She was out of town.
You can call me any order you want, okay?
Just let me know.
The same thing goes for them. You dictate that.
And then I'm gonna ask, someone said we have to change this back over. Unless Mr. Rankin says I do it.
Right, and that's what you want her to
No, that's.
No, that's okay. Well, I'm gonna have her. So anyway. All right, come on in here. Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear to testimony about the evidence, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and nothing but the truth. All right, be seated. Won't you state the name first and last, and spell it for the benefit of the court reporter.
Candace Wood, CandacEWood.
Never see.
You may.
Well, I'm not asking what your address is, but where do you live?
Parsons, Tennessee.
Okay, did you grow up in that area?
Yes, ma'am.
And sometime prior to 2011, did you become acquainted with, become friends with somebody by the name of Holly Bobo?
Yes, ma'am. I grew up in church with her.
And did you all go to the same church in 2011, or was that even, did that predate that by years and years?
No, ma'am. Before she went to Corinth Baptist Church, she went to Perryville Baptist Church in Perryville, Tennessee.
And because of that, did you know her family as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Both Karen and Dana Bobo and her brother Clint.
Yes, ma'am.
And in 2011, did you have a boyfriend?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was his name?
Justin Lowry.
Okay. And where did Justin work?
He worked at the city of Parsons.
Can we send someone to check and see the source of that? It really doesn't sound like an alarm.
I mean, I believe that is our morning, the dog team.
Oh, okay.
That is okay.
Okay. Well, tell somebody to turn the air on for that dog, all right? I'm sorry, disrupted.
Okay. So my question was, in 2011, did you have a boyfriend?
Yes.
And his name was Justin Lowry, I believe you said?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did he work?
He worked at the city of Parsons.
Okay. And do you know anybody in particular that he worked with?
He worked with Drew Scott,
And who was Drew Scott?
Holly's boyfriend.
And because of the, I guess, the relationship of, well, was your boyfriend friends with Drew Scott?
Yes.
And as a result of your having known Holly, your boyfriend being friends with Drew, did you guys decide that you were going to kind of go on a double date somewhere?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where did the four of you decide you were going to go?
To the Decatur County Fairgrounds. They had an event.
Okay. And what was the name of the event?
The event is called the World's Largest Benefit Coon Hunt.
Okay. And we've heard about this, the coon hunt. Is that what it's called?
Yes.
Comes there every year?
Every April every year.
And so, do you recall the weekend? Let me ask you this: do you remember hearing that Holly had been abducted and was missing?
Yes.
Just before that, just a few days before that.
April 9th.
What happened on April 9th?
From beginning to end,
Well, no. Did you do something in particular the weekend before Holly went missing?
we went to the coon hunt. Yes.
And is that the event that you and Holly and your boyfriends decided to go to?
Yes.
Right. And where did y'all meet up that day?
We began to meet at MAPCO, which is a gas station beside Decatur County General Hospital. Drew went inside to get him something to drink, Dr. Pepper, I think. And then we proceeded to the Decatur County Fairgrounds.
Okay. And do you remember sort of approximately what time you got to the coon hunt?
It was around 10:30, 11.
Was that Saturday or Sunday?
It was on a Saturday.
And how long were you guys there?
I'd say about 2 hours.
And did the time you were at the coon hunt include eating lunch?
Yes.
Right, so I don't ask you about things that happened from the time you got there, you said 10 or 10:30?
Yes.
Until you ate lunch, okay?
Okay.
Do you remember something odd happening? That
Yes.
You actually make note of something?
Yes.
You'll direct your answers to the jury and tell them what you remember.
We were meeting at the fairgrounds main building, which is a gray building. And on top of the hill that you go up, it'll be a white building and it'll say Decatur County Fair. The four of us went into the fairgrounds building. We walked around, saw the trophy, saw some of the dogs, and then we went up the hill to the Decatur County Fair white building. On either side, there are booths going from the front to the back. And there's also vendors on the back of the white building. We entered on the right side of the building, looking at all the booths. Then we went the back of the building, saw all the vendors back there. We came around to the left side of the building. We saw all the booths there. We then went to the front of the building. We noticed that there were local vendors that we knew. Holly was beside me to the right. Justin was in front of me. Drew was beside him.
And what were they looking at in particular?
The local vendors that we knew, they were selling dog collars, dog leashes.
Okay. So were both of the guys looking at the dog leashes and dog collars?
Yes.
And was Holly sort of looking at that with them?
Yes.
Okay. And what were you looking at the dog collars, the dog leashes?
At the time, I was not interested in looking at any of the items that they had purchased, so I was people watching.
Okay.
And then we stood there for about 5 or 10 minutes, and all of a sudden, I saw in the corner of my eye a man to my left.
Okay. And what did the man look like?
He was in camouflage.
Right.
I remember, but everybody that came through was in camouflage, but he was the only one standing still.
Okay. Was he Caucasian, African American, Hispanic?
He was Caucasian.
Okay. Could you see what color his hair was?
It had a reddish tint to it.
Right. And was he tall, short, thin, stocky?
He was tall and fat.
Right. What was this individual doing?
So I was looking in the corner of my eye. I saw him on his cell phone. He had a black flip phone to his left ear, looking down, scooting some dirt in the ground and looking up at me and Holly. He did that again. He looked down, scooted some dirt and looked back up.
When you're saying scooting some dirt, bending over, scooting, what are you talking about?
He was standing straight with his foot out, scooting dirt.
Okay. So you saw him eyes down looking at the phone, and then look back where you and Holly were,
Mhm.
and then eyes down on the phone, and look back up.
He was talking on the phone to someone.
Could you actually hear him talking, or was that what it appeared?
It appeared he was talking to someone.
You
Yes.
couldn't hear from where you were?
No.
How far away was he from you?
About 10 to 20 feet.
Okay. And was that the end of it?
He did that about 5 or 6 times. After, about 5 or 6 times, I felt uncomfortable.
Well, let me ask you this. You said he would look down and look up. Did he look down when you caught his eye? Like, she sees me looking at her and now look down, or was he?
When I was glancing toward his way, he looked down, and then when I looked away, that he was looking up. But I caught him a few times looking up towards us.
Right. And you said that happened 5 or 6 different times?
Yes, ma'am.
Over what period of time?
15, 20 minutes.
And then you indicated you started feeling uncomfortable when y'all left?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell your boyfriend, Justin? Did you mention it to Holly? Did you say anything to Drew?
I tugged on Justin's sleeve and I said, "Let's go."
So after tugging on the sleeve and saying, let's go, did you tell him, or did you tell Drew, or did you tell Holly?
No.
Did it, other than making you feel uncomfortable, were you at that point concerned for your safety, or did you report it to anybody else?
That day, no.
Truth is, did you just think he was looking at the 2 girls?
In a flirtatious way, yes.
Now, you said a few days later, Holly, you learned that Holly was missing.
Yes.
Okay. And within that next week or two, I'm not going to ask you what she said, but did Karen Bobo reach out to you?
Yes.
Was the purpose of reaching out to you because she knew that the 4 of you had been at the coon hunt?
Yes.
And again, actually, I'm going to ask you something not offering the truth. Did she ask you if you saw or noticed anything unusual at the coon hunt?
Yes.
She just stated the purpose before she said it. Your objection's overruled.
Based on that question, did you subsequently report to Karen Bobo and then to law enforcement what you had seen?
Yes.
And at some point in the next few weeks, were you asked to draw a sketch, or excuse me, were you asked to assist somebody, a sketch artist, in drawing a sketch of the individual?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach?
No.
Have you ever seen that before?
Yes.
And what is that?
The drawing that the sketch artist drew.
And did this appear to be, or I guess accurately reflect the individual that you tried to describe that was watching you and Holly?
Yes.
At the time that you drew this sketch, did you know who the individual was?
No, ma'am.
Do you know his name?
No, ma'am.
Had you seen his picture?
No.
Your Honor, I ask Mark is the next one. Exhibit.
That's your 209?
Yes, sir. Put it on the overhead.
Like this.
It's not bothering me, but if it's not bothering the jury, we need to fix that. So at some point in time, after you drew the sketch, okay, did Karen Bobo once again ask to speak with you?
Yes.
And did she show you a photograph?
She did.
Pass forward photograph. Ask if you've seen that. It's in the discovery doc. Let me bring this over here.
There's a lot of discovery, so let's give her a little look see. You folks now know what discovery is, right? You still can't legally practice law despite the fact that I've given you this education, okay?
Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
How do you recognize that picture?
Karen Bobo showed it to me.
Is there anything else about that picture that is familiar to you?
It was the guy I saw at the coon hunt.
That's a Disney mark, isn't it? When you recognize the individual, not sketch, photograph of the individual, at that point in time, did you know who that was?
No.
After Karen Bobo showed you the picture. Were you again asked to talk to law enforcement about
Yes.
that photograph?
Yes.
And did they present you with a photograph that looked just like the other one?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the time they presented the photograph to you, did they ask you any other information about this, the description of the man?
Maybe the height and weight.
And was that information documented somewhere?
Yes.
Where was the information documented that you gave to the police?
The first time I talked to a TBI agent, he asked me the height and weight.
Asking for the height and weight is not hearsay. It's asking what information she gave in response to that question.
She, in her defense, she wasn't sure what the response was going to be. Go ahead.
Did law enforcement ask you for a description the first time? Or the second time? Or the third time?
Yes.
Did you give them the description?
Yes.
Did you notice where they notated it?
No.
Do you know who that's a picture of?
Shane Austin.
I have nothing else, Ron.
Ross.
Yeah, Ms. Wood, this, the Coon Hunt Banquet Festival, it was on April the 9th, wasn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was a Saturday, wasn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And on that day, your testimony is you saw somebody standing still. When you say he's rubbing or pushing dirt, do you mean that he's standing there with his foot kind of going back and forth and the dirt kind of making lines?
Yes, ma'am.
And he appears to be talking on the telephone.
Yes, ma'am.
And he just keeps looking at you and Holly standing there.
Yes, ma'am.
And you say it's 5 or 6 times while he's standing there.
Yes, ma'am.
And all the time he's got the phone to his ear talking on the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you next, when you first talked to law enforcement, it's June 26th of 2011, wasn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's several months later.
Yes.
And at the time, even though it disturbed you that he was looking at you, you didn't give it any more thought the next day or the day after, did you?
I thought about it every day.
Well, but it's after Holly disappeared that it became significant to you, isn't it?
Yes.
And then that's what's haunted you because you feel guilty about this somehow, don't you? I can see you're emotional. Let her answer the question.
What do you mean guilty?
Well, I mean, you're emotional about what happened, don't
Yes.
you? And if you thought about it every day, perhaps you thought about what ifs in the situation.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So I wasn't trying to imply that you were somehow responsible, but you thought about what ifs.
Correct.
And so that day you went in and they brought in a professional sketch artist, just like you see on television, and you kind of described as best you could from memory.
Yes.
Okay. And definitely after Holly disappeared, you thought about this a whole lot.
Yes.
And then shortly after you had drawn the sketch, Karen Bobo was present, but outside the room. Isn't that right?
During the sketch?
She wasn't present during the sketch, but
No.
she was around.
Yes.
Okay. And so you had stepped out, and that's when she showed you a picture of Shane Austin.
What time frame?
Well, you tell me what time frame she showed you the picture of Shane Austin.
It was a few months after.
Okay, a few months after. you
Maybe a
did the
couple
sketch?
months.
Okay, is it possible that you're confused about that and that she showed you the picture shortly after you had done the sketch?
Yes.
And so it's after she showed you the picture and told you that was Shane Austin that then you put the two together, isn't it?
Yes.
When you first initially gave the description of the person, you said that it was a white male between 5'7" and 6 feet tall
Yes.
and weighed approximately 250 pounds,
Correct.
had glasses.
Yes.
You said he was dressed in camouflage clothing and brown boots.
Yes.
And as you said, at the coon hunt, everybody was dressed in camouflage clothing and
Correct.
because the whole idea is a lot of those people are there to do coon hunting, aren't they?
Correct. Yes.
Plus, it's a style indicator to wear camouflage.
Yes.
You just have to answer out loud for the court recorder.
She did.
Yes.
I heard her. Okay?
I know she shook her head at first.
Well, she answered. I heard her.
And you gave a description. You said that this encounter with this person occurred between 11:30 and 12 o'clock p.m. on that day.
Yes.
So even though you were at the coon hunt for several hours, this particular encounter was a 30-minute today even you said maybe perhaps 20 minutes.
Yes.
15 to 20 minutes. Somewhere between 11:30 and 12 o'clock hours. Is that right?
Correct.
No further questions.
Anything else? All right, thank you very much. You're free to go. You can leave, or if you wish to come back in the courtroom, you may do that, okay? Please don't discuss the testimony that you give. Oh, you're next.
That's all we have for today, Your Honor.
All right. Finishing up a little early. We're actually ahead of schedule. Okay, so we're going to take this complete conclusion within the time frame that I gave you at the outset, if not a little shorter. Once again, all the admonitions I gave you, try as best you can to put this matter out of your mind. Don't make your mind up. Don't form an expression of opinion. Certainly no discussion with anyone. You will be allowed to communicate in the presence of an officer, perhaps even visit, but all of that, I'm sorry that's your privacy, but it's going to be done this way. You'll be accommodated because you've been a day and a half, hope you get some rest. I don't rest very well. I hope you guys do. But I kind of give in and I don't totally relax, but I hope maybe you can be a little more successful. I've been up this morning, maybe, and I'm not just saying this is the case. I get beat up from trying to lawsuit. Like when I used to do acting, you get a character. It's not character, it's real life, but you get involved and it's hard to just. But I'll be watching Tennessee Vols this afternoon, so you guys will. So maybe I'll relax a little bit. I wish you the best weekend. All of these activities are purely optional. I'm not going to force somebody to watch Tennessee Vols. The little service tomorrow, you don't have to participate in that. I never would put pressure on somebody to do something it's not comfortable with. So you have the right to say no to any of the activities. Okay. Any questions? Thank you so much.
You know what we have to find out in regards to this is, okay, so that was Holly Bobo's, that was her friend that was on the stand, guys. I noticed when I was looking at the thing, it was kind of like giving me the idea that it gave me the idea, and I don't know if y'all peep game to this, that the state then gave everybody immunity to testify against Zach. I just don't understand that. They didn't give everybody immunity to testify against one man. You want me to put what back on, Lynn? Barb, you had your volume all the way down, boo? I'm waiting on you, Lynn. So it look like we about to go into day 7. Sweet Pea, can you put the music on the channel so we can hear it whenever we want? Put it on the channel? No, I'll send. You want me to send it to you? I think I can send it to you guys. Oh, thank you so much, Jason. He say happy Thanksgiving. Pray you all enjoy yourselves and be safe. Are you leaving us now, Jason? Okay, I'll do a poll, Barb. I don't know. I don't know yet. I don't know. Remember, the songs were created by our beautiful mods, Rachel and Therapist. They kind of collaborated together and they just sent it to me. So, and I just kind of like sent it to my phone. But when I try to, I know I can text message them. I just don't know if I figured out how to attach them to an email. But I'll see. That's why I haven't sent them out, because I know everybody want these songs. But I ain't have. Oh, Barbara said, "Happy Thanksgiving, sexy Jason." Shoot, I almost got tongue tied with that shit. You better watch yourself, Barbara. You know that's my online husband. What the fuck? The fuck? What you doing? Whoa, no. Okay. Yeah, and for you guys that and for everybody that it will not make it to the little Thanksgiving Eve thing that we gonna do, the little marathon tonight. I probably run it about 10 or 11. I did not know that Thanksgiving Eve trial was gonna be done like that with Court TV, but like I said, when I'm cooking, I typically like to listen to something and chat at the same time. So we'll do it as a premiere tonight. That way I don't have to be in front of the computer. But she said, you say you're not backing off. Uh-oh. Girl fight. You say, when do I sleep? I know. Yes, me too, Marilda. That's why I said what I'm gonna do is while we are that's why I said it's gonna probably have to be like 10 or 11 tonight, Marilda. Well, 10 or 11 my time. That'll probably be early for you in the morning. And because I'm gonna be cooking all night for the most part anyway, so I'm gonna be up. What I typically do is like tonight I'm gonna mix everything up. My green bean casserole, I'll put that together. My sweet potato casserole, I'll get that together. My macaroni and cheese, it'll be together. I won't cook it, but I'll have everything mixed up in little containers stacked in the refrigerator. So tomorrow when it's time to eat, I can just throw everything in the oven. And then the last thing I cook is my dressing and my turkey. And I only do the turkey and the dressing last because they are such heavy items. It takes so long to reheat. But that's just my thing. And then the girls, they got to go in there and they got to do their cakes and their pies and stuff. So I'm going to kind of let them do their little thing. And while they doing their thing, I'll be kind of like chopping up all my bell peppers and celery and putting them in my little blender and stuff like that. Or I can still kind of like be watching the trial and listening. So, as D said, I go to bed at 8 and get 10 hours of sleep. You say you want to sleep until the 29th. Gee, nah, I ain't doing that. And then what I do is like this trial, I think from the start to the end, I kid you not, I think it's only like 4 hours. Oh, that's loud. So even with 4 hours, like I'll be fine. And so those that miss it, don't worry. It'll be on it'll be on our channel. So I'm gonna put it all together. It won't be broken up like Court TV doing it. Court TV got it all broken up. I cannot with them. I know that ding is loud. I'm telling you, Baka, I gotta figure out how to get this shit. This shit, Apple is good till it's not good. Like it really pisses me off. My Beats, they connect directly to my computer. So when I put them in, it stops everything on my computer because it's transferring all the sound to my earpiece. And it's like, well, damn, like I can't just listen to what's on my phone. I have to listen to what's on my computer. Like, get the fuck it's real irritating. So trust me, I know. I just got to get it back off of there. I did it one time. Therapist walked me through it. I have to get a chance. I know, girl. And it sound, the only reason why I know it sounds so terrible is one time I was watching one of our live feeds and I was listening and it came through the thing. I'm like, oh my gosh, that is horrible. Yeah, I have to take some time and get that off of here. Oh, I know it's loud because I just heard it in my ear. Yeah, because I got my earpiece in. So I can hear through my earpiece. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. So we will, so let's go into day 7 of our Holly Bobo trial. I'm hoping that we can get through this trial because I would like to get to our next trial that we're supposed to cover during this break. Considering that Monday we gonna be fired up with our guy he guilty to dismembering her. He guilty to leading law enforcement on a wild goose chase, but he not guilty of redrumming her. You know that guy? Yeah, y'all know that guy, Brian Walsh. Yeah, we start his crap Monday. What a case to come back to after the what a case to come back to after the holiday week, right? Okay, well, let's go on to day 7. Let's see what we got here.
What I want to do as outside the presence of the jury is tighten up the rules. You don't get into the facts of the underlying case because that is no longer, that's not an issue. And I hope to avoid me having to object on cross to that type of testimony. Perhaps the defense doesn't intend to elicit that anyway. Mr. Simmons didn't ask him, he didn't confirm that, so I thought better address it now with jury consent.
But we're not gonna get into that. We were talking about the rape convictions. Is that what you're saying? You're gonna mention it as a rape conviction?
Absolutely, both sides are entitled to get in the
What the
conviction.
conviction is, she said the underlying facts. Those convictions cannot be considered except for the purpose of his credibility. So underlying facts will not be coming in. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Bring her jury. Okay, 15 turned into 45, but we're ready to go, okay? Call your next.
We called before the break Terry Britt.
John. Let me, the next witness will be in Department of Correction uniform as well as some safeguards. You're not to draw any inference at all concerning his credibility based upon that. And then also I will tell you, we had that with the earlier witness. If you find that someone's been convicted of prior crimes, you can only consider that for the purpose of the effect, if any, on their credibility as a witness, okay? All right, raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, be seated. Would you state your first and last name, spell it for the benefit of the court reporter, please?
Terry Britt, TerryBritt.
Thank you. You can proceed.
Mr. Brett, you are wearing, I guess, TDOC uniform, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you currently incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury what you're currently incarcerated for?
Kidnapping, temporary.
And I believe you finish your sentence next year, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that will have been a total of 8 years?
Yes, ma'am. Well, 6, 9.
And when you get out of jail or prison next year, you start doing some federal time for 2 guns, a pistol, and a rifle.
Yes, ma'am.
So, and I really just want to get this out of the way because that's not what you're here for today. Before these current charges that you're serving time for and the gun charges that you have to serve time for, you have other convictions in your history.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury what those convictions were for? And if you remember how much time you had to do on them?
Had a rape charge, a robbery charge.
Can you speak up a little?
Rape charge, robbery charge, burglary, receiving casino stolen property. I don't know, but I got about 25 years done.
So you said a total of like 25 years? for all of your charges put together. And you're in your 50s, is that correct?
58.
So a large portion of your adult life, you've been locked up.
Pretty much.
So I want to go back to 2011
Okay.
and ask, where were you living at that time? I'm not asking for your address, but just the town.
Parsons, Tennessee.
And who did you live with?
Janet Britt.
And that's your wife?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long have the two of you been married?
I think we got married in 2004.
Do you remember hearing, and you have a shoulder injury, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And I'm just saying that because I see you rubbing in case they're wondering what's going on. Do you remember hearing that a young lady by the name of Holly Bobo had come up missing from her parents' home there in Parsons?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to hearing that news, did you know Holly Bobo?
No, ma'am.
Did you know Dana Bobo,
No, ma'am.
Karen Bobo,
No, ma'am.
Clint Bobo,
No, ma'am.
any of their family?
I ain't never met none of them.
Had you ever been to their home on Swan Johnson?
Not that I know. No, not that. No, ma'am.
And where did you and your wife, what road did you and your wife live on?
Jeanette.
Jeanette.
Holly Road.
Now, is that close to John Holiday Road? Or do you know? Like a little cut through road?
I don't know.
And that's the right answer. If I or anybody asks you something that you don't know, just tell us.
Okay.
Okay? So after you heard that Holly Bobo was missing from her home, did you know that you would immediately be someone that law enforcement would look at?
Yeah, I've heard it.
And that's because of your history.
Right.
Right. Despite having that knowledge, or with that knowledge, do you remember law enforcement coming and interviewing you about Miss Bobo?
They pulled up in the driveway that morning. Me and my wife just got to unload the tub. We went to Camden and bought, and we just got through unloading it. They pulled up in the driveway there and asked me where I'd been.
And you were with do you remember what time of day it was? And if you don't, it's okay.
I don't know what time they pulled up, no, but I mean, no, that morning.
The morning that it happened?
Mm-hmm.
And at the time that they pulled up, you were actually there with your wife unloading some,
Yes,
you were
ma'am.
remodeling the bathroom?
Right.
Okay. So after that day, were you aware that law enforcement had tapped your telephones?
No, ma'am.
Were you aware that for the first time in the state of Tennessee, they had actually bugged your house?
No, ma'am.
Were you aware that they were conducting covert surveillance? You know what I mean by that?
I have no idea.
And you know what I mean by that? In other words, watching you when you didn't see them.
I didn't know it. I didn't know they were. No.
Do you remember, or did they come and actually search your house at some point?
Yeah.
Did they search your outbuildings or attack your garages, sheds, that kind of thing?
Well, they see how they do it. They come up with a couple of charges so they could hold me in jail all day.
Right.
And they went out to my house, and from what I hear, they blocked the roads off, set up a crime scene out there.
Let me ask you this. So you weren't present when they actually searched your house?
No, I was in jail.
And to explain that for the jury, you were on parole for one of your previous convictions?
No, I was not on
Or
parole.
probation?
No,
Nothing?
no.
So was this over the reporting of your job?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll do my best to ask questions that make sense. Were you working as a contractor for the newspaper there in Parsons?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that something you were supposed to report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That was not under the table work, though. You were actually a contract laborer for the newspaper, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And had you reported that to the person you were supposed to report it to?
Yes, ma'am.
And in the end, that person failed to report it up the chain, is that correct?
She wouldn't write it down. She said that I didn't have to, that contract labor didn't have to be put down. And I told her several times, and she just kept saying, don't worry about it, I got this.
And ultimately, when they found out, she backed you up, didn't she?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She admitted you had reported it.
Yes, ma'am.
But despite that fact, you had to do how much time on that?
3 months in jail, 9 months probation, about $1,000 fine.
Okay. All of that kept you from being home, and you were not present when they searched your house.
No. I weren't in the jail for, I hadn't been convicted of nothing
I know.
when they searched my house.
Okay, but that's what put you in jail, or you were in jail for all day.
And driving on revolt, they charged me with that.
So when you came back home from that, could you tell that someone had searched your property? Or your things moved around?
There was a TBI or FBI one come back there. They kept me locked up all day, wouldn't tell me nothing. And when he come back there and took my fingerprints, he says, so hey, Britt, if Jennifer agrees to what you're saying about, she knew about.
Not me, Jennifer.
No.
Not Miss Thompson, not that Jennifer.
No,
Different Jennifer.
the Jennifer that I had to report to.
Okay,
If she agrees to what you're saying is true, then I'll let you go on your own recovery. You ain't gonna make no bond.
right.
I said, okay. So he goes on and he comes back and he said, well, she agreed to it. So they let, it was dark time when they let me go that night.
Okay. So when you got home, could you tell or
Yeah,
not?
they had cut pieces of material off the couch. My shop trailer busted the door in, took my vans, computers, it's a mess. Destroyed it.
Made a mess of your property. All right. Mr. Britt,
I fixed it all back.
did you, after all of that, after the searching of your house, taking your cars, taking your computers, bugging your phone, bugging your house, were you charged with anything to do with Holly Bobo's case?
No, ma'am.
You understand that your name has been brought up.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know, I'm telling you, if your name has been brought up in this trial as a potential suspect, tell the jury, did you kidnap, rape, murder Holly Bobo?
No, I didn't. I didn't know a girl. Never seen her in my life that I know of.
Are you a telephone expert?
No, ma'am.
Are you a GPS expert?
No, ma'am.
If Ms. Thompson or Mr. Simmons or Mr. Gonzalez ask you, that's the defense attorneys, ask you questions about where your phone was at a particular time, or where, do you have a memory from 2011 about where your phone was or where your wife's phone might have been during particular times?
It was either in the vehicle or at the house, one or two.
Okay, in the vehicle with us or in the house. So, but my question is, do you have a specific recollection, say, of where your phone what tower your phone might have been pinging off of?
No.
All right, so you're not gonna be able to answer those questions.
No.
Would you be able to answer questions about where your wife's phone would be pinging, what tower she'd be pinging off of during that time?
No, ma'am.
Don't have any information about that at all?
No, ma'am.
May I have one moment, Colonel?
You may. Examination.
Hello, Mr. Brett. I'm Jennifer Thompson. We've actually met before, haven't we?
Yes, ma'am.
I came to visit you when you were in prison in, is it Northwest Correctional Facility?
I think it's West High.
Pardon?
I think you come to West High, didn't you?
Okay. And we talked at that time about the fact that you had been a suspect in the Holly Bobo murder. Isn't that right?
The one now?
I'll just strike that question. We've talked before.
Right.
And so I want to go back over, you had an alibi that you gave to police on the day Holly disappeared, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And your alibi was that you woke up that morning about 6:00 a.m., wasn't it?
I think it's, yeah, I think so.
You had a cup of coffee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You waited for your wife to wake up. She woke up about 8:30 or 9. Yes.
No, we was gone for then.
Okay. What time? So just tell us now, what is your alibi for that day, that morning?
We left and went to Camden at All Goods, bought a tub, bathtub, and I got a receipt for that.
Okay. So what time now do you say that your wife woke up?
I've never said what time she woke up.
So now, from your memory, what time did she
I
wake
can't
up?
tell you what time she woke up.
What time did you all leave your home that morning?
Probably about between 8.
Your Honor, I'm going to object unless he knows. He said probably about, and I don't think that's appropriate unless he has a specific memory. We can't just speculate.
He can answer the question
knows.
if he knows.
Approximately what time did you leave that morning?
Probably 8-ish.
8 o'clock. Okay, where did you go first?
8 or a little after. I didn't say 8 o'clock now. I said 8-ish.
Okay, so around 8 o'clock,
No,
8-ish.
okay.
Where did you go first?
We went to, I think we went to Camden, All Goods.
Now, which All Goods did you go to?
To my opinion, best I can remember, there's only one over there.
Okay, which one is that?
Well, they might be two. You're right. That's right. One sells rugs up the road. I went to the one on the left that sells. They sell everything pretty much. Pretty much everything.
So if I said it's All Goods Salvage, does that sound right to you?
It might be.
Okay. When you say it's on the left-hand side, can you describe where the building sits?
Well, you go left, you turn left, and you go down a hill. It's down in there.
Okay. And what road are you on when you turn left? What highway is it off of?
Whatever highway is going to Camden. I don't know.
If I say
I can't answer that.
641, does that sound right?
You said what?
641. Does Highway 641 sound right to you?
Yeah, I guess.
Is it the same highway that goes from I-40 to Parsons?
Mm-hmm.
Can you answer out
Yes, yes.
loud? So you went up there first, and what did you do when you were there?
Look for tubs.
Okay. What kind of tub were you looking for in particular?
Just, nothing in particular, just a bathtub.
Okay. So what did you do next? You go there looking for tubs. What do you do next?
We left there. We found one, but we left there and went to Decatur, I think it was, over at that place over at sells tubs over. We stopped at the newsleader first, so when she let them know that she was going to take it the rest of the day off because we had a bad leak, and we went over to I don't know what that place is over. I can't remember, but we went over there and looked. That tub over there it was too big. There's no way we could have got it down the little hallway that we in our house. So then we went back to Camden and bought that one.
Okay. Do you remember how much you paid for the tub?
300 maybe. I don't know. I don't remember.
Once you purchased the tub, what did you do?
Maybe 300. What did we do?
Right.
We loaded it up and drove about 20 to 30 mile an hour all the way from Camden back to the house because it was so big in the back of the truck. we had it tied down, but it was, because it was an enclosed thing, you know what I'm saying, the tub, so.
Okay, so approximately what time did you purchase the tub from All Goods?
I can't tell you that.
How long, if you,
Y'all got the receipt? I mean,
well, I just asking what time you purchased the tub.
Your Honor, you said you didn't remember.
So how long did it take you to drive from your house to All Goods Salvage to begin with? Can you approximate that for me?
let's see, 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes, something like that.
Okay, and then how long did you stay there looking at the tub the first time?
How long did I stay at All Goods the first time I went there?
Yes.
I can't answer that. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, how long do you stay somewhere when you go look for something?
I'm just asking you to
Well, I
estimate.
mean, I don't know.
Your Honor, he said he didn't know.
But I can tell you this, though. But we was back at the house with the tub before lunch.
Okay, you're at the house before lunch.
So that's when the law pulled up.
And you said you strapped it into your pickup. Which pickup truck did you strap it into?
I only got one. Well, I had two. But the Ford,
So
I only got one now, though.
what color was the Ford?
It's gold, kind of gold like.
And it was an F-150?
Mm-hmm. The F-150, Larry. We still got it.
Okay. You said you had a second pickup truck. What kind of truck was your second pickup truck?
Dodge Dakota. It was black.
And it was painted with primer, wasn't it?
No, I painted.
Okay, it was painted flat black. You had painted it with spray paint.
No, I painted with a gun.
Okay. You had sprayed paint. You sprayed it with a gun yourself.
With a car paint gun
Okay.
and an air tank.
Okay. And it was a flat black color, not a shiny color, isn't that
No,
right?
it was shiny.
Shiny color? Okay. And you'd painted over the decals and items on it also, hadn't you?
There weren't no details on it.
So the portion that like said what brand it was and stuff,
No, I didn't know. I taped that off.
you took that off,
Taped it off.
taped it off. Okay. Okay, and then you had three vans. Can you tell us what kind of vans you had?
Got an old one Dodge Caravan. I had a
What color was it?
red.
Okay.
And I had a 94 Dodge Caravan, red.
Okay.
And I got a white van. I don't know exactly what model it is. It's a can you think what it is?
If I said it was a Vandura, would that sound familiar?
Yeah.
And what year was it?
I think it's 90 something.
Okay. And then what else?
It's my work van.
Okay.
My work van.
And what else did you have?
That's it.
But to be clear, there were two Dodge Caravans,
Yes.
both red.
Yes.
So you drove the F-150, you're back by noon, is that right? And if I said that you originally said you went to Buck's Building Supply in Decaturville, does that sound right?
Buck's Building Supply. I think it's Bucks now. I don't know if it's Bucks in or not. I don't think it was Bucks in. It might have been. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But it's Bucks now.
Okay, and originally in your alibi, you said that your wife, Janet Britt, was with you the entire day.
The entire day.
You were never apart from one another.
Never.
And you happened to save the receipt from when you bought the bathtub. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I had to see, yeah.
You saved the receipt in your safe at your house, didn't you?
I guess so. I didn't save it. My wife did.
Okay, so your wife saved.
She saved all receipts.
She doesn't save all receipts. She saved all the receipts you had from that day.
Is that a question?
Yes.
I heard a statement. She did not save all receipts.
She does save all receipts.
And were they all saved in that safe?
No.
The receipts in the safe were the receipts that you had from All Good Salvage where you purchased the tub, wasn't it, in the safe?
I can't answer that question because I was in jail when they got their receipt. I don't know if it's in there or not.
Okay,
I didn't put it in there.
right. And you had a second receipt from All Goods Discount Store from that day, didn't you?
It's a possibility because we go over and buy stuff.
And you had a receipt from that same day, April the 13th, where you had bought a remnant of vinyl, didn't you?
I believe so.
But the All Goods Discount Store is at a different location than All Goods
It's-
Salvage, isn't it?
It's up through Camden up on the right.
And that day you also, so once you got back home, you didn't go anywhere else that day. That was your original alibi, wasn't it?
I believe that's correct. I think that's right.
And to clarify for the record, your wife's name, your current wife and the wife on April the 13th was Janet Britt.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when the police showed up at your house to talk with you, the first thing you said to them was, "I didn't rape nobody," didn't you?
Right.
And that's before they even said anything to you about what was going on, isn't it?
That's right.
Because you had already heard that there was a woman missing.
That's right.
Because as soon as the Amber Alert went out, your wife number 4 and 5, Brenda Seagraves, had called you, hadn't she?
I don't remember. Maybe.
You don't remember that that's how you found out that there was
It may be.
a woman who was
It may be.
missing?
Maybe.
Do you remember?
I think some of her family or something. I don't, something about it. I don't remember all of it, but you're probably right.
Do you remember you discussing with her the fact that you hadn't raped?
Sorry, that would be hearsay. He said it's not
He
disputing what
can
she
say what he said, not what someone else
Right.
said to him.
Do you remember that you talked to her about the fact that you hadn't raped anybody that day?
I talked to her.
Brenda Seagraves.
I don't know if I did that or not. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
So you don't have a memory now of talking to, you telling Brenda Seagraves you hadn't raped anybody?
It's a possibility I did.
Okay, possible.
Possible. Chances are I did.
Okay, it's a good possibility.
Good possibility.
Now, in fact, you did know Natalie Bobo, didn't you?
I did not.
You had met Natalie Bobo at a party at Kenny Martin's house, hadn't you?
I saw her. I seen her.
So you had seen Natalie Bobo.
I've never spoke to her. I don't know her.
A matter of fact, at that party, you had offended her so much you were asked to leave, weren't you?
No.
And it,
I weren't even at the party no way. I went up there, we were doing a job together. I went up there to tell him something about the job. I weren't no party.
you met Natalie Bobo at a party.
She was there drunk, messed up on drugs. Her and some other girl. He had 2 girls there.
And it was a party, is that right?
I don't know if it was a party or not. I weren't at it. I lived right down the road. I went up there to say something about the job we're doing.
Okay. But at some point you said something to Natalie Bobo and you remembered that you were asked to leave.
I don't remember that. No.
Okay. And in fact, at one point you saw Natalie Bobo and Holly Bobo at the Dollar General store in Parsons while you were standing in line, didn't you?
That's not true.
Now, initially you lied about having a cellular telephone, didn't you?
I lie about what?
Having a cellular telephone,
Who did I lie to?
you lied to investigators.
No, tell me how I lied, and I'll tell you if I did or not.
You denied that you had your own personal cellular telephone, didn't you?
I didn't have a cell. I don't have a cell phone.
On that day,
On that day or
April
any other day.
13th.
I've never had a cell phone.
There was a cell phone number, it was 733-0303, isn't that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, okay.
And that was a cellular telephone that you used, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And you carried it with you when you would go out on work jobs, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And you would call your wife, Janet Britt, on it on a very frequent basis, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And as part of the sex offender registry, you're required to give them all your telephone numbers that you use. Isn't that correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. You had failed to turn over your cellular telephone number to the sex offender registry, hadn't you?
That's not true.
And that was part of the reason that they violated you on the sex offender registry.
That's not true. That is absolutely a lie.
Okay. So your wife had a cellular telephone also at the time, didn't she?
That's correct.
And her cellular phone number was, can you remember it now for us?
No.
If I said 733-2513, would that sound right to you?
I'll agree to it. That's fine with me. She had one.
And you all had a home telephone number also?
That's
didn't you?
correct.
So So you would agree with me, if you and your wife were together all day, there would have been no reason for you to have called her on her cellular telephone, wouldn't you?
That's, yeah, that's correct.
And so these telephone numbers that your wife had and that you had, you actually bought those phones 1 month before Holly Bobo disappeared, didn't you?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
You don't remember that?
No.
Okay. If there's a record from Walmart in Lexington showing that you purchased that cellular telephone almost 1 month to the day from the day she disappeared, that would.
Well, if you get a record from Walmart saying I purchased a phone, you're in some other world what I'm in, because we're not in the same world. I've never purchased a phone. I've never purchased a phone
From Walmart
from Walmart
or anywhere? Is
or
that what you're saying?
anywhere else.
Okay. So matter of fact, it's purchased with you had a Super Saver card from Walmart, one that you kind of give them to track your purchases. Isn't that right?
That's not right.
Sometimes you would also buy little credit cards from Walmart to buy gas with in Lexington, didn't you?
No.
Okay. So you never had little cards
No.
you purchase in the store and then go outside and buy gas?
No.
And you would buy extra minutes because phones were prepaid phones, weren't they?
No.
And your phones worked on the AT&T cellular network, didn't they?
I believe that's Verizon, and I believe we had both.
Okay. So the one that you had on the day that Holly disappeared, those two cellular telephones, they worked on the Verizon. They worked on the AT&T network, didn't they?
Whatever she had at that time. I mean, if you say it's AT&T, you must have the record. I don't know.
And 2 days before Holly disappeared, you went back and bought additional cellular telephone minutes, didn't you?
Why would I go buy minutes when I don't have a minute phone? What are you talking about? I mean,
You had a phone at the time that you had to buy prepaid minutes for, didn't you?
Prepaid minutes.
So you,
I don't,
you would buy phone cards for the prepaid minute phone.
my wife would get a card, yeah. A card, yeah.
Okay, and when you would buy a card, it would have prepaid minutes for the phone, didn't it?
No, it's unlimited. There's no minutes.
Okay, so sometimes you would buy an entire month of.
No, it ain't sometimes, always unlimited, always.
So if the phone records from Walmart show something different, they would just be wrong?
I believe that's correct.
And 2 days before, or shortly before Holly disappeared, you went out and bought a large quantity of silicone lubricant, didn't you?
Silicone lubricant.
Yes.
Oh, I got all kind of, I do remodeling work.
Okay. A month after Holly disappeared, you went out and bought a brand new chainsaw, didn't you?
No.
You did not buy a new chainsaw shortly after she disappeared.
No, it's not true.
Okay. And at some point in the past, before Holly disappeared, you had also bought new telephones at the Radio Shack there in Parsons, hadn't you?
I think my wife got a contract phone. I got it one time. I can't remember what year that was in though, but I think it was, I don't know. It was a long time before anything about Holly come up. But we done got rid of that and she done got another phone. But because kept it 2 years because his contract's 2 years. So at one time she got a phone there, contract.
You were also doing work on the side as a carpenter, like you just said, weren't you?
I do remodeling work. I work for myself, yes.
Okay. And you worked some with Kenny Martin doing remodel work.
One job.
Okay. You all put an ad in the paper together to do remodel work.
That's correct.
Because in fact, your wife, Janet Britt, she at one time worked for the newsletter, didn't she?
She was a manager.
She kind of ran the whole front office, didn't she?
Pretty much.
And at one time, she was the one who did she was the girl Friday. She did practically everything except a reporter, didn't she?
At newsletter?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And she was very important at the newsletter, wasn't she?
Yes.
Okay. And when the bathtub you said was leaking, but you did not install the new tub that you purchased on that day, April the 13th, did you?
No.
Okay. It was actually a couple of weeks later before you installed the bathtub, wasn't it?
Probably.
And I think earlier I said that your number was 3030, but it was 731-733-0306. That sounds about right, doesn't it?
I don't know. I don't remember.
So the police first began to come talk to you about your possible involvement in the Holly Bobo case in around August of 2011, didn't they?
Oh. I don't know. I can't remember. I don't know. I don't remember when he come talk to me.
Okay, you were a smoker up until the time you went to the TDC, weren't you?
Yes.
A heavy smoker, wouldn't you say?
Yes.
Okay. And there were allegations that you had been stalking some women in the Parsons area, weren't there?
Not that I know of. I didn't hear about it.
As a matter of fact,
I'm going to object. If he's never heard about it, how can you be asked questions about it?
Well, he responded to their question. He'd never heard anything about those allegations.
And then she
So he's already said he knew nothing about it.
right. Well, I was going to ask him specifically because I think one of the reasons he got in trouble and got locked up was.
Okay, this is the time when we're just trying to speech make for the jury. He's
All
a
right.
sex offender. They always look at him.
he said he had not heard any allegations.
Okay,
So you can't ask him about specific allegations that he's not heard about,
okay,
all right?
fine. You have a refrigerator trailer truck at your house, don't you? It's painted green.
I have it's not a refrigerator truck. No, we bought it to store stuff in to clean the house out.
It was actually not cooled by a refrigerator. It was cooled by
18 wheeler
ice.
pulls it.
Pardon?
It's when you pull behind an 18 wheeler.
Right.
Whatever you call it. We bought one of them. Paid $1,000 for it. To
And-
store stuff in.
Okay, and it actually was initially made to be refrigerated by ice. I mean,
Huh?
you put chunks of ice in it. It didn't have a refrigerator on it. You just put chunks of ice in it and it kept things cool inside. Is that right?
I'm sorry.
Where'd you get that information at?
Ma'am, there's an objection. Is she saying that he did that or that that was what the original trailer was for?
I'm saying that's what the original purpose was for.
In which case, unless he knows what the purpose of the trailer was for, it's irrelevant and he can't speculate.
I have no idea about no ice in a trailer and all that mess there you're talking about. We bought the trailer to store stuff in.
It's insulated, isn't it?
What do you mean insulated? Everything's insulated.
Okay, so that's a yes, it's insulated?
Well, I guess it is. I mean, I don't know if, I guess so. It ain't insulated for ice. Whole ice in, no,
Is it insulated to hold cold things in?
no. No way.
And we heard about your past convictions, but you have 2 past convictions for rape, don't you?
Yes.
And you have 2 past convictions for sexual assault, don't you?
Yeah, well, counting this one now, yeah.
Now, I'm talking about one from Lexington, Henderson County,
Okay.
and then you had one from Gibson County in 1980s.
Henderson County. Mhm. I ain't got one in Henderson County. I mean, I know. What are you talking about? So tell me what do you mean?
Well, you have one that you got like in 1978.
Okay, yeah, okay, right,
And then you had one that you got in the mid 80s.
okay, yes,
Okay. And then now you're serving one.
yes,
So that would be 3
yes,
total convictions.
yes.
Now, when you spoke to the police officer or law enforcement on the day on April the 13th, 2011, they initially came to your house late in the afternoon that day, early evening, didn't they? That's what you spoke to the officer.
Can you tell me who it was coming out there?
Do you remember speaking to Tony Weber on that day? Jeremy Pratt?
I don't remember that, no, I don't remember.
Do you remember that it was in the late afternoon, early evening when they came by and talked to you?
They ain't no, you talking about deputy sheriffs?
Yes.
No, they didn't come out there and talk to me.
On the day she disappeared?
They pulled up in the driveway and asked me where I'd been. Then they left. That was it.
That's what I'm talking about, though.
Okay, that's it.
Okay. And it was late afternoon, early evening?
No, it
when
was in
they
the
came?
morning. I told you that.
So your
I
testimony is
just got
it's in
back.
the
I
morning?
just got back with the bathtub. I just unloaded and put it in my shop trailer.
So
Me and
your
my wife-
testimony,
Me and my wife was right there. The truck was sitting right there in front of my shop trailer. We just got through unloading.
Okay.
And they pulled up.
and your testimony today is that was before noon?
I believe that's correct. I believe.
Okay. At some point, it was end of January 2012 when officers came and did a thorough search of your house and your property, isn't it?
They come out there that day. Yeah.
I said it was late January 2012.
That's probably correct.
And they actually came out to your house twice, didn't they?
What do you mean? I mean,
Well, they came to search your house on 2 separate occasions.
not that I know of. I was there only once. They might have done it after I was, later on locked up or something, but only at one time I told you about a while ago. I mean,
Okay.
where they stayed out there all day.
So they let you go after they came out and searched it the first time, didn't they?
Yes.
They released you from custody.
Yes.
Okay. And then when you went back home, one of the first things that you are heard saying on the wiretap is to your sister. You have a sister named Sherry Manis, don't you?
Yes.
Okay.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to this point unless he has knowledge of what he was overheard saying, because he said he didn't even know they
You
attacked
can
him.
ask him if he said that.
So you
don't start by saying, this is on the wiretap, whatever. You can ask him if he had a conversation with his sister. You can ask him what he said, not what she said.
You had a conversation with your sister where you said, be careful what you say. And then you specifically said they may be recording in our home. Didn't you say that?
I don't know.
You remember thinking that though, of course, don't you? That they might have been recording in your home.
Well, look here. If you've been through what I've been through, you'd be the same way. So I don't know if I said it. If I said it, I said it. If I didn't, I didn't. I don't know.
Well, explain what that same way
I don't trust no law.
You don't?
No.
Okay. And why is that?
Why is that?
Did you hear what he said?
He said he doesn't trust the law.
Okay.
And why is that?
You tell me. You should know.
Well, I'd like for you to please tell the jury. The jury's,
I don't have enough time. I ain't going through all my. I'm not going to do that.
can you start with reason number one?
By the way, I've been done dirty about.
And how do you mean they've done you dirty?
Let's try to move on. This is collateral, what he thinks or doesn't think of the law.
Okay. So when they came out to search your house, they actually took 2 of your vehicle, or 3 of your vehicles that day, didn't they? When they searched your house, they seized them?
I think he took 2. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, I think so.
Okay. They definitely took the white Vandura, didn't they?
Yes.
And they definitely took one of the red GMC vans.
Dodge.
I'm sorry, Dodge vans.
Yes.
Okay. And also, cadaver dogs hit on 4 tools at your house that day, didn't they?
I don't know what they hit on. I was in jail.
Would it surprise you to know that cadaver dogs hit on
All
4?
right, he said he wasn't there.
And whether he was surprised or not, doesn't matter.
All right, improper.
Okay. So, at one time, you had a friend named Skip Boney, didn't you?
Yes.
And you and Skip Boney would go sit and drink beer under Interstate 40.
No, we wouldn't sit on Interstate 40 and drink beer. We ride around, drink beer, get drunk. Yeah.
And you would sit over there by County Corner Road.
Where's that? I don't even know where it is. Tell me where it is, and I'll tell you if I've been there or not.
You certainly know where the creek on Gooch Road is, by Horny Head Creek on Gooch Road.
Yes.
Don't you? Okay. I mean, that's close to your house, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. And the state asked you about John Holiday Road, but you know where Joe Holiday Road is as it meets Bible Hill Road, don't you?
Joe Holiday.
Yes.
I never heard of it.
You know where Bible Hill Road is, don't you?
Yes.
And you know where Holiday Road is, don't you?
Jeanette Holiday Road, yes.
And there's also just a plain Holiday Road over there in that area too, isn't there?
I guess.
Well, you just testified you drive around
Well,
a lot.
first of all, hold up, look here. I'm from Lexington, Tennessee. I'm not from Parsons or so I don't know, I don't pay attention to numbers and road signs. I pay attention to which way I go.
You lived over there off of Jeanette Holiday Road for 10 years or more.
Yes.
And as you just testified, you drive around at night drinking beer with your friend Skip Boney.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say I rode around at nighttime drinking beer with Skip Boney.
Okay, what did
I
you
said
say?
we ride around sometime, get drunk.
Okay.
I didn't say if it's day or night. And it was not night, no.
You had a paper route where you delivered papers, didn't you?
Yes,
And you delivered them for the news leader, didn't you?
yes,
And that paper route would start in the evening time, wouldn't it?
yes,
And you would drive and drop papers off at all the convenience stores in the area throughout the whole Decatur County. Is
Yeah.
that right?
yes.
Okay. And it would end at sometime late in the morning, 3 or 4 in the morning. Isn't that right?
That's sometimes correct, yes.
Okay. If I can have a moment, Your Honor.
Hey, I go drink water. I'm going to take my medicine in my mouth.
Get a water, please.
Do I need to wait for your water? Or can you go ahead?
If you don't mind, we'll go ahead. That's okay. Thank you. Okay.
At the time they searched your house, you had more than one home computer, didn't you?
Yes,
And at the time they searched your house, you had been Googling video searches under the words rape, abduction, kidnapping, hadn't you?
I don't know. I don't know.
Possible.
Possible.
Okay. And you had been watching pornography of the subjects rape, kidnapping, and abduction, hadn't you?
I don't know. It's possible.
You liked pornography, didn't you?
Yes.
Now, at the time that the Amber Alert went out, all that was known was that there was a woman who was missing. That's all the information they had, isn't it?
I'm going to object. He doesn't know what information they had.
That's all the information you had, was that a woman was missing.
I believe that's correct. I mean,
Initially, there were no allegations of any type of rape, were there?
And again, Your Honor.
He said that he did not know.
Okay, that's all I'm just trying to confirm, is he did not know about allegations of rape.
If he said he did not know, then we're not going to go specifically down if there were allegations of this. He said he did not know. Let's move on.
Yes, Your Honor. And you have a past charge for burglary. And burglary, the jury may not understand what burglary is.
We're not going to go into what the jury understands.
Well, I know, but Your Honor, I just wanted him to say that it's entering.
Wait. Let's move on.
Yes, Your Honor.
I've already told them that any prior convictions can only be considered for the purpose of what effect, if any, it has on his credibility.
I'm not trying to go into the facts. I'm just not sure the jury understands what a burglary is. It's kind of a technical
let me
problem.
tell you what it is. I'll tell
No,
you.
I'm going to charge the jury what the law is. Makes
Yes.
no understand. It makes no difference if they understand what burglary or any other crime is.
Okay.
They can only consider those crimes if he has been convicted for the purpose of his credibility.
Yes, Your Honor. Now, when I came to visit you in jail, you had admitted to me that at the time the police searched your house, you actually were in possession of a gun, didn't you?
I think so. I'm not sure. I believe that, but yeah.
You were, in fact, at the time they searched your house in possession of a gun that you had hidden from them, weren't you?
Let's see now, when they searched, you talking about the day they come out here and spend all day searching my house?
Yes.
No, I didn't have no guns, no.
But you recognize that the conversation that we had while you were in jail.
Yeah, I had two guns there when they come out there one time, but they didn't search, but they come out there, they just looked on the computer. Yeah, I had two guns. Had a pistol and a 25 automatic and 22 rifle.
Okay. And you remember that at one time Johnny Walker came to talk to you while you were in jail. Remember the marshal, Johnny Walker, coming to
Yeah, I
talk to
think
you?
that's the one that told me if Jennifer agreed to what I said, they'll let me go without making bond. She agreed to it and they let me go.
You're talking about Jennifer, is it
I
Rawson?
don't know what her name is. I don't know her last name.
She was the woman from the sex offender registry.
Yes, yes.
But do you remember at one time offering to plead guilty to the murder of Holly Bobo if you could get a 20-year sentence?
No.
So
No.
you're saying that is not.
I'm saying that's a lie.
Do you remember Terry Dykes coming out to talk to you about the disappearance of Holly Bobo on multiple times?
Oh, yeah, we all know Dykes, don't we?
And you know that he was recording you when he was talking to you, don't you?
No, I didn't know he was recording me.
And when you were talking about the disappearance of Holly Bobo, you at one point might have occurred when she disappeared. And do you remember saying that Holly Bobo had a somewhat perfect body, like a toy, some would say?
No, I didn't say perfect body toy. I said she was from the picture they had on the wall at the glass at the stores. I said she looked good, and I said probably somebody whoever got her probably got her for a sex slave.
For a sex slave?
Yep.
Okay. And do you remember saying that the person who got her, that it wouldn't work because once you took it, you'd have to hide it, you'd have to feed it? Do you remember referring to Holly as an it when you talked to Terry Dykes?
No.
Do you remember saying, you specifically said if you kept it, you would have to hide it, you would have to feed it? So you're denying you said that?
I ain't denying it. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I might have said, I don't know.
So you might have said it.
Yeah, I might have said it.
Okay. And do you remember saying that if you killed it, you would have to hide the body? Do you remember saying
I
that?
probably said it.
And do you remember that you specifically referring to Holly Bobo as an it? Do you remember that?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Do you remember saying that if the person...
If I did do it, I was being sarcastic with Dykes because of the way he's treating me. So.
Do you remember specifically saying that the person that took her, when they took her, it would have been for their own personal pleasure and have their way with her?
I probably said that.
And that they couldn't wait to get her and be alone with her?
I said whoever got her for more than likely sex purposes.
Okay. And what would those purposes be?
Whatever they want to do.
You remember specifically saying all that to Terry Dykes, don't you?
I probably did.
No further questions.
For the director.
Yes. Mr. Britt, it is safe to say that Terry Dykes and all the other law enforcement involved in this case focused on you.
Yes, they did.
They focused on you because of your history.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
You can't blame them, can you, for looking into your
No, not really.
past?
Not really.
And when they came to your house on April the 13th of 2011, it is documented. You were out there with this tub, your wife was there, y'all unloaded all that, right?
Yes.
Okay. You had the receipts, correct?
Yes.
Despite the fact somebody turned over the receipts, something about the times, the places, and whatever that you had been, they didn't stop looking at you, did they? In other words, that receipt wasn't enough.
No. I guess they thought it was forward or whatever. I don't know.
Because they put a wiretap on your phone.
they went over it all good and verified it.
But whatever they found out,
It didn't matter. They kept on digging.
Right. And they got your computers, right?
Yes.
And as Ms. Thompson's pointed out, they looked up to see what you had looked at, right?
Right,
And they found out that you looked at porn,
right.
what I would call, bad porn.
Well, let me explain
And
something.
just answer that, right?
Right.
Do you have good porn?
I don't know.
Well, I was gonna explain to the jury something. When you get on the computer, internet, and you start typing porn, all kind of stuff just floods it on their own. It just pops up there. Don't mean you went to it. It's coming there. That's why, and while it's coming there, it's viruses that's doing it. So just because something pops up there that's showing you went and seen this, that don't mean you went and done this, because it's in there. It's coming up once you go in porn. So, but Dacus was so fixated on me, I guess I don't know.
Do you know whether Dykes is still a TBI agent?
No, he's lost his job. I wish he'd get on food stamps.
I object, Your Honor, to him saying he lost
Jeez.
his job. That's not.
He can say.
He almost destroyed my life.
See, the question was, do you know if Dykes still works for TBI? His question was responsive, but let's move on.
All right. So after all that, you still have to be here today, still answering questions about something that happened in 2011.
It's like in camera back there, they're gonna plaster me with lies on me from here to China again.
Is it fair to say, Mr. Dykes, that as a result of TBI's investigation, it caused you difficulty?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you understand that even today, Ms. Thompson is asking questions about chainsaws purchased a month before, a refrigerated trailer bought long before? Do you know what she is trying to do?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you one final time.
Objection, Your Honor, as to what he knows I'm trying to do or not. That's speculation.
He's already answered this.
So, one more time, Mr. Dykes. Sorry, Mr. Britt. Did you have anything to do? Anything at all
No, I did not.
with the abduction of Holly Bobo,
No, I did not.
the rape of Holly Bobo,
No, I did not.
putting a bullet in the back of her head?
No, I did not. I wouldn't do that.
Nothing else?
Now, the receipt that you produced from All Goods, it's a handwritten receipt on an All Goods form, isn't it?
I believe it is.
And you are aware that All Goods did not have a matching pink receipt for the receipt you had in their store records, aren't you?
I think they verified it. I think they went out there and they verified it, I believe.
It was missing, wasn't it?
Well, if you want a question whether or not I bought a tub, you can go to my house and look at.
Wait.
Well, I'm gonna say it right here.
No,
You can
let
go.
me say, he said he had a receipt. You're implying that they might not have had the pink part at All Goods. He does not know what they did or did not have.
He might have, because they may have shared that with him. The investigation may have shared that with him.
Hearsay. Move on.
When we talked about the pornography on your computer, you were specifically searching for videos using the term rape, weren't you?
No.
So if it's in your computer history that you were searching on the term rape, that would be
If
inaccurate?
it's in there saying I particularly did that rape, that'd be a lie.
Okay, and you were specifically searching for abduction, weren't you?
No,
Okay, you were specifically searching for kidnapping, weren't you?
no.
No further questions.
Done. All right. You can step down. mistaken, it really would be 15 this time, okay? 15. Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Be seated, state your name first and last, and spell it for the benefit of the court reporter.
Anthony Phoenix, ANTHONY PHOENIX.
Proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Anthony.
Morning, how are
You've
you?
come a long way to get here today, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
You don't have to give us an exact address, but where are you living now?
Texas.
Living in Texas. What are you doing in Texas?
I weld.
And you're working quite a bit these days, aren't you?
Yes, sir. About 110 hours a week.
110 hours a week. So you're losing some cash being here with us today, right?
A little bit.
You have a girlfriend there in Texas too, right?
Yes.
How's she doing?
Good.
How old are you?
32.
32 years old. Things are going pretty well for you now, right?
Yes, sir.
Things haven't always gone this well for you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You used to live back in Decatur County at some point, right?
Yes.
Where in Decatur did you live?
A few places, but Parsons.
In Parsons. About when was that? Was it around 2010, 11 in that area?
Yes, sir. I didn't move to Texas until 2016, last year.
Okay. So before that, were you pretty much a lifelong resident of that area? I'm calling Decatur County, but that general area?
That and the penitentiary.
That and the penitentiary. Tell us a little bit about that. Tell us a little bit about the problems you had in this area.
I had a drug problem.
Okay.
And no funds to help me with my drug problem. So crime was a recurring offense.
All right. So you said, so you had to steal stuff to get money to feed your drug habit?
Yes, sir.
And did you get arrested sometimes for those things, stealing things and drugs?
Yes, sir.
You're on parole now, correct?
Yes, sir.
What are you on parole for now?
Promotion, manufacture, and some theft charges.
Okay. Methamphetamine?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I always wanted Shane. Do you know Shane?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes, sir.
Did you know him pretty well?
Not too well.
You
But
know
I
Dylan? I'm sorry.
Not too well, but I knew him.
You know Dylan Adams?
Yes, sir.
Did you know Jason Autry?
Not too well, but I knew him.
Did y'all kind of run sort of in the same circles back then?
I ran with some people he ran with. We didn't necessarily run together, but
All right. Do you know Zach Adams?
I did.
You see Zach Adams in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point him out and tell us what he's wearing?
Gray suit.
For the record, are you referring to, well, I guess it's red, not one gray suit. For the record, the defendant. That's not gray either.
Did you know the Bobo family?
I did. My foster dad taught school with Miss Karen.
Did you know Holly Bobo? Or no of her?
Yes, not personally, but yes.
Do you remember on or about April the 13th,
Yes.
2011? Do you remember when Holly went missing?
Yes, sir.
Where were you when Holly went missing?
I was in jail.
What were you thinking when you were in jail when you heard she went missing?
Actually, the first word that came out of my mouth was, I wonder where Zach was.
Now, tell us a little bit about what you and Zach used to do back in those days.
Get high.
Or get high.
We used to get high and whatever we could do to afford that.
And you said that you immediately wondered where Zach was when you heard Holly went missing, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember you got out of jail at some point, right?
Yes.
When was that, if you remember?
I'm not sure. I was doing it 11/29, so maybe, I don't know, maybe October.
Okay. When you got out in October, did you stay in Decatur County in that area?
I did.
Did you get back together with Zach?
I did.
Y'all kept hanging out?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember his demeanor whenever the subject, because, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the subject of Holly Bobo going missing, was that a pretty big
Yes.
event in Decatur County?
Yes.
And do you remember what his demeanor was whenever that would come up?
Yes. Sketchy.
Sketchy, what do you mean by sketchy?
Nervous. Well, for instance, I was over there one day, and it was quite a few of us over there, but I had.
Objection didn't have hearsay around.
You can't say what someone said to you. You can say what you did in response to something that was said to you.
Okay, so I brought up the fact that Holly Bobo was mentioned, and Zach proceeded to clear the whole house out.
So was this Zach's house?
Yes.
There were a lot of people over there?
Yes.
And somebody said something about the investigation, is that the way it went?
Yes.
And his reaction was what?
Clean the house out.
Including yourself?
Yes.
Now, you've indicated that do you know Karen Bobo, or do you know who she is? You said you know the Bobo family. Do you know specifically who Karen Bobo is?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember another time when you were talking to Zach, did he mention to you something about a meeting with Miss Bobo?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
He mentioned that he had met with Miss Karen and was real concerned whether or not she believed what he told him. And said he gave her a hug and asked did I think that meant that she believed him. And of course, what I told him was, well, how the fuck would I know? I wasn't there. But he was real concerned with his innocence.
So he had met with Miss Bobo, and she was trying to sort of investigate the case. Was that your impression?
I mean, I don't know why he met with Miss Bobo.
Okay. But he was concerned that the hug, did he say that they hugged?
Yeah, when he left, he hugged her.
And he was worried if that had convinced her of his innocence.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
At this time, were you even aware if that meeting had actually taken place, or did you even know?
No, I wasn't aware of anything.
So Zach just offered that information to you.
Right.
Now, after that, and you've already indicated that you, Zach, you had a drug problem.
Right.
And y'all would drive around looking basically for money that sort of fuels the drug problem, correct?
Correct.
Was there a time when you were doing that you can recall after he mentioned Miss Bobo?
Yes, sir. The night before I went to jail, we were actually riding around. Whether or not we was looking for something to steal or just keeping our eyes open for something to get, I don't remember. But he made the comment about something along the lines of, let's rape this bitch. And I looked at him. Of course, I was turning the radio up. I was trying to get him to go pick these four-wheelers up that I had stolen. And I would turn the radio up every time I talked, and he would turn it down. And he made that comment, and I just looked at him. And I said, well, what's this got to do with what we're trying to do right now? And I turned the radio back up. He turned it back down and just kept talking and was like, I couldn't have picked a prettier bitch. And right then it kind of clicked to me. And I told him, well, I don't want to hear about it. And he said something in between that. But in the end, he made the comment that it sure was fun.
And did that shock you?
Did it shock me? No.
So he said, and was there any doubt? Because at this point, you've already indicated he was paranoid whenever something about Holly Bobo would come up, right?
Yes.
And you've already indicated that he was concerned whether or not he had convinced Miss Bobo
Yes.
of his innocence, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you're driving down the road, and he just comes out, let's rape this bitch, right?
Yes, sir.
And then he says, I couldn't have picked a prettier bitch, correct?
Yes.
And then he said something else that you don't remember exactly what that was?
No, sir.
And then he said it was fun. Is there any doubt in your mind Mr. Phoenix, that he was talking about Holly Bobo when
None,
when he said that?
none.
Thank you, Mr. Phoenix. No further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Hello, Mr. Banks. I'm Jennifer Thompson. I am Mr. Adams' attorney. Okay. Now, you gave some statements to the police regarding what Mr. Adams said, didn't you?
Yes,
Okay. One of the statements that you gave was in March of 2014, March 1st.
okay,
And another statement that you gave was March 5th of 2014. Does that
Okay.
sound about right?
yes,
Both of those were after Mr. Adams had been arrested.
yes,
Matter of fact, at one time you were fairly good friends with Mr. Adams, weren't you?
yes,
Okay. You spent some time at his house, even living at his house, didn't you?
I don't know about living, but I spent some time there.
You spent the night at his house,
Yes,
slept over.
yes,
Okay. And also, you have a past conviction for theft. Theft over $1,000. You got a 2-year sentence on that, didn't you?
yes, ma'am. I have all kinds of past convictions.
Okay. And I'd like to, at this time, pass this up. See, I'd like to pass this to you, see if this reflects the conviction you had.
Judge, I think he's admitting to his convictions.
Okay. Well, I'd like to go ahead and put that into evidence, Your Honor, then. It's a certified copy of his conviction.
Not really admissible, he's not denying it.
He's just admitted.
I know, Your Honor, but it's just a certified copy.
Why
For-
do you
for the
need to
record.
file a certified copy if he's admitted?
Well, it's for the record, Your Honor. Just trying to make
The
it
record clearly established that he admitted a theft over $1,000 and 2-year sentence. Plus, he said, I've got all kinds of other convictions. It doesn't come in.
May I have this marked for identification, Your Honor? And I'd like just to make it part of the record as a proffer, an offer of proof.
Sure. The exhibit 213 will not be passed to the jury.
And these times when you were around Mr. Adams, you'd also been using drugs, of course.
Yes, ma'am.
And you were using meth, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am.
What other drugs were you using at the time?
Meth.
And you and Mr. Adams were meth buddies, weren't you?
Yes,
And Mr. Adams was a big talker when he'd get high on meth, wasn't he?
no,
He was not a big talker.
no,
Okay. And the times that he was saying these things, you of course were stoned too, weren't you?
yes,
You were high.
yes. Not stoned. High.
Okay. Is there a difference to you?
Yes,
So you say the time that somebody mentioned Holly Bobo, Mr. Adams, or times when people would mention Holly Bobo, Mr. Adams would get a funny look on his face. Can you describe that?
I didn't say anything about a funny look.
I thought you said he'd have a sketchy demeanor.
Right.
Okay. Can you describe what a sketchy demeanor means to you?
Paranoid.
Paranoid. So paranoid, what does that mean to you?
What's the definition?
Well, I'm asking you, what's your definition of paranoid?
Something to hide.
Okay, so how did he have a sketchy, paranoid demeanor? What were some of the things he would do? What were his physical actions?
Well, if we were having a good time, we wouldn't be. Like I said, there was 6, 7 of us at the house having a good time. Everybody got to leave now.
Okay, so at some point he just says, you know what? I'm done with the party. Everybody out.
No, not at some point. At the point I mentioned Holly Bobo.
Okay, he says, everybody out of the house.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything
well,
else?
No.
No? Okay. And when you say that you all were riding around together. And you're in your car, is that right? When he's talking about rape?
No, we're in his truck.
Okay, in his truck, and the music's on.
Yes.
Now, he never specifically said Holly Bobo, did he?
No.
Okay. And that's something that you've assumed he meant.
Yes.
Okay. And you know that at some point your name came up in this investigation as you being possibly involved.
Too bad I was locked up.
That's fortunate for you, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
But you're aware that your name did come up as you being possibly involved.
No, but not something I would do, high or sober.
But I'm not asking about that. You knew that at different points, different people, rumors were that you had been involved.
No,
No?
no,
You weren't aware of those rumors?
no.
Okay. I can have a minute. Now, when when you say Mr. Adams said something about rape, it was future tense. You're saying today, he said, let's rape this bitch. Is that right?
Yes.
So it was future tense, not past tense.
If that's what you want. I don't know. He said, let's rape this bitch. So whether it was future or past, I don't know.
Okay. And then when he said, I couldn't have picked a prettier bitch, it sure was fun. He didn't specifically say anything in that sentence about rape, did he?
No, not in that sense.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything else? Okay.
You've come up here all the way from Texas to tell the truth today, right?
Yes, sir.
You've told us about your background,
Yes.
but you're doing much better today, right?
Yes.
Is there any doubt in your mind when you're driving around with this man you've identified as Zach Adams, given the entire context of everything you knew about him, when he said, let's rape this bitch, then he said, I couldn't have picked a prettier bitch, it was fun, that he was talking about the rape and murder of Holly Bobo?
No, sir.
Nothing further, good.
So after he said that, Mr. Adams made those statements, you were so concerned and so convinced he meant Holly Bobo, you booted him out of, or you jumped out of the truck and you went straight to the police and told them about this, didn't you?
Do you have it on paper that I did? No, I didn't.
Okay. No further questions.
All right. Done?
Yes, sir.
You can step down. Please don't discuss the testimony you give in the court.
Yes, sir.
You're excused. Call your next.
One moment. Jamie Darnell, state call Jamie Darnell.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated in that chair. State your first and last name and spelling for the court reporter, please.
Jamie Darnell, JamieDarnell.
Darnell, you're going to need to speak into that because you're kind of soft-spoken, so speak directly into that microphone, okay?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Darnell, I'm not going to ask you where you live, but what area do you live in?
North end of the county, north end of Decatur County.
Northern Decatur County?
Yes, sir.
How long have you lived in Northern Decatur County?
Pretty much my whole life.
You know a man named Zachary Adams?
Yes, sir.
You see Mr. Adams in the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Point him out, please. You don't say that's the record.
Like the record, the defendant.
How long have you known Mr. Adams?
Pretty much his whole life. When he says he was about 5, he started riding the bus, same school bus I did.
You rode the same school bus as
Yes,
he
sir.
did? You familiar with the case that has been known as the Holly Bobo case from April of 2011?
Yes, sir.
You know that because you live in Decatur County?
Yes, sir.
Fair to say that was big news in Decatur County.
Yes, sir, it was.
Did you know Miss Holly Bobo?
No, sir.
You know any of her family?
Miss Bobo taught fourth grade.
You know Miss Karen Bobo?
Yes, sir.
Being a school teacher?
Yes, sir.
We'll take it to July 2012. Did you own or have a home in Decatur County?
Yes, sir. Yellow Springs Road.
And did Mr. Zach Adams come to your house in July of 2012?
Yes, sir.
Tell this jury what happened in July of 2012 when Zach Adams came to your house.
He came over to the house one night and it was he was feeling pretty good, you know, and he wanted to go to the bathroom and share some drugs with me. We went to the bathroom.
If you said he was feeling pretty good, what do you mean by that? What did you observe about him that night, Mr.
It seemed like he was just wound up, like he had, you know, energetic and stuff, you know, having a, you know.
Under the influence of drugs?
Yes, sir.
All right. You went into the bathroom?
Yes, sir. He approached me with a syringe, wanted to shoot me up with some meth, and I refused. I don't do the needle thing. Never have. And
Now, you used drugs, though. You did use drugs, correct?
yes, sir.
You're not proud of that, are you?
No, sir. Not at all. Not at all.
Did you do methamphetamine?
Yes, sir.
You didn't do it with a needle, though, did you?
No, sir.
You don't like needle dope, do you?
No, sir.
Is that what Mr. Adams wanted to do that night?
Yes, sir.
All right, I interrupted you. Go ahead about what's going on that night.
Well, he wanted to do that, and I was trying to get it the other way, any other way than the needle. He it seemed like he got agitated, kind of upset him a little bit.
Mr. Adams got agitated and upset?
Yes, sir.
Speak up, Mr. Brown.
I'm sorry.
Look at the jury. Speaking of that microphone, okay?
It seemed like he got upset and kind of bothered over it, like like he was offended or something.
Did you think he was mad at you because you wouldn't do needle dope with him?
Yes, sir. Seemed like it was. Seemed like it was bothering him. He showed me. No, sir. He showed me a knife that he had, and I was kind of like intimidated by it or something, trying to intimidate me with it. And I asked him to look at it, and I was checking it out, and asked him how much he would take for it. And he told me that if I knew what that knife had done, that I'd probably be afraid to hold the knife. And I was like, is it involved what I think it is? And he just smiled, and I gave it back to him.
What were you talking about? The Holly Bobo case?
Yes, sir.
So you didn't get that knife?
No, sir. No, sir. I gave it back immediately. We proceeded outside the bathroom. As we walked out of the bathroom, my girlfriend at the time was sitting on the couch watching TV, facing the open door. It was hot, you know.
Open door, is that the front door?
The front door, yes, sir. Yes, sir, the front door. And I didn't even know I had a pistol with him. He pulled the pistol out and shot it right over top of her head out the front door. I took the gun from him.
Mr. Adams shot that gun?
Yes, sir.
Over the top of the girlfriend's head, out the front door.
Yes, sir. I mean, like a foot over top of her head. It was close.
Do you know he had a gun?
No, sir.
What happened after he shot the gun over your girlfriend's head out the front door?
I kind of pushed the gun down toward the floor and kind of the side door led outside was to his right. So I kind of pushed the gun down and walked in toward the door and told him, he couldn't be doing that and acting like that around in my house. He couldn't be doing stuff like that.
It scared you?
Yes, sir.
Surprised you?
Yes, sir.
What was Mr. Adams, what was his emotional state while he had this condition he was in that you described, and after he had shot that gun over your girlfriend's head out the front door?
Well, after he did that, as soon as we made the exit of the house, he broke down and started crying. He looked at the gun for him, and he was crying. He was apologetic, and he immediately started apologizing for what he was doing.
When he was crying and apologetic for what he was doing, where were you all standing?
We were standing on the used to be the west side of the house at the time on the other side door.
Outside?
Yes, sir.
You know why he was crying?
He just had having a breakdown, like he was, finally at wit's end or something. I really couldn't tell. Kind of remorseful, I guess it was, for what you'd done, toward the gunshot and everything.
What did you tell him that night after that gunshot about things?
And I told him that I couldn't have him come back around to the house like that, acting like that. I got my kids coming over and stuff, and I didn't want any kind of trouble. I didn't want stuff like that happening over the house. I tried to handle it with kid gloves the best that I could. He has a reputation of the guy you don't want to make mad at you. So you kind of can't be forceful to running somebody like that off your house. So I kind of pampered it the best I could. I told him that until he cleared his name of everything, all the accusations and everything, he wasn't welcome back home or back at my house. He said that.
So let me make sure I understand. You got to speak up.
I'm sorry.
You're kind of nervous. You're nervous, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
You're also shy.
Yes, sir.
He was crying.
You smelled something?
We did too. Like they turned the heat on.
The heat.
I'm telling you, it smells like that back here. That's all it just needs to
I smell it. What's going on? It's the heat. I think it's back on. No?
We take a.
Let's just go ahead and take a lunch recess till we get our climate figured out, okay? It's one thing if we get a little warm, it's something else if they turn the heat on. It might be a few minutes before your lunch comes in. We'll take right at an hour without it. You want to get Mr. Darnell to witness back in here. I've already addressed that. Kind of mumbled and soft. I've told the attorneys that they can get it up. And I'll go ahead and tell him too. You speak softly and you kind of mumble a little, so try as best you can to raise your voice and talk clearly.
Yes, sir.
Okay? All right,
Yes, sir.
thank you. You were placed under oath, and then we had to take early lunch because of our heating and cooling problems. So they're going to now continue with your direct examination.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Darnell, as the judge just said, I talk fast. You talk fast. That's not a good combination.
No, sir.
And it's important for you to look up, speak in that microphone, speak to the jury. I also want you to understand this lady sitting here in front of you, our court reporter, it's important for her to hear you. So don't mumble, don't nod, just answer the question.
Yes, sir.
You got any questions for me? You understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, before we went to lunch, we got awfully hot in here.
Yes, sir.
And it got distracting because when the heat came on, it's a lot cooler now. I think we're all in better shape. You ready to go?
Yes, sir.
And you've had some illness problems. You were you've taken care of that today, right?
I believe I got it under control.
All right, you ready to go? You feel
Yes, sir.
good? All right, let's go back just a little bit. You and Mr. Adams came out of that bathroom at your house, and he shot the gun over your girlfriend's head out the front door.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Now tell the jury, slow and don't mumble, what happened after he shot that gun.
Well, I pushed the gun down toward the ground.
Talk slow.
I pushed the gun toward the ground and kind of pushed him in the same motion toward the exit, toward the side door to outside. And asked him what was going on, what was he thinking, and he broke down and started crying. And he was apologetic, all the way over shooting the gun. And I told him I couldn't have him coming back around the house, acting like that and behaving like that. My kids and stuff coming in and out. And
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, just speak up, and that microphone will pick it up, so get a little closer to it.
And he was apologetic, of everything that what just happened. He took and I told him I couldn't have him coming back over to my house, behaving like that with the kids and everything. And I told him that he's more welcome to come back after he cleared his name of everything that was going on and everything he was being accused of, in the neighborhood, and the community, and whatnot.
You told him he needed to clear his name.
Yes, sir.
What did you mean when you told him he needed to clear his name?
Of the rumors and that were going around of, whether the speculations of a Bobo case, of everything that was going on. It was a hot topic at the time around the area.
You told him he needed to clear his name about his involvement in the Holly Bobo.
Yes, sir.
Kidnapping, rape, and murder.
Yes, sir.
What did Mr. Adams say after you told him he needed to clear his name?
He said that he couldn't do that. He was too far involved into it, and there was no way he could do that.
Did he tell you he knew what had happened to Ms. Bobo?
No, sir, not that I can recollect.
He told you he was too deep into it.
Yes, sir.
Did he talk about his drug use?
He showed me the drag marks, I think they call it, on his arm where he'd been. He said, "This is what meth and morphine does to you," and he had bruises all over his arms and stuff where he'd been shooting it up.
You said drag mark?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It's like that bruises is like spots,
So the jury, where on your arms he was pointing on his arm? What you saw?
the bend of his elbow on that side of his arm. Yes, sir, on this side of his arm, bend of his elbow and stuff. It's pretty bad.
He tell you what it made him do? How it made him act?
But I could tell by the way he was acting that night in particular that it wasn't a good combination. It wasn't good for anybody. I mean, he was acting really crazy.
Mr. Darnell, was there any question in your mind that what you all were talking about that night was Mr. Adams' involvement in the Holly Bobo case?
Could you elaborate, please?
You understood you all were talking about the Holly Bobo?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have anything to do with Mr. Adams after that night? He wanted you to do needle dope and shot that gun out your house?
Now that I can recollect, I think he honored my wish by not coming back around. Best I can remember, he didn't. If maybe it's something in the past, seeing to the gas station or something, but as far as coming back over, I don't think he did.
No more socializing?
No, sir.
Mr. Darnell, you've had a little trouble in the past with the law, right?
Yes, sir.
Aggravated burglary convictions,
Yes, sir.
misdemeanor convictions,
Yes, sir.
and aggravated burglary was when you were how old?
18,
How old are you now?
30, 40, turned 40 last Monday.
40?
Yes, sir.
And that felony was 22 years ago.
Yes, sir.
That's what, Sean.
Now, Mr. Darnell, you remember speaking with one of my investigators, or two of my investigators, Amber Treat and Sarah Dunsing, don't you?
Yes, ma'am.
One of them, the woman over there,
Yes, ma'am.
and that was at your home, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That was June the 26th of this year.
Around about, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at that time, you remember specifically telling them that you were not testifying solely for, not simply to do the right thing, that you were also interested in the reward, didn't you?
And I told him that I wasn't like everyone else and saying that I wasn't interested in the money because, who wouldn't be,
Right? And you told her that the state would divide the money up amongst the people that testified against Mr. Adams.
No, ma'am. I told him that what the word that I heard from people going to other communities, small neighborhood, everyone talks, and that's what the word is. That we're going to split it up, 100, 200 people or whatever.
But amongst those people that helped convict Mr. Adams.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the first time you've talked to the police on several occasions in this case, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am.
First time you spoke to the police was on March the 1st, 2014, after Mr. Adams was arrested, wasn't it?
I guess I couldn't tell you the exact date, ma'am.
Around then.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you spoke to them again April the 11th of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you spoke to them a third time, which was September the 29th of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, all of those times when you told your story, you did not mention that your girlfriend was standing in the doorway when Mr. Adams shot the gun, did you?
She was sitting on the couch.
Okay. So you didn't mention your girlfriend was near the gunshot the first 3 times you told the story, did you?
I didn't change the story none. So.
And I didn't mean to say the first 3 times you told the story. The 3 times you spoke to the police, you didn't mention that your girlfriend was in the direction of the bullet, did you?
I couldn't.
Okay. So that's a new fact that you added later on.
Oh, no, ma'am.
But
No, ma'am.
it became new to the police because they hadn't heard it before, right?
I couldn't tell you exactly how. I said we're the first time,
As a matter of fact, you gave a written statement in this case. And I guess somebody else wrote it up for you and you signed it.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. I think I wrote one myself too.
And you've had an opportunity to review that statement.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that your girlfriend's not mentioned in that statement.
Not that I recall.
Okay. And you know Victor Dinsmore, don't you?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And you would say Mr. Dinsmore is a dishonest person, wouldn't you?
Objection.
If he
I
knows.
don't believe it's relevant. I don't believe it's
One's
relevant.
opinion on someone else's credibility is appropriate.
It's 607, Your Honor. It has to do with impeachment and reputation and community for honesty and this witness' personal knowledge about whether or not he's on 608, I'm sorry. It's evidence of character and conduct of a witness and specific instances of conduct and impeaching somebody based on somebody's opinion for their honesty.
All right.
Okay. You know Mr. Dinsmore, Victor Dinsmore, don't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would consider him a dishonest person, wouldn't you?
Certain aspects of his life, yes, ma'am.
Okay. I mean, he stole some money from you, didn't he?
In a roundabout way, yes, ma'am.
Did he sell you a house he did not own?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how much money did you pay him for that house?
Right at $21,000.
Okay. And turned out he didn't own it to sell it to you, did he?
No, ma'am.
And at one point, Mr. Dinsmore tried to rape your ex-wife, didn't he?
I found out yesterday, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you would trust Mr. Dinsmore, would you?
No, ma'am.
As a matter of fact, you look somewhat mad. Do you dislike Mr. Dinsmore?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you getting mad right now?
No, ma'am. Nervous.
Nervous. Okay,
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry. Don't be nervous. Now, after, let's see. Specifically, when you're saying that you told Zach to clear up his name, you were clear with the investigators that you did not mention the name Holly Bobo to Zach when you told him that, did you?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you just said you need to clear up your name and everything that's being said about you, didn't you?
And clear your name of what's going on.
And Zach simply replied he couldn't clear up his name. He was in too deep.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is right after he's shot the gun in your house. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that he was high at the time he was shooting the gun.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
I mean, he'd been using meth and other drugs.
Presumably, yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
I think he was. He didn't do that in front of me, so
Okay. But he was certainly, strike that. So, and when he responded to you, he did not specifically say Holly Bobo's name, did he?
No, ma'am.
You assumed that you both knew what you were talking about, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No further questions.
Yes. You assumed he knew because that was big news in that county.
Yes, sir. That's the only topic going around. I mean, that was.
And you thought he was involved.
Yes, sir.
And that's why you told him to clear his name.
Yes, sir.
And he couldn't do it because he was in too deep.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Done. All right, step down, you're free to go. Please don't discuss any testimony given in court.
Yes, sir.
All right, you're next.
Carl Stabler.
Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony that you give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
That's right.
Want you to sit down and state your first and last name for the record and spell it to the court reporter, please.
Carl Stabler, Carlstateler.
Spell last name again.
Stateler.
Okay.
Now proceed.
You may.
Mr. Stabler, I want you to direct your answers to the jury, but keep your mouth, keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll pull it up, Mr. Kind of tall. Where do you live?
Parsons, Tennessee.
Okay. Speak up.
Parsons, Tennessee.
There you go.
Sorry about that.
I can hear you. You grow up around there?
Yes, ma'am.
How old are you?
28.
You know a person by the name of Zach Adams?
Yes, ma'am.
You see him in the courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you point him out, please?
For the record, this is business.
Do you know a person by the name of Shane Austin?
Yes, ma'am.
And where's Shane Austin?
Dead from what I hear.
What about Dylan Adams?
Incarcerated. Yeah.
So you know all of those individuals. What about a guy named Jason Autry?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to take your attention back to 2011. Are you the same person today that you were then?
No, ma'am.
Are you working?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been working for several years?
Yes, ma'am.
Stable?
Yes, ma'am.
Back in the day, were you, I guess, not living the same life you're living now?
Yes, ma'am.
During that time, is that when you knew Zach Adams and Shane Austin?
Yes, ma'am.
And let me just ask you, were you sort of involved with the drug culture back then?
Yeah, I was just kind of just raised up in the area, and that's all I ever know until I had enough sense to get myself out of it.
And you moved to Nashville?
Yes, ma'am.
Because other witnesses have been asked, I'll just ask you the same thing. Do you have any felonies?
No, ma'am.
Despite not having any felony convictions, You have some misdemeanors.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So back in 2011, you said you knew Zach Adams.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember hearing that a young lady by the name of Holly Bobo from Parsons had come up missing?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that big news in your town?
No.
Was not big news?
I mean, it's just another person that come up missing around there, you know.
Was it on the television?
Yes.
And did you personally know anything about that?
No.
Okay, did you know her?
No.
Did you know her family?
No.
Didn't know Karen Bobo, Clint Bobo, Holly's brother, Dana Bobo, her father?
No, ma'am.
Back in 2011, where did you live? Remember?
Yep, with Victor Dinsmore.
And that was off of Yellow Springs Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Believe you were dating his daughter, maybe?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the jury has seen a picture, an aerial of the Dinsmore house and the big shop, I guess, that was out there. Did you live there on a permanent basis, or were you sort of coming and going?
Coming and going.
Now, did you have occasion after Holly was reported as missing to ever have a discussion with Zach Adams about that?
Will you repeat the question?
Okay, that was kind of probably not an easy question. The summer after Holly went missing, she went missing in April. So the summer after that, do you recall a time when you were riding around in Zach's truck with him?
Yes.
And did he make a statement to you about what you believed to be Holly Bobo and her disappearance?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you tell the jury what he said?
He said, I'll let Shane hit it.
Said what?
I'll let Shane hit it.
And what did you take that to mean?
The only thing that it could mean, as far as I knew Zach Adams was concerned, and the Holly Bobo disappearance.
What did the word, and you may not want to say it, but what did?
Rape.
Rape. Right. Did you ask him any questions about it?
No, ma'am.
Did you want to know about it?
No, ma'am.
In addition, and that was the summer after
Yes.
Holly came missing,
Yes.
or during the summer, I guess. Did you also have an occasion to be at a bar with him on a different day when he made certain statements?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was this bar located?
Johnny's Bar and Grill in Parsons, Tennessee.
Okay, and where in Parsons is Johnny's Bar and Grill?
It is about halfway down towards the interstate, towards Cherokee Heights, Woodland Shores area.
Okay. And I know you don't know the date, but you believe this to be that same, the end of that same summer?
Yes, ma'am.
And what, if anything, did Zach say to you regarding Holly Bobo?
What did he say to me?
Or say to somebody else that you overheard?
He said, I'll kill you like I did Holly Bobo,
And who did he say that to?
the bartender.
And was that bartender a male or a female?
Female,
What was her name?
Misty Tubbs.
I'll let Shane hit it. I'll do you like I did Holly Bobo. Did he make one more statement to you about Holly Bobo? And who was,
Yes.
and who was responsible? What did he say to you?
He said, I did it.
Where were you when he said, I did it? Was that also at that same bar?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ask him any questions?
No, ma'am.
Did you want to know about it?
No, ma'am.
And until law enforcement came and talked to you and did you ever report it?
Yes.
Who did you report it to?
The TBI.
And when they asked you, you told them what you knew?
Yes, ma'am.
One moment. I don't have anything else, Mr. Taylor. Thank you. The defense may have questions.
Cross-examination.
Now, Mr. Statler, the first time the TBI came to talk to you about possible information regarding Zach Adams, you denied knowing anything, didn't you?
I don't recall that.
The first time they came to interview you, you denied knowing anything about Holly Bobo and who was responsible?
I don't recall that.
So that's a memory that you don't have now, is that correct?
It's been a long time, but yes.
Okay. And so then you say when you were driving around, Mr. Adams said, "I let Shane hit it."
Yes, ma'am.
And you assume what he meant was that he allowed Shane to rape Holly Bobo?
Yes, ma'am, I assume.
Yeah, but you didn't ask any follow-up questions.
No.
And then you heard him say at a bar to Misty Tubbs, "I'll do you like I did Holly Bobo."
Yes, ma'am.
But in the past, didn't you specifically say, you heard him say, "I'll do you like Holly Bobo"?
What past are you referring to? The night at the bar?
Before, when you've repeated that statement, wasn't it slightly different in that you said, Zach Adams said, "I'll do you like Holly Bobo," instead of "I'll do you like I did"?
I don't
Holly
remember the specifics. I just remember him telling the bartender that night that he would kill her like he did Holly Bobo.
But he didn't say kill. He said, "I'll do you."
I'm not sure the exact words, but it was serious enough to,
Okay, but
you
it's
know.
possible.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, he's still talking. She did
I
not.
think he finished. He
Cut off.
said it was serious enough, was his statement.
Okay, I couldn't hear that.
And then on one more occasion, you heard him say, "I did it," when you were at the same bar.
Yes.
And you took that to mean that he was confessing that he had killed Holly Bobo. Or was
Yes.
involved. I don't mean to talk over you. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. But you didn't ask any follow-up questions
No,
regarding
ma'am.
No further questions.
Yes, Ms. Thompson asked whether or not you denied having information. Actually, the first time TBI came to you was on December the 8th, 2011. I don't suppose you remember that day.
No, not
Exact-
specifically. No, ma'am.
But on that day, in addition to the things you testified to, did you also provide them with additional information about Zach Adams regarding his drug usage in the immediate days following Holly's disappearance?
Will you repeat the question, please?
Did you also tell TBI about Zach Adams' drug usage right after Holly Bobo came up missing?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you told them back in 2011.
I said that he had been high out of his mind for days or weeks, just out of his, like, too high to function.
And that was in the days and weeks following.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's also the same interview that you told them that he blurted out, "I let Shane hit it."
Yes, ma'am.
It's also the same interview where you told them that at Johnny's bar in Decatur County, he became upset with Misty Tubbs and made the statement that he did about Holly.
Yes, ma'am.
During the time, they talked to you again several years later, and at that time, you indicated that Zach Adams was driving several different cars during that period of time. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know him to drive a white Nissan truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know him to drive occasionally, and that Jason Autry was driving a PT Cruiser,
Yes, ma'am.
and that Shane Austin was driving a Crown Victoria?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Do you remember speaking to our investigators, two women that came to talk to you?
Yes.
You? And so you specifically told them, you described Zach Adams as being passive aggressive and liked to mess with people's heads,
Yes.
didn't you? And so just a moment ago, also, you testified that Zach Adams, there was a point at which he was so high, he was using so many drugs that he was unable to really function.
Yes. Of
And-
sound mind.
At the time he talked about letting Shane hit it, that was right during the middle of that time when he was so high, he was having a hard time functioning.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No further questions.
One more to follow up on that. You indicated that, and I left this out on purpose the first time, but Ms. Thompson asked about head games. Was he playing head games when he pulled guns on you multiple times?
Objection, Your Honor. It's outside the scope.
Oh. How was that outside the scope?
Let's just move on. All right, you can be excused, do not discuss your testimony with anyone.
Thank you.
Step down. Next, do we call
Corey Rivers.
Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Be seated. I want you to state your name first and last, and spell it for the court report.
Corey Rivers, COREYRIVERS.
And Mr. Rivers, I'm gonna ask that you speak up. I'm actually gonna adjust the microphone for you. Because you're sort of soft-spoken, okay?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And I want you to do your best to direct your answers so that all the jury can hear you, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I couldn't hear you at all.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, lean forward. Where do you live, Mr. Rivers?
Jacksonville, Florida.
Jacksonville, Florida. How long have you lived there?
All my life.
You grew up there, family there?
Yes, ma'am.
You have a job?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you had this job?
For about a year.
And you drove up here the last couple of days to, at the state's request?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to draw your attention back to 2016 and ask if you found yourself in Tennessee.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
How did you come to be in Tennessee in 2016?
Me and a couple of my friends were driving up here, and we was actually, I don't know, I think we was heading up north, and we was heading up north, and we got pulled over by Williamson County, and my other friends, they was tired of driving. We had drove from Florida, so I drove, but I didn't have any license, and so my homeboy said, "Well, you can use my license." So when we got pulled over, I used his license. Come to find out, his was suspended. So
Let me stop you here. So you see the blue lights, right?
yes, ma'am.
And before the police get up to your door, your friend passes you his license.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the license you presented,
Yes, ma'am.
all right? So what happened after that? And then he checks that license and
Yeah.
finds out that's suspended?
Yes, ma'am. So I'm like, oh my God. So I end up, by me being out of state, they told me that I have a bond of $1,000 to but I would have to still go and turn myself in. So I didn't want to tell the police that, this not me. I just paid the $1,000 and just got from up here. And I ended up going back down to Florida. And I guess I did a year. I had did a year down there because I was fighting something down there. So I did a year in the county down there. I got out and I had a case up here because they had found out that it wasn't me. So I ended up taking a plea of 60 days and 2 years probation, which is what I'm doing now.
So you're on probation now?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
So the 60 days that you got for using somebody else's identity,
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you do your 60 days?
In Franklin, Tennessee, Williamson County. Yes, ma'am.
So I want to ask you, and you were actually incarcerated for your 60 days last year,
Yes, ma'am.
like April through June,
Yes, ma'am.
somewhere around April 8th through June 9th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And while you were incarcerated in Williamson County, did you come to know or meet an individual by the name of Zachary Adams?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you point him out?
I did.
For the record.
Now, before you got here, before you got locked up on this driving charge, did you know anything about the case regarding Holly Bobo that happened in Decatur County, Tennessee?
No, ma'am.
Before you got locked up on your driving charge, did you know anything about an individual by the name of Zachary Adams?
No, ma'am.
What about Dylan Adams?
No, ma'am.
What about Shane Austin?
No, ma'am.
What about Jason Autry?
I still don't know who them people are. No, ma'am.
The man that you pointed out a minute ago, Zachary Adams, how did you come to know him when you were locked up in Williamson County?
We was next door cellmates for 60 days.
Now, if you're next door cellmates, does that allow for opportunities for you to talk to one another?
Yes, ma'am.
How does that work?
We can talk through the vent, so we can talk through the door
And does that happen a lot?
every day. Yes, ma'am.
Just prior to your making the appointments of Zachary Adams, how were you spending some of your time of confinement? Doing what?
Either working out or reading my Bible or just reading.
I'm gonna ask you some questions about reading your Bible. Do you know whether or not Zachary Adams saw you reading your Bible?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you all actually have a conversation about that?
Yes, ma'am. A few times we did.
I want you to explain to the jury what he said, what you said, what he said.
No, he just used to walk by and he see me reading my Bible and he asked me, about the forgiveness, like would God ever forgive him? And we just used to talk on a daily basis, and I was like, yeah, God will forgive you no matter what human people see you as. God will forgive you if you just be honest, whatever situation you're going through. And we just used to combine in like that.
Did he indicate whether or not he was interested? You said as long as you do what? Tell the truth?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Did he indicate to you at all what his intentions were?
No, ma'am.
Now, was this before or after you knew what he was charged with, or both, before and after?
We started talking that night. It's like when I first get in there and the person asks you, like, what are you in for? And, first couple of days you shy, don't really say too much. And I gave him the story while I was in there, and he kind of told me that while he was in there, but I didn't know it was anything like this. So.
Did he tell you that he was charged with kidnapping, rape, and murder?
Yes, ma'am.
When you heard that news, well, just tell the jury how that conversation went.
Well, when I heard it, I still didn't kind of give him no, I still didn't stop talking to him because, everybody's been accused of similar situations like that. Should I elaborate on that?
Sure, you start.
My mom was like that. She was accused of murder when I was 4 years old. I had got molested. At the age of 4, I had to get 36 stitches. So, she came home from work and she seen my stepdad inside of me. So she killed him. And they sentenced my mom to life without parole. So, we're not knowing what defects behind it, but in the system, my stepdad's sister was a police officer. So that's why she got that much time. But she fought for me I'm the only child. So my mom is out now. She only did 9 years, and you can't even tell she went in. So I didn't really like try to pass judgment against him because I'm not knowing the background of why he's accused of that. So I didn't.
So you just kept talking to him?
Yeah, I just kept talking to him like a normal person.
Did he tell you anything about what he was charged with? Did you ask him what happened?
Not at first, but I mean, as do day to day, weeks and weeks, we talking. When he come out for his hour, I come out for his hour. We talking through when it's, nothing to do. He was elaborating of, I asked him what happened,
Tell them.
And
you asked him what happened.
Yeah, I asked him what happened, and he really didn't go into much detail. He was just like, him and a couple of his friends got drunk, and they went.
Stop you here. Did he say a couple of his friends, or did he say a family member and another guy?
He didn't elaborate on that. He just said a couple of his friends that went into the, they got drunk and they went into the woods with this girl, and one thing led to another, and then he was like, I was there for the worst of it. And I was like, well, did you do it? And he was like, I was there for the worst of it, and he just left it like that. We never really got into detail about that. That's when the subject again got on about the forgiveness, and just be honest, and no matter what the outcome is, at least you right with God, so it just went on like that.
So he told you that he and a couple of his friends got drunk and did what? Got her in the woods?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then without giving you details, he told you he was there for the worst of it.
Yes, ma'am. We didn't go into detail.
He didn't tell you what the worst of it was?
No, ma'am.
When he told you that, did you stop talking to him, or did you continue to, try and be his friend, or?
I just continued to talk because I didn't know it was, anything as dramatic as this. So I just continued to talk because here I am in the same predicament you is. I'm just not, charged for the same thing. So I try not to judge people by that.
Did he tell you what had happened to her body?
Yes, ma'am, he did. He told me that the bottom side was found in one part of Tennessee, and then some other pieces was found otherwhere. So.
I'm sorry, didn't hear that.
And other pieces was found other places. That's what he told me.
Did he say what had happened to her body before that?
It had got chopped up. Said it had been chopped up.
And specifically,
I'm sorry, he's just dropping his voice.
It had got chopped up.
Specifically, did he tell you that they had found her upper torso?
Yes, ma'am.
When you heard all of this, I know that you had tried not to judge, but did you, on your own, reach out to law enforcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they come and talk to you?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
And was that while you were still locked up doing your 60 days?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, when they came and talked to you, did you ask for anything from them?
No, ma'am.
Did you want anything from them?
No, ma'am.
You'd already pled guilty. Your case, you had your days, right?
Yes, ma'am. 60 days. Yes, ma'am.
Did you share with law enforcement what you told the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Rivers, did he, when it came time for you to get out in June, did Zachary Adams, that you pointed out here, tell you or mention a video?
Yeah, he actually I told him, to let me know how, everything turned out, and and I told him, we prayed and stuff before I left, and I actually left him my Bible because he already had one, but I still left him my Bible so he can pass over to somebody else, and he gave me his number, and he said, man, I'm gonna he said, do you have a Facebook or a YouTube account or Facebook account? And I was like, yeah, and I gave him my Facebook and stuff information, and he was like, man, I'm going to call you, and I'm going to give you something. I was like, all right, I wasn't really thinking nothing much. I'm ready to go. My time is up. I'm ready to go home. So I really wasn't thinking nothing of it. So when I did get out, about a week later, he did call, but I never picked up because I never put no money on the phone. And once I start, researching and Googling,
You can't talk
Oh.
about what you said, but after you got out in June, did you look up this case and decide that you weren't gonna talk to him anymore?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now what I'm asking, I asked you, before you left, did he tell you about a video? And then you jumped to the Facebook and the,
Yes.
and the YouTube. So what did he tell you about the video?
He told me that it was something, he had something he wanted to show me. He wanted to tell me to look up when I get out by the video.
Did he make any reference to it being right under the noses?
Oh, yes. He said,
Tell the
yes,
jury.
yes, ma'am. He told me it was right under the nose of, the people who's looking into this.
But at what? They hadn't found it?
No, they haven't found it. So he told me he was going to, when he called me, just pay close attention to what he said. But when he called, I never put no money on the phone or no time on the phone.
Is everything that you told the jury here true?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't have anything else. Thank you.
All right, cross-examination.
Now, Mr. Rivers, where you were staying in the Williamson County Jail, that's protective custody, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And as a matter of fact, everybody is locked up 23 hours a day in their cells.
That is correct, ma'am.
And you were in protective custody because you were a sex offender on the sex offender registry.
That is correct, ma'am.
Matter of fact, you have a felony sex offense for child molestation.
That's not correct, ma'am.
You're on the sex offender registry for
Lewd and lascivious.
lewd and lascivious behavior with someone under the age of 16.
That's not correct, ma'am.
That's not correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So it's an error if the record shows that?
On whoever part, it got to be. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so even when people are let out of jail for their 1 hour a day, everybody in this unit is let out at different times, aren't they?
That's it. Yes, ma'am.
And they can then leave their small 6 by 4 foot cell to go into the main rec room. Isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am. What do you mean by small rec room?
Okay,
We're in the
so
dormitory on the top floor.
you go into but you can go into the main part of the dorm, like the large rec room is where you go during your 1 hour of release time.
If you're on the top floor, you have to kind of like stay on the top floor. If you're on the bottom, you stay on the bottom unless you're using the phone. Otherwise, it's no moving around.
Okay, but you get to come out of your cell and you can walk up and down
The aisle. Yes, ma'am.
the aisle by the other cells.
That's correct, ma'am.
And that's the time when you take a shower and you can go down and use the telephone.
That's correct, ma'am.
And there's one telephone in the main area of the pod, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am.
So all the cell doors kind of open out into this common area.
If it's your time to come out. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but what I'm saying is all the doors face this opening of the common area, don't they?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there's one television that people watch, isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you actually share that television with another unit?
No, ma'am.
Control? Well, I guess the downstairs and the top upstairs share the television, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you're going to watch television, you actually have to stand in your cell and look out the little bitty window in the door.
Not the room I was in. I can sit on my bed and actually watch TV. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
But that is the case on similar situation.
Okay. And each door has a very small window that looks out, doesn't it?
That is correct, ma'am.
Kind of a long rectangular window.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you're only allowed out of your cell 1 hour a day.
Yes, ma'am.
And you're not free to really have physical contact with anybody else in the cell.
No, ma'am.
Now you've been in more than one jail over your lifetime, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay. And in jail, would you agree with me that people like to maintain a kind of in general, a tough demeanor so that they are not picked on or bullied by other inmates?
You can say that.
I mean, it's kind of the survival of the fittest in jail, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And what you said earlier about when you got stopped in the car, this is while you were driving around, and you lied and gave them somebody else's ID. That just you were stopped driving and you handed them somebody else's ID, somebody else's driver's license.
That is correct, ma'am.
And that was just for your pure own self survival, right?
Yes, ma'am.
To try to keep you out of trouble.
Pretty much.
And so you lied to police in order to benefit yourself, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so now you initially contacted the police before you were released from jail about Mr. Adams, didn't you?
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. You contacted police on May the 4th, which was, you hadn't even been there a whole month when you contacted the police about him.
6 days shorter than a month. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Because at that point you thought, you say it was just to, you said you contacted them because it was such a serious crime. That's why you came forward.
Yes, ma'am. What he told me. Yes, ma'am.
But you recognize that there might be some benefit to you.
What benefit was it towards me, ma'am?
Well, you recognize that sometimes they do let people out of their sentence. They get a lighter sentence if they come forward with information, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am. But I still kept my 60 days and 2 years probations, which I only have 8 more months left now that I'm going to do to the door.
That's right, because there wasn't an opportunity for you to testify before your time expired, was there?
I didn't know because I didn't know anything about the case at that time as far as that detail.
But you did have television where you were in your cell.
Williamson County didn't broadcast that, but I didn't see it.
Okay, they did broadcast the news though.
She's arguing with him.
I mean, they did broadcast the news.
Okay.
They broadcasted the news, ma'am, but I didn't see anything as far as in what Zach is accused of at that time.
He didn't give you any more details about the crime than what you've said here in front of the jury, did he?
No, ma'am.
But he did just admit to you that he was involved in it.
Yes, ma'am.
A person he had just met,
Yes, ma'am.
another criminal that's being housed in protective custody along with him.
Yes, ma'am.
And he also talked to you about religion.
Yes, ma'am.
If I can have a minute. And then before you were released from custody, you called the TBI back and talked to them one more time, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And this time, you said he had continued to talk to you while you were in jail, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
That
I
was your
did.
claim.
Yes, ma'am.
Even though you did admit that he said his attorney had told him to not talk about the case.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, this attorney and his papa. That's what he used to call his grandfather, his papa.
Papa?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
And you don't believe everything people tell you in jail, do you?
Object to relevance.
Sustained.
No further questions.
Ms. Rivers, Ms. Thompson just asked you about why you were on the sex offender registry. Does that relate back to a charge that you got when you were in state custody when your mother was in prison?
Yes, ma'am. I was in a juvenile program.
And you were how?
I was 17 when I was accused. I didn't get formally charged until I was 18. He was 16. He touched me. I touched him. He told me that if I didn't let them know what I did, that he was going to tell so I can catch more time. But I was I was so ignorant at that time that I didn't care. I was ready to go. So he told of what happened, that I touched him and he touched me. So they had to wait till I was 18 to formally charge me, which was a year later. But I was so ignorant with the law till I took a plea. And that was when I was 18. I'm now 32. I have never, ever had any other crime like that. Never even dealt with nothing else like that in my life.
You could actually be off the sex offender registry in Florida.
Yeah, I didn't
at
know.
this time, but you just didn't get
I
off.
didn't even know until somebody, till a lawyer reached out to me and told me, looked into my case and told me that I can't fight it because it's so old, but that I can get off the registry. But I don't, I'm back working, I'm in school. And right now I just don't have the funds to pursue that to get off right now. But it is in the making. Yes, ma'am.
And since Ms. Thompson was asking me some questions sort of about your credibility, I see you have 2 teardrops. Sometimes that's associated with gang killings. What are yours for?
Mine is for my grandmama. I got them in 2008 when she passed. It was for my grandmother.
When Zach told you about the 2 other people that got Holly with him, that got Holly into the woods, did you also report that?
Objection to leading, Your Honor.
I'm not suggesting, he can say yes, he can say no. I just got to get him to a certain place, Judge.
Yeah.
Did you also report a statement that Zach made about what one of the other individuals ultimately did to himself?
Yeah, I can't.
Objection, Your Honor. It's irrelevant.
I can't remember if it was his.
Wait just a minute, Corey.
The question again.
Was what something else Zach told him about one of the individuals involved?
All right.
I couldn't remember what was it because it's been over a year. I don't remember. I don't recall if it was his brother or his cousin, but he said someone had, committed suicide and killed themselves.
Because why?
Because of the situation that they had got into.
Did he tell you because he felt so bad?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those my words or
No,
are
those are my words.
your words or are they Zach's words?
Well, those exact words. I'm sorry.
That's all. Thank you.
So I want to understand, you're saying that this charge that I asked you about, it was not with someone under 16, it was with someone who was 16.
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay.
You wasn't precise, so I didn't
And-
answer.
Okay, so I got it a little wrong. And then you're saying that you were not guilty of it, but they charged you when you were 18 and you went ahead and took a plea to prevent further trouble?
I had been in a juvenile program since I was 14 years old. I didn't get out till I was 18. I didn't have my mother at the time. I was raised by the street, so I was ignorant with the law. So they offered me 35 years or versus take 5 years probation with the plea, and I took it because I didn't have no lawyer or anything to represent me, and I didn't know nothing about the law at that time.
You did not have a lawyer on a case that serious?
A public defender.
Okay, but a public defender would be an attorney, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so what you're saying is you lied about being guilty in order to get yourself a better benefit.
So I wouldn't take 35 years.
And you went to court and you lied about being guilty in front of the court.
So I wouldn't take 35 years.
Okay, just to be clear. Thank you.
Done.
Done.
All right, you're free to go, sir. Please don't discuss your testimony with anyone.
Yes, sir.
How long have you next witness?
Not terribly long.
All right, let's go ahead and get another, then we'll take a break, okay?
Say called Sean Cooper.
So your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Come up here to be seated, state your first and last name, spelling for the benefit of the court reporter.
Sean Cooper, SHAWNCOOPER.
Mr. Cooper, you're gonna keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, sir.
Even louder than that.
Yes, sir.
Speak into that microphone so we can hear you over here, okay?
Yes, sir.
You're in a prison outfit, aren't you?
Yes, sir. Jail outfit.
Jail, what jail are you in?
Hardman County.
Why are you in jail in Hardin County?
I think he said.
Hardman. Yeah. Violation of probation, not paying my fines and not showing up.
Not paying your fines and what?
Not showing up to see her.
Not showing up for your meetings?
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And what were you on probation for?
Theft under 500 and driving on suspended.
All right, so 2 misdemeanors.
Yes, sir.
But you do have 2 felonies in your past, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Aggravated assault and arson.
Yes, sir.
And how long ago was that?
2008.
That involved your ex-wife?
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you about another time you were in jail, okay?
Yes, sir.
March of 2014. March the 4th of 2014.
Yes, sir.
Did something happen that day?
Yes, sir.
All right, speak up loud. Tell me and the jury what happened.
I was sitting there and a lady,
Where were you sitting?
I was sitting on a bench after court, just sitting there. All the inmates were sitting there. Waiting till the other inmates go to court and stuff.
Is there like a room outside the courtroom where the inmates are locked up or whatever?
It's just a hallway.
Just a hallway?
Yeah, we was just sitting on a bench, all cuffed.
Okay.
And a lady come out and said, does anybody think they're going to be able to bond out or go home today? And I raised my hand, or raised my finger, just joking. She said, no, Mr. Cooper, you're going to go to O'Brien County. You got a hold.
Okay, so let me interrupt you. Woman comes out, is anybody going to go home today? Is anybody going to? Bond out or get time served or whatever and go home today?
Yes, sir.
You raised your hand, but you knew you weren't going home today.
No, I knew I wasn't going.
Did you say it was a joke?
Yeah.
And she told you what?
You have a hold in O'Brien County.
Okay, a hold means they want you in O'Brien County for something, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So that means that you would, if you left their jail, you'd be going to a different jail,
Yes, sir.
to the O'Brien County jail.
Yes, sir.
After she told you that, did anybody say anything to you?
Zachary Adams was sitting there.
Now, did you know Zachary Adams?
No, sir.
So before that day, is it fair to say you didn't even know who he was?
Yes, sir. I didn't know him.
Never hung out with him?
No.
Nothing like that?
No, sir.
All right, well, tell me what happened.
He said, you going to O'Brien County? He said, you know who I am? I said, no. He said, I'm Zachary Adams. I'm the Holly Bobo murder case. I said, oh. And he said, is there any way you can talk to any inmates when you get there on the federal side? And I said, I don't know, maybe through the door.
Let me interrupt you, okay? When he asked, is there any way that you could talk to other inmates there on the federal side, what is he talking about?
It's a federal holding facility. It holds the federal inmates.
Okay, so O'Brien County has prisoners like you, but they also may have some prisoners that are federal defendants.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
He asked you whether or not you were going to be able to talk to anyone.
Yes, sir.
So what'd you tell him?
I said I might can. if I'm in F pod or E pod, maybe through the door, I might could talk to him.
Okay.
And can't really remember what name he told me, but he told me it was his brother. He said, you tell him if he don't keep his mouth shut, I'm gonna put him in the hole beside her.
Beside who?
Holly Bobo.
He told you, and you said a name you can't remember, but that it was his brother?
Yeah, he says my brother.
And he better do what?
Keep his mouth shut before I put him in the hole beside her.
Before I put him in a hole beside her.
Yes,
And what did
sir.
you say to him?
I told him he better quit talking to me, and probably I said a few cuss words to him, and he shut up. And then they come got me, or he went into court and got his bond.
Let me interrupt you right before that, okay? You said some cuss words to him?
Yeah,
Why did you say some cuss words to him?
because it hit me wrong, so it made me mad.
You threatened him?
I said something to him. I can't really remember.
Okay.
I slap you or something.
That you were gonna slap him or something.
Yeah,
Is it fair to say you didn't want him talking to you?
yeah. Not after that.
Do you want to be part of this at all?
No.
All right, you said he went into court then and came back. What
Yeah.
happened then?
He was walking out. He said something about I got a blah 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 bond. Just
Talking about his bond,
yeah, like it was a joke or something.
like it was a joke.
Yeah,
So he had gone into court and whatever happened in court happened in court. And now he has come back and he's made some joke about his bond.
yes sir.
Do you remember the exact words he used?
No, something about I got a blah 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 bond, like it was cool or something.
Like it was cool.
Something.
Did you think it was cool?
No, I just want to go home.
You just wanted to go home.
Yeah,
But you weren't going home, you were going to Lyon County.
yeah.
Did he make any other statements back there with you about the case?
I try to remember.
Okay.
It's been
And were
some
there
years.
any other people back there with you when this happened?
Yeah, there were a couple people sitting there.
Would it be fair to say there were other inmates?
Yes sir.
Did you personally know any of those other inmates?
No sir.
All right, so you hear Zach Adams ask you, will you be able to talk to the federal inmates in Lyon County? You tell him maybe.
Yes sir.
He tells you to get a message to his brother. Is that correct?
Yes sir.
Lie in a hole next to Holly, or next to her.
Yes sir.
Is that right?
Yes sir.
You hear him joking about his bond.
Yes sir.
So after you hear this, do you run to the police? Do you run to the police and try to get credit for this? See if maybe you can get out of going to Lyon County.
No sir.
Instead, how did the police find out about this?
I was talking to my old lady because I was sort of stunned about it all.
You mumbled that to say it again.
I was sort of stunned, so I was trying to tell my old lady, like in a secret way, in court or on the phone, about what happened in court.
All right, so right after you got out of court, did you call your old lady?
Yeah, sometime that day.
And you try to tell her what you heard?
Yeah, can't believe what this dude said to me.
And the police must have been listening to that, right?
I guess.
Because then they came to you.
Yeah.
And when they came to you 9 days later, did you tell them the truth, just like you've told us today?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever received anything in return for this?
No, sir.
Have I ever done anything for you?
No, sir.
Has anybody ever done anything for you?
No, sir.
You're serving time because you didn't pay your fines and you missed some probation years.
Yes, sir.
Be fair to say nobody's helped you?
Nobody helped me.
talked about how you were going to Obion County. Where were you presently when this happened? What county?
Chester County.
Chester County. And is that where this conversation took place in the lockup?
Yes, sir.
Do you see Mr. Adams in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Can you point where he's seated?
Right there.
For the record, it's no further questions.
Cross.
Now, Mr. Cooper, in fact, you did tell other inmates about what you claim Mr. Adams said, didn't you?
Other inmates.
Other inmates, yes.
I think I asked one if they heard it. I don't know if I told any of them, but I asked the one dude next to me if he heard. I don't remember what he said. It's been years ago.
But in fact, you did tell other people in your cell with you what Mr. Adams had said. You all discussed it, didn't you?
I don't remember.
So it's possible you did and you just don't remember now?
I don't remember.
Can you answer it louder?
I don't remember.
Okay. So that's a memory you don't have at this point.
Yeah. I don't remember that.
Okay. And this happened in Chester County. You went to Obion County. You went to Obion County because you had a failure to appear. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Your failure to appear in Obion County got dropped, didn't it?
I served, I don't know, 10, 15 days there.
Well, that was before you had your court date and you had your hearing on it, isn't it?
I don't remember about all that.
Okay. And matter of fact, at the time all this happened, you were telling people that Zach Adams was bragging about having a $2 million bond. Do you remember telling people that?
Yeah, I remember him bragging about that. That's when he come out the courtroom.
And do you now remember saying that he was bragging about having a $2 million bond?
I remember it, but I don't remember telling nobody that.
Okay.
I remember what he said, though. I'll never forget all of it.
And do you remember at the original time you said you never mentioned Holly Bobo's name? You quoted Mr. Adams as saying if he didn't shut up, he would put his brother in a hole right beside her.
Yeah, because he told me before that he was a Holly Bobo murder case. That's how I knew, Holly Bobo.
Now, you would agree with me that people in jail talk big, don't they?
They try to. They try to.
They try to. And you don't believe everything people in jail say to you, do you?
Not some stuff.
And you've talked big in jail before yourself, haven't you?
Not really. I mind my own business, stay to myself.
Okay. No further questions.
All right. Let's step in. Let's take a recess. It's right at 2 o'clock. We'll resume at 2:15. Follow the admonitions I've given you from the outset.
For what we're talking about, high-speed chase, stealing the truck. Were you ever in the Chester County Jail?
Yes, sir.
And did a conversation or some statements happen around you?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me where you were, why you were there, and what happened?
I was in Chester County Jail. I was there for, was accused of stealing a Ford truck and doing a high-speed chase.
When you say accused, I think you probably did it, didn't you?
And that one, no.
That one, no.
That one, no.
All right, so there's other ones you have now.
Yes, everything else I did, that was one of the first ones that I didn't do.
Okay.
But I did the high-speed chase in it and, fought the officers and everything else that went with it.
You just didn't steal the truck?
I just didn't steal the truck.
All right, tell me what happened. Where were you? What happened?
With the theft or the jail or?
Excuse me?
With the jail or?
With the jail.
Yeah. I'd been in jail about a month. I was going up for arraignment. I was kind of late coming into the court area because my lawyer, Chip Sherrod, had come in to see me, and he pulled me aside. And I went in, and in Chester County, it's a long hallway with a bench on the side. And a guy named Cooper, who was in the pod with me, was sitting at the front of the bench. And I went up and I sat next to him, and he told me he'd already been inside. And Zach was standing in front of us on the wall.
Now, let me interrupt you. You said Zach and you pointed. Is that the defendant here today?
Yes, sir.
The record could so reflect. Did you know Zach at that time?
No, I'd never seen him before in my life.
Never seen him before in your life? Okay, what happened?
He was leaning against the wall, and I asked Cooper what happened in his court hearing. He said that he was done in Chester County and he had to go to another jail. And Zach stepped forward and said, "Hey, my brother's in that jail. Will you give him a message for me?" Cooper said, "Yeah." He said, "Tell him if he doesn't keep his fucking mouth shut, I'm going to plant him next to that bitch."
And keep his mouth shut. I'm going to plant him next to that.
Yeah. And Cooper, looked taken aback and asked him, "What's up with that?" And he's, "Oh, my brother, he's telling on me," and went into. Me and Cooper talked for about 5 minutes about my bail. I had $1 million bail. He commented on the bail situation.
When you say he, who are you talking about?
Zach. He commented on my bail. Said that he'd probably have higher bail, and I told him probably so. I said, considering what you're charged with, I said mine was excessive. And about that time, they called me into the courtroom. And I went in there, had my arraignment. I come back outside, and I went and I sat down at the other end of the bench. I wanted to be away from my co-defendant. And he'd moved up to the front, so I moved back to the back of the bench. And Zach was pacing around, and he come up, and we talked a little bit about bail situation again, and then he was last. So they called him in, and he was in there for a little while, and he comes back out and comes back, and he's like, "I got $2 million." He said, "I guess you got to kill a bitch to get that kind of bail around here."
I got $2 million. Make sure I get it right. I guess you got to kill a bitch to get that
kind of bail around here. Yeah. And he said, "But I'm not worried." He said, "They don't have no body. They don't have no gun. They don't have no conviction because they don't have a body and they don't have a gun."
Got no body, not no gun.
No
So
conviction.
No conviction.
Yes, sir.
Because no body and no gun.
Yes, sir.
Had you ever talked to Zach Adams before that day?
No, sir. Never seen him before in my life.
Have you been promised anything in return for your testimony?
No, sir.
You've received nothing at all?
Nothing at all.
Pass the witness charge.
Cross.
Now, Mr. Adams had recently been arrested on the Holly Bobo case, hadn't he?
From what I understood at that time, yeah.
And it had been in the news that they'd been searching his house and his property regarding Holly Bobo, wasn't it?
Well, I was in the jail, and the only information I had was when I would call home. My mom's from Decatur County, and so she would tell me little bits and pieces of things.
Okay.
But I only knew secondhand knowledge. So the Chester County Jail has no newspapers, no TV, no source of news at all. So I knew very little about what was going on the outside.
But your family did, and they were passing some information on to you.
Yes.
And in fact, though Mr. Adams was not facing a murder charge out of Chester County, he was facing his charge out of Decatur County. Your mother was from Decatur County.
Yes, she is.
Okay. And so you knew that the Holly Bobo murder was out of Decatur County.
Yes, and that he was from what we understood, he was being held in Chester County.
And did you know at the time he was in protective custody?
No, I didn't.
He never came to the pod with you all, did he?
No, they had him in a special pod towards the front of the jail.
Just a special single cell right there by the main office.
Yes.
And people in jail, they talk big, don't they?
Yes, they do.
I mean, in a way, you want to kind of talk big to protect yourself.
We brag.
Okay. And it would not be uncommon for somebody who's possibly in protective custody to want to brag and protect themselves more than others. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Anything else? All right. You can have Mr. Kirk back. Are you next?
We offered evidence this time, a certificate of authenticity with regard to documents that have been marked for identification previously. The Facebook Adams of Mr. Zach Adams, Exhibit 62, for identification through the witness Rebecca Earth. We have a certificate of authenticity and would introduce one page of those records, page 184, and pass those two things forward to the court.
Is this
Yes, Your Honor.
okay? So you want to file as an exhibit?
Yes, sir.
All right, the $242?
Yes, sir.
Just try. I'm going to publish this by reading the judge.
Okay.
This is a certificate of authenticity of domestic records of regularly conducted activity. I'm Nick Jarvis, certified and employed by Facebook Inc., headquartered in Menlo Park, California. I'm a duly authorized custodian of records for Facebook and qualified to certify Facebook's records of regularly conducted activity. I've reviewed the records produced by Facebook in this matter in response to the search warrant received on March 12, 2014. The records include search results, the basic subscriber information, messages, photos, videos, other content, and records for and they go along account number. The records provide an exact copy of the records that were made and kept by the automated systems of Facebook in the course of regularly conducted activity as a regular practice of Facebook. The records were saved in electronic format after searching Facebook's automated systems in accordance with the legal process. The records were made at or near the time the information was transmitted by the Facebook user. I declare under penalty of perjury the foregoing certification is true and correct to the best of my knowledge. Beth Jarvis, dated May of 2017. It's a Facebook picture entitled, "Who Am I Looking For?" from Zach Adams' Facebook account. We can call the next witness.
Next witness is?
State calls Christopher Swift.
You want to kill the machine? Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, state your first and last name, spell it for the court reporter.
Chris Swift, Chris,
SWIFT.
Good afternoon, Chris.
Afternoon.
I want to talk to you first about your past a little bit. You have a couple of felonies over the years, right?
Yes, sir.
What have you pled guilty to over the years?
I've got a forgery. I've got a third-degree rape, attempted spousal rape, and aggravated assault.
In those
Your
cases,
voice is kind of trailing off. Can you speak up, please?
Yes, sir.
if you can speak where I can hear you back here, then it should be okay.
Third-degree rape, forgery, attempted spousal rape, and aggravated assault.
And you're currently on the SOR, sex offender registry, and probation. Is that correct?
Correct.
But what are you doing now? What's your life like?
Well, now I'm a foreman at Jones Brothers Contracting.
I'm sorry, you can speak up just a little bit. Maybe you can use the microphone. There you go.
Working at for Jones Brothers.
Jones Brothers?
Yeah.
What is that? What do you do there?
With heavy excavation construction work.
Okay. And did you say you were a foreman with them now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I want to take you back to a couple of years ago. This is in 2016, right? Were you in jail in 2016?
Yes, sir.
What jail were you in?
Williams County.
And were you serving some time for that last offense that you had?
Yes, sir.
Did you at some point meet Zach Adams?
Yes, sir.
Speak up just a little bit.
Yes, sir.
Do you see Zach Adams there in the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay, if you could point him out and describe what he's wearing.
Right there, the orange tie.
All right, for the record, please attend that.
How did you get to know Zach in the jail?
We just got to talking every day and kind of struck up friendship.
How did that work? When you say talking every day, are you guys talking like over lunch or is it, how does it work exactly?
Now, we was talking on recreation whenever we come out. We were locked down 23 hours a day. You come out, it's solitary confinement. We was out an hour a day. And whenever I'd come out, I'd go down and talk to him. Whenever he'd come out, he'd come over and talk to me.
Were you also, and I remember you telling me that your particular cell was situated in a spot where he might walk by
Yeah,
on a regular basis?
On the top tier, there was a shower at the very end of the wall. My cell was right there in the corner, right beside the shower.
Okay.
So he had to come by my cell every day.
Would sometimes when he walked by your cell on his way to the shower, would he stop by and talk to you a little bit?
Yes, sir.
And when you were in jail, and maybe you still are, but you were a religious man and you prayed frequently, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Adams notice when you were praying one time?
Yes, sir, he did.
And did that spark a little conversation?
It did.
Tell the jury about that.
He asked me if I thought that, if God would forgive him. And I'd asked him, I said, forgive you for what? And he said, my case. And so what do you mean? And he said, the Holly killing. And I told him, I said, yeah, God will forgive you for everything. It says in the Bible, forgive you your sins if you just ask for forgiveness. And he asked if I'd pray for him. And I said, yeah.
So he saw you praying. And were you actually praying when he saw you?
Yes.
And he asked you was this when you were in your cell?
Correct.
And he asked you if God would forgive him.
Correct.
And you asked him why. And he said, for the Holly Bobo killer.
Correct.
What else did he say?
He just wanted to know if I'd pray for him.
Did you pray for him?
I did.
Did he talked to you a little bit more about the Holly Bobo killing and rape, didn't he?
He did.
Was it that same day?
No, sir. It was over a period of time.
Okay. So tell us what he told you the next time. Did he talk to you the next day or the next week or?
It was the next day. It was over, a couple of day period here. That, he wasn't involved in the killing is how he worded it. He said, I wasn't involved in the killing. I was involved in the worst part of it.
Okay.
And I didn't press him for anything further. Didn't really want to know any of that, and he'd let me know that, it was some boy that hung himself, and I guess it was his brother that was involved in the killing, is what he said.
Okay. Did he mention the rape?
Yeah, he said that they were in a back room having sex with her. So
Who was the back room having sex with?
his brother and some boy that hung himself.
Okay. And did he say something went wrong?
Yeah, he said something went bad wrong, and he said he was involved in the worst part of it.
He was involved in the worst part of it. But he didn't tell you specifically if the part that he was involved in was the rape, or if the part that he was involved in was the kidnapping, or if the part that he was involved in was the murder.
No, sir.
Or if the part that he was involved in was the disposal of the body.
Correct. And he didn't.
He told you that he was involved in the worst part.
In the worst part of
And
it.
he wanted to be forgiven for that.
Correct. All he said was he wasn't involved in the killing.
Now, what did you do with this information?
I sat and thought about it for a couple of days about what I should do about it, and then my lawyer would come visit me and told my lawyer about it. He, I guess, contacted the district attorney or TBI or someone.
Okay. And did TBI come talk to you about it?
They did.
How long did they talk to you about it?
It's about 15, 20 minutes.
And did you tell them what you remembered at that point?
I did. To an extent, I was pretty nervous.
Is that kind of the only time you talked to them about it?
Yeah, and then I met with someone else and discussed it with them as well.
Now you indicated also that there was a time when you thought that Zach was going to come have a visit with his lawyer or something like that.
Yeah, his attorney had come visit him, and he come back. He was pretty depressed, and for about a week or two.
Before that, though, I want to go take you a little bit before that.
Okay.
Did he ever tell you a little bit about what he thought about the case?
Yeah.
What did he tell you he thought about the case as far as the strength of the case?
He said as soon as the trial was over, he was going home. They didn't have a body. They didn't have a murder weapon, nor a motive.
No body, no murder weapon, no motive. So he thought that when he went to trial, he'd be going home.
Correct.
Then I guess he had a meeting with his lawyer, and then you can go ahead and tell us about that.
Yeah, he had a meeting with his lawyer, and he come back, and he said it didn't look good. He said it didn't look good for him, and that he didn't go into any more detail than that.
After that meeting with his lawyer, did he talk much more to you?
Not really, not a whole lot about the case. He had another meeting with his attorney, and whenever he come back, he was pretty depressed, and he looked at me and was like, I said, well, it sucks being depressed. He looked at me and said, yeah, maybe I should just pray about it.
And was that one of those conversations where he was on his way to the shower and he stopped by
Correct.
yourself?
Yes, sir.
How did you take that when he said that to you?
As a threat.
Were you nervous because you were still in the same area that he was at this point?
Yes.
Did they finally move you out of there?
Yes.
What, now at this point, let me ask you this, Chris. When you first went to TBI, when you first told everybody what happened, why did you tell them what happened?
Seemed like the right thing to do.
You ask him for anything for your testimony here today?
No, sir.
Did you get anything from your testimony here today?
No, sir. I missed a day's worth of work.
And you, in fact, when this all first began to happen, your deal, whatever it was that you got for the crimes that you committed, was already set.
Correct.
And it didn't change any, did it?
No, sir.
So you served whatever time you were supposed to serve, right?
Yes, sir.
And you got out of jail on the probation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did Zach Adams contact you subsequent to that?
Yes, sir. He'd called me from another inmate's PIN number and was just, asking how I was doing, how it felt being out. And, I said, well, good. I'm real proud of you. And then he said, I probably wouldn't be talking to anybody else. And he said, you take care of yourself, and then hung up.
Okay. I probably wouldn't be talking to anybody else. Now, based on what you knew about Zach Adams, what you learned about him, spending time in prison with him or jail, did you take that as a threat?
Yeah. I sure did.
Did he ever mention to you, and I'm going before that last conversation, that the phone call you just mentioned, where he said, I probably wouldn't be telling anybody else if I were you? Did he ever mention to you what kind of sentence he might get?
Yeah, he said he was going to get the death penalty.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Swift, I'm Jennifer Thompson. So the first time you spoke with the police, it was on October the 17th, 2016. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And up until shortly before that time, you said Mr. Adams was going around kind of bragging, saying nobody, they don't have a body, and without a body and no motive, they'll never get a conviction.
I never said he was bragging about it, no ma'am.
Okay, so he was just telling you, though, that there was no murder weapon, no body, and they wouldn't get a conviction.
Right.
Okay. And you indicated that it was sometime shortly before you spoke with the police that his attorney came to see him and he got depressed.
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, he said that he would probably be going to death row.
He said it was going to the road, yes.
And you have television there in that jail, don't you?
A little bit.
Okay.
We don't get to pick the channels we watch.
You,
We
right.
don't, yeah.
There's actually another pod that picks the channels you watch, isn't that right?
I wasn't sure on how all that went.
Okay. But you remember meeting with my investigators that came to see you? We had two women that came out to talk with you.
No one ever came out and talked with me.
Okay. Did they talk to you on the telephone?
Yes.
Okay. But you remember talking with an investigator from the defense team?
Yes. I'd returned the call. I left a note on my door and said that they would like for me to call them back.
And do you remember telling them that you didn't think that Zach had actually committed the crime
I do.
and that you didn't think he was capable of it?
I remember that.
And that was accurate. That was honest, what you told them, right?
Right. From what I was told by him, that he didn't have anything to do with the killing. That's what I told the investigators.
Okay. And when people are in jail, they do tend to brag a lot, don't they?
Some do and some don't. Usually the ones that are bragging, they're just trying to show off. But the ones that are quiet and don't really talk about it a lot, they just talk about it a little. Those are usually ones that you got to watch out for.
But that's just a generalization on your part, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have a minute? No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Just a couple of them.
All right.
Now, when you talked to their investigator, you told them you didn't think he did it?
Correct.
What do you mean by that exactly?
They asked me about the conversation that was had and between, Zach and I, conversations that we had. And they said, well, do you think he done it? And I said, well, according to what he said, no, I don't think he done it. And what little time I knew him, he didn't seem like he'd be capable of doing something like that.
According to what he said, which was, he told me he was involved in the Holly Bobo case. He said he was involved in the worst part of it, which you don't know. You've already testified you didn't know what that was.
Right.
And then he said his brother and the guy that hung himself, you don't know Shane Austin, do you?
No, sir.
Was involved in the rape, and they had sex with her. He said something went wrong, and he and his brother, the guy that hung himself, killed her, right?
Not, Zach didn't say that he and his brother killed her. He just said he had to help his brother. Something went bad wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he knew everything about the case.
Yes, I guess. He didn't tell me everything, but I'm assuming he knows, what went on.
Okay. But it sounded like was he trying to minimize his involvement when he talked to you?
I mean, that's a good possibility, yeah.
And when he told you not to talk to anybody, you still took that as a threat, right?
Oh, yeah.
So you were concerned enough about him to feel threatened by that conversation after you left the jail, is it right?
Yeah.
Nothing further.
No, Your Honor.
All right, step down, you're free to go. Do not discuss your testimony. Call your next.
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, on behalf of the state of Tennessee, we rest our case in chief.
Okay. When they say we rest our case in chief, that simply means they finished their proof and their case in chief. As I told you at the outset, they have the burden of proof. The defendant is not required to prove his innocence or to prove anything, but they can present such proof as they wish or desire. We're going to take a 15-minute recess at this point, and we'll continue.
Rape goes, Your Honor. We've heard testimony from Jason Autry as to the aggravated rape, but we have not heard any type of corroboration. And as far as criminal, evidence is insufficient to sustain a conviction if solely based on the uncorroborated testimony of one.
What about the two other witnesses that said they heard Zach say words to the effect of hitting it,
Right.
and then they used the word that is the street name for what hitting it was. You had two separate witnesses that said that.
Right. Well, we say that they were presuming what Zach meant by that, but he didn't specifically refer to rape. He just said hit it, and both those witnesses said that they presumed what he meant was sex with Holly, but that's not exactly what Zach said. So I say that that's not corroboration.
I think it's pretty clear from the context that that's what the reference was, or at least one that the jury could draw.
As far as the kidnapping, Your Honor, there's no evidence that she was forced to go anywhere. The description specifically was not that of Zach Adams, that Zach Adams at the time was tall, thin, had dark hair. He has dark hair. The person that was mentioned was approximately 200 pounds and had dark hair, length of the shoulder, and was between 5'7", I can't remember, something up to 6 feet tall. So I say that doesn't match the description of Mr. Adams.
Court's constrained to observe that I'm probably going to have to charge facilitation, which is my least favorite charge in our pattern instructions, but probably as to all offenses, I'll just go ahead. I'll keep an open mind, let the parties. And as far as forcible abduction, I think the finding of the blood there, the description of what the brother saw certainly supports that.
And as far as the murder, we have Jason Autry's testimony, but there's not corroboration from another source as to corroborate the homicide, Your Honor.
Corroboration, the cell phone guy was pretty direct in placing things at various places to corroborate the testimony of Mr. Autry. So your motion for judgment of acquittal will be overruled as to each count. State wish to add anything else?
It sounds as though the court's already made up their mind, so I will not.
Well, it's okay. I don't even take a lot of notes, and I've got a lot of information, okay? Let's bring the jury in. All right, call your first witness for the defense, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls Rita Austin.
Rita?
Rita
All
Austin.
right, Rita Austin. Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Be seated, state your first, in the witness chair, state your first and last name, and spell it for the court reporter.
Rita Austin, Rita Austin.
And Miss Austin, are you related to Shane Kyle Austin?
Yes, Jimmy Austin and I, Rita Austin, have a son named Shane Kyle Austin.
Okay. And can you tell us, back in April of 2011, where was your son living?
Shane was living at 30 Yellow Springs Road in Holiday, Tennessee.
And where was that? What kind of residence was
It is a trailer about 2 miles away from our house at 790 Pew Road.
Can you speak up just a little, because your voice is trailing off?
Okay.
Where do you live?
I live at 790 Pew Road, and Shane lived at 30 Yellow Springs Road, which is about 2 miles away.
Okay. And his residence, how did he come to live in that trailer? How did you come to own it?
Jimmy and I purchased this trailer to move him out of our house into his own residence.
Okay. And what about the items at the house?
Me and his dad.
Okay. And so are you familiar with the items he had at that house?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So tell me about quilts that Shane would have had at that house. Can you tell the jury about that?
Shane wouldn't have had any quilts at that house. He moved in the last week of March of 2011. In his bedroom at my house at 790 Pew Road, he slept with an air conditioning running pretty much year round. So he did not have a quilt. And, all of my quilts are at home, and he got everything from our house. He didn't go out and buy anything. He didn't have any money to buy anything, so to speak.
Okay. And tell the jury about a burn barrel that would have been at that trailer.
Shane didn't have a burn barrel at his trailer. The way that we did his garbage, my son-in-law worked for a cooling tower company, and they brought a brute container that had a lock and top on it. And it was put at the foot of the trailer where that hitch lock is. And it was put right there and had a top on it. His neighbors had dogs. And so that was what we did. And we live in the country, rural country, and we don't have any garbage service. So me and my husband, Jimmy, would pick up his garbage when we took our garbage out and away.
Okay.
Which way am I supposed to look?
That's fine. Yes, look at the jury.
Okay.
And it's a balance with that microphone being too close, and it kind of gives a little bit of a puff too far away, and it's hard to hear.
Okay. Okay. If I'm not doing good, tell me.
Okay. And then let me direct your attention to the property, the driveway. Did the driveway have a gate?
No, the driveway did not have a gate at that time. We did put a gate and a fence up, and it was June of 2011 after we bought Shane a puppy.
Okay, and then it's another background matter. Would you tell the jury about your mother, Juanita Hickerson?
My mother is Juanita Hickerson. She passed away on March 11th of 2011. Shirley King, which is Jason's mother, is my sister. That was our mother, Juanita Hickerson, that passed away March of 2011.
And where was her property located?
her property was 820 Yellow Springs Road, which was probably about a mile from Shane's trailer on Yellow Springs Road. If you were going to the interstate, it would be hooking around going toward Bible Hill Road.
Okay. Next, I'd like to switch topics and direct you towards Shane's appearance in the spring of 2011. Would you tell the jury what Shane looked like in the spring of 2011?
Shane had a motorcycle wreck in 2009, in April of 2009. He had some really bad scars on his face. He wrecked into a tree, and he wasn't wearing a helmet, and he was airlifted to Vanderbilt, and he had a scar kind of like right below the wreck. Actually tore through this area. He had a lot of stitches into this area out to the corner of his mouth. So
Can I interrupt you? When you say this area, I know you're pointing, but for the record, will you use words to describe that area?
Okay. It was a thick red raised scar. Thick red raised, not real well fixed, because it was a accident that really mangled that area up on this part of his face. So most of the time, or pretty much, no, all of the time, he wore a goatee to try to help camouflage this. He was very self-conscious about that scar on his face.
And when you were pointing to where the scar was, you're pointing to here. Use a word to describe where here is.
Right up above the corner of his mouth, kind of out toward the cheek area. You know, it kind of went down and out to about right here. Went out toward the cheek and toward the jaw area, just halfway between the cheek and the chin area.
And what about his eye?
Oh, that was even worse. On this same wreck he had in April of 2009, it crushed his orbital socket, and it also crushed this bone right here in the nose area. So his nose was kind of flattened out, and this eye socket, and that also clipped a nerve in his eye. They repaired that the first night when we were at Vanderbilt. They repaired that tear in that tendon. But subsequently, he had 2 more surgeries on this eye, trying to build enough tissue to hold the eye correctly in the socket. But it didn't ever get where it was okay. And what happened is, when you looked at Shane, you'd see a defect. He had beautiful blue eyes, but it was defected. His eyelid hung down enough that you could see the white underneath his eye. You could see that all the time. And anybody that looked at him, that would be one of the first things that you noticed, is his eye wasn't right. I've even had a friend ask me.
You're on that section here, saying. Okay, it's not important what the friend said.
Okay.
Let me ask you about the goatee. You mentioned a goatee. Did he have a goatee in April of 2011?
Yes, we have some pictures that had that in it. Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you about Shane's transportation, his truck. In April, around April the 13th of 2011, what kind of transportation did Shane have?
Shane didn't have any working transportation. He had a truck parked behind his house. And if you could ever believe this story, it's another last week of March of 2011. Shane had a Chevy S10 truck. He was coming home from 641 going toward his house at 30 Yellow Springs Road. He lost control. He spun the truck around and slammed into a telephone pole. That messed the whole frame of the truck up. It drove the passenger side, and at the bed of the truck, it hit between the passenger and the tailgate. Drove that chair on the passenger side all the way in to the console on the passenger side. Because he hit that like that, the top of the telephone pole broke in half and hit the top of the cab and messed the cab up. They got the truck off of the telephone pole, and it was like it was driving sideways down the road. He got it over to his trailer, parked it behind his trailer, and that's where the truck was. People searching for.
Well, let me,
Okay.
just before we get to that,
Okay.
about the truck, how do you know though that since it didn't drive well, but it could move, how do you know that he wasn't driving it at that time?
We took the keys away from him. Shane wasn't in a good place, and that truck drove sideways, and it was dangerous for him to get out in that truck that wouldn't drive. So we had a set to, and we took the keys away. And we also had an FBI agent visit us during that time. And I went into the safe in our room and produced that set of keys for him to see.
Okay, and so did Shane have access to your house during this time?
He never had keys to my house. He didn't have keys to any of our vehicles. He did not even have a key to the door. Like I said, people that are not in good places don't have access to, he never, from the time he was 16 years old, we bought vehicles that didn't require major, they just required insurance on them, and all this was insurance. Okay.
I'm going to object as to relevance. This
Okay.
was 10 years after.
I think it was volunteered, but.
I understand.
He didn't drive any of our vehicles.
Okay.
Ms. Austin, listen to the questions, make your response. If you feel you need to explain, you're allowed to do so, but listen to the questions, just respond, okay?
Okay.
Okay, I wanted to ask you about Yellow Springs Church. Can you please tell the jury about Yellow Springs United Methodist Church? Where is it located?
Yellow Springs Church is on Yellow Springs Road. It's set right in the corner. Pew Road comes up, and Yellow Springs Church is right in the corner of that road.
Okay.
Well, if you come up the hill, you would be at Yellow Springs Church. One road goes one way. It's in the corner of Pew Road and Yellow Springs Road.
Okay. And did anything in particular take place at Yellow Springs Church on Thursday, April the 14th?
Yes, it did. I went to pick up Shane to take him to work at 2:30 in the afternoon on the 14th. And when I started coming up the hill, there were cars everywhere. There were school buses there. And they had set up a command search post for Holly Bobo.
Okay. I'd like to move on then to your nephew, Jason Autry. Can you tell me about Jason's paternal grandmother?
Yes. Jason, his grandmother is Sudie Autry.
Say that again.
Sudie, Sudie, Autry.
Okay.
She is the sister to Ruby Bobo.
Okay.
Gary's daddy and Dana Bobo are first cousins. So
How would that make him related to Holly Bobo then?
third cousins. She'd be a second cousin to Gary and a third cousin to Jason.
Okay, and would Jason have known this information?
Yes, he would.
I'm gonna
Yes, he would.
I'm gonna object to speculation unless she's absolutely knows that he knows. I mean, that's.
Okay.
Okay, well, I absolutely know that he knows.
Okay. And then have you visited Jason Autry since he's been charged in this case?
We began, I don't know for sure if he was charged in this case, but he was in jail in Decatur County, and we went to visit him every week. Some of our family, it not be me every time, but every week we went to see him at the jail. Sometimes we'd even take Isabel Hickerson, his great aunt.
Okay, and then after that, did you continue to see him once he went to Nashville?
He got transferred first to Dyersburg, and Jason told us that he didn't think that he would be there very long. And then he got transferred to River Bend, and then we began to visit him at River Bend Prison. And we did, when we got approved for a visit, we went.
Okay, and then while there, was there anything in particular that you took note of while you would visit Jason?
One time when we visited Jason, he had a copy of a report about some pink underwear. And I was elated. He stuck it up on the window, and I was elated that he had this report because it said none of the.
Objection.
Okay.
Okay, so.
I don't think it's really an issue. We've had other testimony, so let's
Right.
kind of get.
Okay, but that was some evidence in this case?
Yes, it was.
And were there other times that he shared evidence in this case with you?
Only that same time he told us that she had been shot. And
I'm gonna object to what he told her. It's hearsay. I'm not objecting to what she said or saw or witnessed, like the report.
What Jason said to her is hearsay.
Well, but Your Honor, I'm not trying to offer it for the truth of the matter. I'm trying to offer it to show that Jason had knowledge, that he was in possession of discovery in this case. I'd asked Jason specifically, and he had denied some of that. And so this is some impeachment. One, it's impeachment. And two, it goes to show his knowledge, not whether or not it's true. I'm not offering it for the truth of what was said.
I think that's exactly what he testified to in here, but go ahead and ask her.
Okay, so.
He told us that she had been shot through the back of the head, and the bullet come out on the right side, right under her right eye. He said at the scene there was 3 bullet casings, a 308, a 380, and a 410.
Okay.
You know, what discovery he shared with them.
Okay.
We can spend the rest of the afternoon, probably. It just shows he's getting discovery through his attorneys. It's the only thing that shows. Okay,
Yes.
let's go.
And so the Greenway under the Interstate 40 bridge, have you ever been there?
Yes, we walk our dogs at different places. the river and under this Tennessee River Bridge. It's very beautiful area.
And how would you describe that area?
It's a national refuge, and you come in a one-lane road into the refuge area, and you drive around a body of water, and then you go over a body of water that's called tie yard. I don't know if you're fishermen's, but that's tie yard. And then you go on following the road and you go out to the main channel of the river. And that's the river bank where we walked most of the time with our dogs.
Okay, and this tie yard, what's the water like there in the tie yard?
Well, we didn't walk near, you have to cross over this, okay? There's a spillway and you have to cross over it to go on into the river. But it's grown up, it's got big rip-rappy rocks around it, and it's all grown up except a little place where you can pull in and people fish there. They go in there and fish. It's really good fishing area. And even Shane and Jimmy fish there. It's not even, so that water is backwater, but backwater, dark, dank looking water. It's not fresh water.
Okay. And then we've heard some talk about Shane and Shane's suicide. Can you please tell the jury kind of some of the surrounding facts regarding Shane's suicide? Let's start with his drug issues.
In February 23rd, 2015, Shane took his life. He was down in Florida trying to work and get his life straight. He was working on cooling towers. He began using drugs again. He was making $1,500 a week. And when we got his bank account, he didn't have but $200. So he was using a lot of drugs. And my son-in-law was his boss. And he fired him on Tuesday. He'd give him all kinds of chances trying to help him. And on Tuesday, he fired him. And Josh was going to bring him to the airport on Saturday. And Shane was so messed up at the airport that he didn't get on the plane with his plane ticket that we purchased. And so when he called us before he lost his phone, he called us very messed up, very.
And I don't want you to say what he said to you when he called you,
Okay.
but kind of what happened after that?
Shane went back to the hotel where they had been staying, and he was mad. He was mad at Josh. He kind of kicked in some of the air conditioning stuff. The hotel man was called to do something with him, and Josh begged him to take him to jail. He said, please just take him to jail. And the man wouldn't do it. Shane had been down there for a month or more working and renting, and he said he would not press charges. So Josh loaded him up and took him to another motel and paid for it and told him to get in there and stay in there. And then we were in the process of going to rescue him, and we got down there and he was dead. He was in his room locked in, and he was dead.
Okay. But he had a long struggle with drugs. Is that right?
Absolutely. A long struggle with drugs.
And his struggle with drugs, did that begin before or after Holly Bobo disappeared?
No, it didn't begin just when she disappeared. He's had a history since he was 16 years old in high school, on and off. he got clean, and we had 8 good months before he went to work with Josh. And then when he went to work, I said he does really well if you don't have any money, but he went to work with him and he got a hold of money and he started right back using again.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
If I could have just one moment. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross.
Jake's material, please.
I don't have any written reports.
Unfortunately, I'm Jennifer Nichols. I spoke to you in the hall, but I'm
Right.
not sure if you knew who I
Right.
was. Listening to you talk about Shane, it's fair to say that this drug problem had very much affected yours and Mr. Austin's life.
Absolutely.
And in fact, do you remember after Holly disappeared when Karen and Dana?
I surely do.
Anthony
I surely do.
came to your house to
Yes.
talk about it?
We let him in, just,
And you know, by that time, Shane's name was already out there.
yes, it was.
Being a suspect in this.
Yes, it was.
And you told Karen that you had to move, you had to buy that trailer and move him into that trailer because of the people and the drugs that he was bringing into your house.
Exactly.
And that's not the way you raised him.
No, no. He had a silver spoon in his mouth.
So to get that element, those people that you didn't approve of and those drugs out of your house, you bought that trailer.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and clarify that. I didn't speak about his friends that did drugs. I said we had to get Shane out of our house and get the drugs out of our house.
So you weren't worried about the people he was hanging around with?
And really, he didn't bring those people to my house.
Okay, well, that sort of carries me to my next one. Now,
Okay.
you said he doesn't have a burn barrel. It sounded like he didn't have access to a burn barrel. But you have to agree with me that Shane kept
You need to back off just a little bit.
Okay, sure.
Shane kept things from you and your husband.
He kept things, but we went over there to get his garbage, just like we did ours. And
So that's a yes with an explanation. Yes, he kept things from you, but yes, you believe you would have seen a burn barrel.
I know I would have seen a burn barrel.
You would have seen that burn barrel if the burn barrel had been in the front yard in front of the trailer.
I would have seen the burn barrel.
Would you have seen the meth in his house?
I saw it at my house, so sure I would have. I mean,
Would you have seen him cooking it?
no, he didn't cook it to my knowledge in my house.
So if he did cook it, that's something he didn't do in front of you.
That is right. He did not cook meth in front of me.
You know that he was hanging out with Zachary Adams, right?
Yes, I do.
You know that he was hanging out with Zachary Adams' brother.
Yes, I do.
In fact, he was particularly close to Dylan Adams.
I think he liked Dylan Adams, yes.
And when all this happened and Shane's name got out there, you and your husband took measures to try and help him, right? As any parent would.
Absolutely. We got concerned about this.
I mean, your son was a suspect in the kidnapping?
Absolutely. Yeah, we sure, he was a suspect, sure.
Your son was a suspect in the kidnapping, the rape, and the murder of Holly Bobo.
Now, when we first was acknowledged, it wasn't rape and murder. It was in her kidnapping. We knew it from the time that his name was associated with the kidnapping. Now, this rape and murder stuff came later, but we was well aware that his name was.
And I'm not trying to trick you. Because
Okay.
as the case progressed, you did know that Shane was a suspect in both the rape and the murder, just like he was in the kidnapping.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's what I mean. I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just
No, I
trying to-
just want to be as honest as I can be. I want this to be done.
And you and your husband got an attorney for him, didn't you?
We didn't get an attorney until 2014,
And my question was, you and your husband got an attorney for him?
not till
Didn't
2014.
ask when.
Well, that's too bad.
Really?
Really?
Okay, so you and your husband got an attorney, didn't you?
Yes, in
There you go.
2014.
And his name is Luke Evans, correct?
That is right.
He's a family member of y'all's, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Luke Evans negotiated with the DA at the time assigned that case.
Yes.
I'm going to object unless she has specific knowledge.
Sorry, she just said yes, so.
And in fact, there were times when you were present at those meetings, correct?
I was never present with Luke Evans and Shane Austin in any kind of discussions. Never.
Did you become aware that your son provided information to the district attorney's office about, let me finish, about the kidnapping, the rape, and the murder of Holly Bobo?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. May we approach?
Become aware that your son provided information to the district attorney's office regarding the kidnapping, rape, and murder of Holly Bobo.
I know that Shane and his lawyer had a meeting with the district attorney's office. What information he provided, I don't know.
You recognize his handwriting though, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
I'll hand you a document. That's your son's handwriting, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
I'm gonna ask you to review, but don't read aloud.
Yep.
Shane's writing, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Have you ever seen this piece of paper before?
No, I have not.
Did you ever discuss these things with your son?
No, he had told me from day one.
Your son.
No, he did not. He didn't ever say that he knew anything about this case to me.
And yet you've just read 5 things in his handwriting that show you otherwise. Doesn't it?
Well, it doesn't show. I mean, you have to know what the questions was on that. You have to know the situation before you know he.
You don't want to answer that question, do you, Ms. Holston?
Well, why don't you clarify where that was at and how he said he knew these things? Is that what you're saying, that he knew these things?
It's his handwriting, isn't it?
Did it say he knew those things?
Your Honor, I object. Her question
I-
is confusing.
That document is hearsay, so let's move on.
Okay,
His writing, right?
absolutely.
At the time of Shane's death, you very honestly told the jury that he was in a bad place.
Right.
That's not the first time he's been in a bad place, though.
No, it was not.
And you said that it had been off and on since he was 16.
That's right.
Would you agree with me that Holly abduction and rape and murder haunted him?
No, I would not say it did, because he vehemently said he knew nothing about it, and he knew nothing about that. That's why we didn't hire a lawyer till 2014. He says he's innocent of all this, and I believe that.
And so that's what he told you.
That's right.
And yet I just shared with you a document in his handwriting, not gonna get into what's in it, but you see something different, don't you?
I see,
Yes or no?
I see, no,
Your Honor,
I-
I object to this.
She is entitled to a yes or no answer, and then if she wants to explain.
okay, well, I'm gonna say no then, because I
This
wanna,
doesn't change anything for you?
I wanna say no, because you haven't told me where he made those statements, or where he wrote those statements. You don't have to tell me, you don't have to tell everybody what the statement says. Just tell me, it was this, I confess to this? I mean, did he confess to that? I mean, you have to tell me the contents of what's on that paper. Not the content, so to speak, but the situation involved with those statements.
May I please see the document that district attorney was?
She has it, Judge.
Well, I don't know
It
specifically.
was recited in Decatur County one
Yes.
time, if it's what I'm thinking.
It
And
is.
it's hearsay at this point.
And for the record, Your Honor, we actually got it from defense counsel of Shane Austin at that time, so they have it.
Those are facts not in evidence, Your Honor.
Yeah, what?
She's arguing facts not in evidence.
I'm not arguing about what's written.
Let's get over this.
You remember after Holly disappeared that the searches and whatnot were all up and down that road, right?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Most people's property that lived all around there, people were going through it, right?
Yes.
Including Shane's, the property surrounding Shane's trailer.
Now, I know that the searchers were on every road around us. So yes, I would say yes. I know that Shane's property was specifically searched on the 17th of April with a dog team present.
And TBI sort of moved on, but they came back and started asking questions again a few years later. about
Yes,
Shane, correct?
yes.
And it was at that time that your husband painted inside, outside of that trailer with lead paint, right?
The outside is not painted with lead paint. We didn't touch that trailer until 2014. We decided that we may have to sell that to get money to defend him when it came back that they were starting to look at him again. And we decided at that point, we probably better be getting a lawyer. Up until that point, we thought, we don't need to get a lawyer.
Shane went to the coon hunt Saturday before Holly's disappearance, didn't he?
Well, I didn't take him there. I did not take him there. And I did not see him there. And I worked that morning in the fish booth.
But you know he admitted to being there at the coon hunt.
Okay.
Objection, she doesn't have.
I don't have proof that he went. I didn't see him there.
So doing the drugs, cooking the meth, going to the coon hunt, there are a lot of things that you didn't know about his life.
Yes, that's correct.
The night before Holly was kidnapped, you took Shane to the Double D to play cards and have some beers with his friends.
Yes, Shane didn't drive anywhere, and we took him there every week to play cards. They played Texas Hold'em on Wednesday night. My husband was working that night, and he ended up picking him up on the way home. And yes, I did.
And you said on the day that she disappeared, you picked him up from his trailer at 2:30 in the afternoon?
No, that was Thursday,
That's the day after?
the day
The
after.
day that the church, I think. you
Yes,
said that
that's the
before.
day after. She disappeared on a Wednesday, and I took him to Cards that night at, I would say, 6 o'clock, between 6 and 6:30. I think I made him a hamburger, took that to him, and he ate it, and I took him on down to the bar.
Okay, just one moment.
Sure.
You were asked a number of questions about your sort of relatives and whatnot. Your mother had a barn across the street from the house, right?
Yes.
And that
Yes,
barn-
she did.
And in 2011, that barn was in pretty bad shape, wasn't it?
Yes, it was standing, but it was not in great shape, no.
By 2014, 15, it was gone.
I think actually in 2013,
So by 2014 or 15, it was gone.
yes,
Oh.
yes, sorry.
Um, It was 2014 when things started heating back up. You said you painted the trailer because they were coming back around asking Shane questions and asking everybody questions about Shane.
Right.
That's not what she said.
Right here, it's not.
2014 is, actually, we didn't touch that trailer until 2014. That sat there with Shane living in it on and off. And 2014, we decided that I'm probably going to have some money to pay for a lawyer.
Do you remember if that was at the first part of 2014 or the last part?
It was at the first part of 2014 that we started work on the trailer, and I think we didn't get a lawyer for Shane until like April or May of 2014, somewhere, I think April, but I'm not positive of that date.
And so it was sometime after you got that lawyer, that though you weren't present, there were meetings between the lawyer, who's actually
He only had one meeting with the lawyer. Shane flew in from he flew in from Scranton, Pennsylvania. We picked him up at the airport and we took him to Luke Evans's office. And that was the only time that I know that he met with Luke Evans.
So you picked him up and took him there, but you just didn't go in.
We weren't allowed to. They were TBI agents. Okay.
And there was law enforcement present, correct?
There were TBI agents there,
That's what I
okay?
mean by law.
Okay, TBI agents. I'm gonna tell you, I'm not real familiar with this
You're
stuff.
doing fine. So, do you remember, was that in April or May, or was that after this meeting?
You probably have a copy of that agreement. I do not know the exact date that was made. I want to say March. He left going on a job, and they was calling him on the telephone before. Well, I tell you what. Do you know which day that was that they searched that property out at Dick Adams's house that last time?
Was it close in time to that?
Yeah, the reason it being it snowed and it froze everything up. And Shane told the TBI agents, "Hey, I'm leaving out on Monday to go to work."
Right here, so you can't say what.
Okay. Okay.
So it was, my question was, it was close in time to the search at Dick Adams.
It was after the search at Dick Adams's.
And you're saying Zach Adams has a house there too, is right at the top, right?
Dick and Zach have a house side by side.
All right, so is it fair to say that from the time you were concerned enough to get your trailer ready to maybe sell, get him a lawyer, that the heat was never off between that time in 2014 and when your son took his life in February of 2015?
I would say that they were question. Yeah, I would get. Let's see. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
In other words, they were
Repeat
making
that. Repeat that,
from
please.
that time forward, until your son took his life.
Okay.
TBI was still interested in not only Shane, but in Zach Adams, fellow looking at me, and Dylan Adams, and Jason Autry.
Well, I can't answer what they were looking at with them, but after Shane did his immunity agreement, they said they were going to arrest him. They didn't come and arrest him. And after that immunity agreement, they left him alone.
After they said they were going to arrest him?
Yeah, on the television. It was on the television saying that they would give us notice when they come to arrest him. Oh, okay. Okay.
And then
But they didn't come.
And then the drug usage got worse, correct?
No, actually, for the last part of 2014, he went away to work. And then, when he went back at Christmas of let me get that right. When he come in at Christmas, I suspected he was using drugs, but he left again in January, going back to Tampa, Florida to work. And we hoped when he got back to work that he would be okay. But he started using again in November of 2014.
That's when you started suspecting it.
Right. Well, that was when I thought so. Yes.
So my question was, and the drug use got worse at the end of 2014 until the time.
And beginning in 2015, yeah, I would say it's escalated. Yes.
I don't have anything else. Thank you.
Okay.
Further direction.
No, Your Honor.
All right, step in. Please don't discuss your testimony with anyone.
Okay.
Are you next?
She can stay in the courtroom, right?
If she wants, yeah. Yes.
We'd like to call Judy Evans.
Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Be seated, state your first and last name, and spell your name for the court reporter.
Judy Evans, Judyevan's.
And Ms. Evans, how are you related to Shane Kyle Austin?
Shane is my nephew. Rita is my sister.
Okay, and are you also related to Jason Autry?
Yes. Shirley King is also my sister, so they're both my nephews.
Okay. Can we talk about your mother's property at 820 Yellow Springs Road?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, who owns that property now?
I do.
Okay, and who owned it in April of 2011?
In April, I'll just start back with the situation. My mother passed away in March of 2011, and there were four of us. I've got another sister too, and we were all supposed to share the estate equally. So we got together, and it was decided that they got other things, and I wanted to buy the house and the acreage that was across the road. Okay. And so at that time, I was getting a loan to buy their part of it. There was some money that I'd had to pay them to buy them out of that property. So I had been to the bank, and there was a loan in process for me to get the money to give to them to get it over into my name. So
Okay.
That was the deal on that.
Okay, and at that time, did you have any involvement in the property? April 13th, on April 13th?
I did,
2011?
yeah. My horses, I've got two horses, and they had been over there, I don't know how many years, but several. I kept them over there. I rode horses at one time, and I would go over there every afternoon because no one was living there anymore. My mother died, so I didn't move. There was a reason I didn't move. I wasn't ready to, right? I had to get the money to get the place. And also I was going on a vacation. I was going to Mount Everest. So I was not going to move until I made that trip. So that was going to happen sometime later on in the summer. So I didn't move, but I did go over there and check on the horses and feed them every day, usually, sometimes before, after school or before dark at different times. But I
Okay.
would go over there and feed them.
And were you there on April the 13th, 2011?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us a little bit about the property and the buildings that are on the property?
Okay. Well, there's a house, of course, that's on, if you're going, I don't know which side of the road it would be on. If you're coming from the church, the house is on the left side. And on the right side is the pastures. Okay. And over there, there was at that time 2 buildings. Okay. One building that was by the road was a tractor shed, sort of. It was. My father backed his tractor up underneath it. And then on that same shed, the tractor shed, there was like 2 stalls. That's where the horses would go in and eat. And if I kept the feed in that little room that was right there where they went in. So that was one of the buildings. The other building was a big building that sat, you could see it from the road, and it was in really bad shape. And it was, some people call it a barn, but what it was at one point, probably back in the 70s, my father raised pigs. And so that building was made to hold corn. So it was just a corn crib. Okay. I don't know if y'all know what that is, but that's just a big building that's made out of wood. And it would there was 2 holes cut out in the top where you could put a grain elevator in there, and you could scoop the corn onto the grain elevator and get it over into that. So that it didn't have any partitions in it or anything. It was just, if you looked into it, there was 2 doors and you just see in there. It was just wide open. There was not anything that you couldn't see if you opened that door or either of the doors. It would show you the same thing. You just look in and everything that was in there, you would be able to see. So.
Okay. What kind of condition was it in?
It was in really bad condition. I don't know when he stopped raising hogs. I don't remember. I went in the military in 1982, and I don't know after that when exactly he stopped. But in 2011, it wasn't in good shape because nothing had ever been put back in it. I think when he quit raising hogs, he didn't do anything else with that. And I don't know that he could have, because it was raised up. The floor was made of wood. And it was raised up just a little bit like that, I guess, where the corn wouldn't be right on the ground or something like that. But anyway, and the tin had come off the top of it. Rain had went into it all those years and rotted out a lot of the spots on the floor. And also there was a tree growing up through there. So it really wasn't in good shape at all, but it was standing there in April of 2011.
Okay. And at some point you heard about Holly Bobo disappearing.
I did.
Okay. And did you ever search this property?
Yes, I did. And that would have been on Friday. And I guess that would be April the 15th, Friday. I work as a school teacher, and the director of schools let students go search if they wanted to. And that day, I also guess that I heard it on the radio or maybe the news or something that the law enforcement was asking people to go look on their property. So I said, yeah, well, I'll do that. Sure. And so that afternoon I went over there, and actually I called my sister. I said, I'm going over. I called it my mother's place. I'm going over to Mama's and I want to look over there. And she said, well, I'll go. So I'll just meet you. So we went.
Which sister is this?
That's Rita Austin. Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And so we went over there. She met me there, and we went into the house. And nothing was disturbed in there. It was just like it was the last time I opened the door on it. And then we come on the outside, and we're getting ready to go across the road over there where all those buildings were, or those 2, not all, sorry. The 2 buildings are. We were going across the street, and I looked up the road toward Hoheimer Road, and there were people coming, and those were the searchers. There were a lot of people searching. I guess just out, I guess there were organized searches. I don't know. I remember there were just a lot of people. Okay. And they were over in the field, and some people were in the road, and then others were on the side of the road where my house was, walking, toward where we were. They were looking. And so they come on, and I stood there. You can see everything across the road from the edge of the driveway. I was standing there, and I watched and actually spoke to some of them. I recognized some of the people that were out there, and they looked inside that corn crib / barn, and there were two people that opened both of the doors, and they looked in and shut it back, and they just carried on. And that was that. Yeah, they also looked in there where the horse feed was, and I guess they walked around in front of the tractor to see that too. I don't remember that, but I'm sure they did that. And then they went on down the road toward the Yellow Springs Church. And then she and I went over there, and I threw the horses some feed. And then we walked over there to that corn crib. I opened up the doors and looked in, and I didn't see anything either. It looked exactly like it always did. I mean, it was falling down. It was the same thing. I didn't notice anything disturbed in there. And then we shut it back, and that was it. And then I went home after that.
Now, if somebody had been screaming in the corn crib, would you have been able to hear them from the street?
Yeah, you would, yes.
Okay. And do you know who Jason Autry's paternal grandmother is?
Yes, ma'am, Miss Sudie Autry.
And do you know how she is related to the Bobos?
I do. She's related to Miss, I think her name's Ruby Bobo, I think, but they're sisters.
Okay. And do you
Yeah.
know who Ruby Bobo is related to?
Well, it'd be Dana's mother, I guess.
Okay. And did Jason spend much time with his paternal grandmother growing up?
Yes, he did a lot of time with her. Yeah.
Okay. Going back to the corn crib, what happened to that corn crib?
Okay. What happened to that? I guess it would be in the last part of 2011, or I'm sorry, in the last part of 2012 and early 2013, my husband tore it down. Okay. He looked at it. We didn't have a barn at that time, and he was going to build something. So there was nothing that could be done to that. It was in such bad shape that he just decided that he would take it down and keep what was useful, the stuff that could be reused, he would keep it. So he separated out the tin and some wood and stuff that was good and usable. And the rest of it, he just knocked it down with a backhoe and then dug a hole in the ground and pushed that stuff in it, set it on fire. And then when the fire went out, he covered it up. And then with that material, he built another barn, which is out there now that you can see from the road also. So
okay,
that's what happened to that.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Probably never thought that we talked so much about this old corn.
Hey, I know, right?
It was in bad shape and falling down.
Yeah.
And you can actually get to the corn crib through the woods behind it, correct?
In a car, or how are you talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
In a car?
It's possible to get a car through those woods back way into the corn crib.
Okay, I'm confused.
It's possible to get a car back through the woods to the back of the corn crib.
Well, if you came off of the road, you would be driving just through, there was a road there sort of that had grown up with grass, and you would drive to that. And I guess you could pull back. Are you asking me, can you pull behind it? Okay, I didn't understand. There is woods behind it. That's why I was getting confused. I don't know if you could drive from the woods. There's a set of woods that's behind that. I didn't understand the question, but yes, I suppose you could drive.
Go back there to the
right.
Corn crib going through the back. You said you thought you'd be able to hear somebody scream if they were in the corn crib screaming from the street.
Right.
Would you agree that depends on a lot of different things, doesn't it?
Well, like what, I
Like
guess.
if there's other noises out there, like a loud lawnmower.
Okay, right.
Agree?
Yeah, sure.
Like if she was drugged, restrained, and unable to scream as she was being raped in that old corn crib. Right?
You're saying if she was, if I suppose so.
Because
Right.
standing there at the street from your mom's house or standing there, you think you'd be able to hear, but you can't see into that corn crib at all, can you?
No, not from the road, no.
Doors shut. It's a private place, right?
It would be,
On the
right.
edge of the woods that you can get to in the back
No, you can't get to it from the back.
from the side.
You would have to park behind it, I guess. I don't know.
That's what I'm asking.
Okay, because there is woods behind it. You would not be able to drive your vehicle out from the woods to get to that. You would have to come in from the road is what I think. I think that's what you asked, or did you ask, can you come through the woods?
Back of that corn crib with the car.
Yes. Okay.
You'd be far off the road at that point.
Well, would be back basically the same distance, I guess. You would just be behind it. Yeah.
Behind it hidden.
Right.
And this road we're talking about is a road that you knew the searchers searched, right?
Yes, I did.
Did you know her stuff was found there?
Which road are you talking about?
By your mother's.
The Yellow Springs Road? I had heard that, but I never did know if that was true or not. I heard a lot of things. Okay.
Did you know her stuff was found within 75 yards of Shane Austin's house?
No, I didn't.
Nothing else.
When you went over to the property on the 15th of April, did you notice any tire tracks behind the corn crib?
No.
No further questions.
Done. Sorry to step down. Don't discuss your testimony with anyone. If you want to return to the courtroom, you may do so. It's up to you,
All
okay?
right, thank you.
Call your next.
That's our last witness, Your Honor.
All right, we'll break a little early. We started a little early. Do what?
Today. This is for today.
Okay, I understood, okay? Once again, follow the admonitions I gave you. Put this matter out of your mind, don't form or express any opinion, no conversation with anyone, not even among yourselves. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case with you or in your presence. Continue to avoid all news reports, and hope you have as good an evening as you can. We'll begin at 8:30 in the morning, okay? That work all right for everybody? It's not quite hot right now either, so, all right, thank you.
Okay, guys, so that ends.
We probably need to get him a gavel and let him strike once. I will give you, this isn't really lost, though. This is.
Okay, so we got through the rest of day 5. We got through all of day 6, which was, a half a day. We just got finished with all of 7. So we will do day 8 when we come back. What we will do is for those that wanted to see the Thanksgiving Eve trial, I'll premiere that all together from the beginning to the end of whatever Court TV has we will watch that. I'll start airing that, let's say about maybe 10. And then that way we can all yeah, like 10 or 11. For that one. So y'all should see that coming through. Before everybody leave, we do got a 10 p.m. It'll be tonight, therapist. You say you got confused? Yeah, I'm gonna do it tonight for our cookers. The people that's just up and don't, you know, we got a lot of people that want to cook. And I put it in the chat. They wanted me to do it a late night and get Marilda in. You know, for her late night. But and those that didn't see it, y'all can I don't even think it's that long, y'all. I think this trial, with the way they cut it up, I kid you not, I think it's like an hour and a half. So I wanted to play our new outro song for everybody. So the full disclaimer, if you do not hear your name, just email me. I couldn't remember everybody. I tried to get everybody's name to therapists and Rachel to hook us up for our outro song. So we'll use the first theme song for our intro, and then we'll use this one for our outro. Okay. So, and anybody that needs the song, I guess I'll figure out how we get it to everybody. But let's listen to the song that our shout out to our therapist, you know, and for Rachel, Dr. Rachel, hooking us up. And for those that will be at the premiere, I will see you at the premiere. But here we go, guys. Wait, is it going through my headphones? Wait a minute. Oh, no. I can't. You can't hear it. I don't know why y'all can't hear it. You say you can't hear it? Wait a minute. I don't know why you can't hear it.
Courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case. When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chatter showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapists you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mom like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth king with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Aurelia from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're family. In the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taken to trial. Taken to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Paula brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. And Zach's trolls and causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. And a comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taken to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. Estes razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores Jason, nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white claws way, managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside, would take sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready. Tilly Bird's the fat queen, receipts on tap. Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, hard live, tries to support her with pride. Melly shows up her family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. And Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Barker loves her gram, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind and vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvio, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, Autry. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. Minds and shadows, yeah, this love is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. Sweet Pea in the mouth and the chair we adore. This isn't just a channel, it's a family. And we couldn't ask for more.
Awesome. So that's our Thanksgiving Eve. That's gonna be our theme song, unless y'all want it to be more upbeat. But If not, we're going to take it to church. Somebody said it sounds like we going to church. We're going to take it to church. We're going to take it to church every day we in. So we'll start with our first theme song to get us hyped up for our trials. And then we'll cool it down with this one, right? So for those that are going to be kicking it with me tonight, I will see you guys tonight. For those who will not, I wish you a wonderful, wonderful Thanksgiving holiday. I appreciate all of you and mods, everybody who supports the chat, the chatters, everybody I appreciate you all. And have a wonderful Thanksgiving. If I don't see you later on tonight, I'll see you probably out here in these YouTube streets knowing y'all. All right, peace.